thank every fan for your support. It like means a lot for us.
I cannot imagine the world without fans.
期待一下我们这款皮肤吧。
所以说，你们的支持对于我们非常重要，也希望大家多多支持17战队，谢谢大家。
Here I am, I'm ready for love. Tell me when you're ready, 'cause I'm already ready.
Xavier's position in particular is really tricky for Ghibli. Oh! Vegas once again landing a sick headshot! How is he getting away with this? Two more bullets in this AWM. Can Vegas make anything else? Yes, he can! Stop! Please! Unbelievable! Vegas!
They desperately need the points. They're set in 15th. There's Guman with the first. Instantly, the flush to follow. As now Sinan tries to find another, but Guman again finds the third as well!
It's on. It's now. It's on now. It's on this maneuver for these teams to go out with a bang and not go out with the whimper. The sense coming on in. Oldless with the grenade at the ready. It looks good.
Oldless takes down two of New Happy. Flush for Akkad. Still at her, holding the line, gets another. All of a sudden, this push for third party, or excuse me, for Third Eye, looked good, and now it doesn't.
But they're losing players themselves. It's not going to be a free grab. It's not going to be an easy continuation of this game despite being a center spot. And it looks like Sun did. Oldless swinging around the corner.
This, I mean, like you said, FaZe needs points, and now they're walking right to the guns of Genji. Taming is making them pay, getting 3 headshots with the SLR.
Good morning. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you're watching around the world. Welcome to PGS1. We are live from the Battle Arena, Malaysia, a premier esports event venue located in Jaya Shopping Center. My name is Toppies. I am joined by Avenger, and it's time to get into the grand finals. Avenger, are you ready for 3 days of nonstop action?
Honestly, this is all we've been waiting for, right?
Super drop off after that, Martin.
Yeah, for sure. It's a huge difference here. It's the first time we kind of see a double or more than double here for the first place. So 80,000 is going to be a lot of money for the first place here.
And this is what we talked about with that grind through. We started with group stages. We had the winners bracket for the teams that got to go straight through. Some haven't played for 3 days. If you were those winners bracket top 8, we'll see if that ice makes them better or worse going forward. But all that matters now is 18 matches over 3 days. So extra matches this time around, which I think is going to benefit some of these teams.
Yeah, if you could guarantee yourself to be both in winners bracket and losers bracket, that would be the most training. The road to PGS here, of course, road to PGC, the PGS qualification points. If you win here, you get 200 PGS points.
Is that automatic?
Yeah, I mean, it's the top 4, the most points, the top 4 points that you get here from PGS1 and PGS2. That's going to go straight to PGC. So if you get 200, that's going to be almost a guarantee to go to PGC.
So as long as you don't just completely dog water the year, you are in good shape to make a run to PGC. So that's a lot on the line for these first place teams. Here's the 16 teams who are dropping in to try to get their hands on that $80,000 and the lion's share of those PGS points. Martin, any surprises, pleasant surprises maybe on this list?
Yeah, I mean, honestly surprised to see Hull go through the winners bracket. They were really good, and they've been surprising throughout all the year, so I'm really excited to see them play here.
Absolutely. I'll tell you my pleasant surprise. Third Eye, they're down there on the bottom. They did struggle. They had to go through the losers bracket. But this is a team that started out in the open qualifiers in North America and has literally played every single stage of PGS1 to get to here.
Yeah, and here, of course, the losers and the winners. Playing 3 days, we're playing 18 matches. I feel like that's a really good sweet spot here now that we're still only playing 2 maps. Once we get more, it might be changing a little bit. I gotta say, also very surprised with Gen G. They had an amazing run into losers. They were second last place in the group stage, and everyone was talking about it. Is it gonna be enough for them?
They seem like a team, though, that might benefit from having gone to losers.
Sure.
The teams coming out of losers bracket are sharp. They only had 1 day off, so they're firing on all cylinders coming into this. We'll see if that affects it. Now, if you're playing at home, there's still time to get your fantasy teams in. Kills are worth 2 points. Survival, if they're up, if your guy gets flushed and the team still wins, you lose that 5. So make sure you pick the right players. Now look at this. 3 members of Luminosity, my pick to win this event, up there on the top picks for fantasy.
And the other 2 that is in the top 5 most points gained is not playing because Petrica Road, they didn't make it through losers, and New Happy didn't make it through losers. So very surprising to see these players up here. Of course, they did well, but now they're not going to be able to get any points for you. So make sure you go check your Fantasy League team if you haven't updated it.
All right, let's take a look at who's got the team. If you need some help building your team right now, James Kylaris has had one of the strongest teams at this event, so copy him. I think Martin, I don't know if you copied him or if he copied you, but you're running in line there.
He copied me. But I have Kickstarter's captain. I have a pretty good faith in him, of course. Also, Uber. Navi, they did too well in winners bracket not to bring in a player there. Of course, here, Paper, Toby, and Cameron's team. Right now, also a lot of similarities. You have a lot of teams and a lot of players that you have to pick. You feel like they're the favorites, right?
It's hard not to pick Uba with the Uba factor. If he comes out strong on day 1, I haven't seen him this good since 2019, and he seems like he's better. He's aged perfectly. We'll see if he continues to go forward. Let's take a look at the talent leaderboard. James is over 100 points ahead of some of the guys on our team. You and I, neck and neck, but really, I think it's the brawl for the bottom. Toby and Cameron are going to be keeping an eye on throughout the day today. Tied there at 786. Who's going to be worse?
I checked the overall, like the global leaderboard for that. Is actually, I believe it was Nikos that is actually in lead with more than 1,100 points.
What?
And he's been picking Kickstart.
That as well. Well, his team's about Kickstart. Our games are about me. Miramar, Orangel, back and forth throughout the day. Starting in the Dusty Dunes. Does that give any team an advantage, you think?
Nah, that's not going to be. The only big difference is that usually we play 3-3, right? But here we change it all the time. Now, it's a fresh change, and I actually like it, and I think the teams are actually completely fine with it.
We saw a lot of hot drops on Miramar in the earlier stages. Do you think we're going to see those hot drops again, or has it all sort of sorted itself out at this point?
I have some fun stories.
Okay.
One fun story about Miramar is actually that, Gunnar, he went in and said, we want Impala. Cerberus also wanted Impala, and he offered them a brawl. So they actually went to each other's rooms and started talking about it, and they came to an agreement. Maybe we shouldn't brawl. Maybe we should fight for it. So maybe we're going to see them hot drop in Impala. Maybe we'll see Cerberus inside the last time did. So it could
Fair
be interesting.
enough. So there might be an in-game brawl right at the start of this one. We also got the 17 Sonics thing going on. And if you guys want to support a team in particular, the team skins are on sale right now through the 17th. So go ahead and get your chance to represent your team in-game. And we're going to be giving away codes throughout the broadcast today so that you can get some of those skins for your game. In fact, we're going to go ahead and give away one of them right now. So get those fingers ready to type in this code in just a minute to get your free skin for 17. Go ahead. There it is, the bottom right now. Do you think 17 is going to be at the top at the end of today?
We'll see. It depends if they have Picado changing it to themselves. It's likely that they're gonna have it. Yeah, let's see if that's the case, and if they kind of got everything started from losers, because they've had a rough run, you know, so far. And yeah, I gotta say, I don't have 17 in my top 4 at the moment.
So let's pivot off that. Who do you think? Take a team. Who do you think wins this, and what's their victory condition?
Win the whole thing?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think for sure Luminosity Gaming has a big chance here. Their 13-point day was the kick in the right direction. I think they have a good chance. Otherwise, Navi also look really strong in winners brackets, of course.
I agree. If either of those teams put up a big day one, it's going to be huge. Guys, the stage is set. The players are in their chairs. The trophy is up for grabs. Without further ado, let's get this show started.
Good evening and welcome to PGS1, coming live to you from Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. It's been an exciting tournament so far with our best players around the world competing for the past 7 days. Today marks the beginning of their final battle, and I'm sure the teams are ready to give their all to become the first ever PGS1 champions. I'm your host, Bella, and today I'm joined by Paperthin. Paper, are you excited?
Oh yeah, absolutely, Bella. The teams that have made it this far have worked incredibly hard and shown their skills across some of the most intense PUBG action we have ever seen.
Yeah, and the stakes can't be any higher. With the prize pool of $500,000 on the line, and of course the title of the PGS1 champions, the players will be, you know, giving their all for the grand finals.
Absolutely. So guys, sit back, relax, and get ready for some insane PUBG action.
Yeah, we got some amazing matches lined up today, and I'm sure you guys can't wait to see how it's all gonna play out. The first match is up in a few minutes, so make sure to stay and watch how it all goes.
Well, without further ado, we are ready to kick off the PGS1 Grand Finals. Let's get into the games and find out who will be the champions of the new era.
Being the best isn't just about winning the trophy. It's about giving your everything and showing the world what you're made of. That's what I'm here to do.
저희가 패자조에서 이게 되게 초조하고 긴장했었는데 결국엔 저희가 올라갈 거란 믿음이 있었기 때문에 평소 실력이 그대로 나온 것 같고 그랜드 파이널에서도 저희가 PWS에서 왜 우승했는지 보여줄 수 있을 것 같습니다.
I know that the grand final will be a challenge, but I'm up for it. I'm going to give everything I have and leave it all on the field.
我们在小组赛中经历了起伏，但我们成功晋级了总决赛。我们不会把这个机会当成理所当然，我们会全力以赴，放开来打。
무대를 부시러 PGS에 왔습니다. 예전 모습을 신경 쓰지 않고 최선을 다하고 제일 강한 모습을 보여드리겠습니다. 조심하세요.
Our journey to the grand final has been a roller coaster ride. We've faced some tough challenges along the way, but it just makes us stronger. Now we're ready to take on whatever comes on our way in the grand final.
Ở giải đấu lần này chúng tôi không chỉ là muốn giành được chiếc cúp mà để chứng minh rằng là người Việt Nam không có dở. Các bạn hãy chờ xem màn chào đón của bọn tôi nhé.
We have overcome all the problems we face, and now it's time to grab our champion. We are ready.
虽然我们在胜者组的状态不是很理想，但是我们不会因此失去了信心。我们会以此为动力，在决赛中全力以赴。你们就拭目以待吧。
Починається гранд-фінал PGS-1.
ยาวมากนะครับ
Буде дуже весело.
รอบนี้พวกเราทีม DT Gaming มาประกาศให้โลกรู้ว่าพวกเราเป็นทีมระดับโลกครับ
Нам, коротше, гарні бої.
We may be underestimated, but we're ready to rise to the occasion and make a statement.
Найкраще. Але ми
Kendimizi
будемо
dünyaya
вболівати за Наві.
göstermeye ve bu yolda başarıyı kazanacağımıza inanıyoruz.
Get ready for the finals, because SDK is coming.
Ну як? Лично я
Defending the
точно буду
title is
вболівати
never
за
easy,
Наві.
but we are up for the challenge. We know that the other teams are going to be looking to knock us off the perch. I'm willing to do whatever it takes to make sure that we stay on top.
We are ready.
준비 다 됐습니다.
Chúng tôi đã sẵn sàng.
พวกเราพร้อมแล้ว
hazırız.
We are ready.
It is time for PGS1 Grand Finals. 18 rounds to go before we crown our first ever global champion of the year. And Toby, there are some favorites coming into this lobby for sure. Some of them were favorites from the very beginning of this competition, but also quite a lot of, I don't want to necessarily call them underdogs anymore, because teams like Howl really showed up in winners. Just a bunch of teams that are just kind of really showing that this is a pretty deep pool that we have here in the Grand Finals.
It is going to be absolutely phenomenal. 1 through 18, all the matches. I think every single game is going to show us the very best PUBG we could have put for. And I just got to add, these intro videos are getting better and better tournament after tournament. I had the chills all the way through. All these teams, you could hear it from themselves too. They wanted desperately to want to bring home the trophy.
Yeah, I know. And it's all going to start here. New lobby, brand new composition of teams. I don't think we're going to be getting as many hot drops, not nearly as many hot drops as we did during groups, and then of course the 2 winners and losers brackets, though I do think there might be one at the start. I'm not going to spoil it just in case it doesn't happen. You never know how these negotiations go down. It's almost like the UN sometimes, where teams sit down, they bring their case, they try and see what they can negotiate.
Exactly. We are going to hop over to Miramar. Of course, Des brought it down as well, or broke it down as well. We're getting the teams ready. We're getting the players ready.
I don't know if you caught that. That was a big old X over Tilgerson's face. 17 are ready to take on the Sonics and make sure that their center spot is claimed. That I can guarantee is not going to be hot drop. The Sonics are prepared to leave. They know that it doesn't matter what happens. 17 Gaming are not going to leave their drop spot, and 17, I believe, have gone public saying that they are willing to throw this tournament to keep Pachinki Picado for themselves. So that is not what Sonics are going to be fighting for. They know that that is not a losing battle necessarily, but they have higher goals.
There's more to fight for
than
than just Picado, Pachinki. Couldn't agree anything more. Let's see now match number 1 of 18. It's hovered on over on Miramar. The playing path this time around came very Eastern, and you know why I like this in particular? Because with this lobby, there are now a ton of teams opting to loot out east. So most teams, if not all, should be able to go exactly where they want, despite this playing path looking somewhat southeastern skewed.
I don't know if you guys can hear it through our mics. I don't know if you can, but there's a lot of yelling, at least there was until just a moment ago, between a couple of different teams, and it's exciting because they are ready to play. They are giving it their all, and yes, as you can see, the playing path is southeast skewed, so anything El Pozo or beyond, a bit more difficult to get to, and it's Impala. That's the spot.
That's the at least for now, the only hot drop that we've heard could potentially be one of it. We'll see if that's going to happen or not. We also know that Luminosity, who have in the past looted Minas, they are not going to try and contest Navi. They will stay right to the east of them, though, over in Junkyard. So we'll see if maybe there's going to be some fighting for vehicles, some early on commotion. Because again, with 18 matches to go, you can risk trying to claim something here in the first one and still go into the remaining 17 well off. So I wouldn't be surprised to see a few overlaps here here in the first game of Miramar, first game of Erangel as well.
Yeah, there's a lot of room to play with, really. But we're looking at the map right now. I can tell you, Impala is not being contested. Cerberus did concede that position to the Sonics, and we are going to watch Soul with a very early win 94, trying to take a couple of shots towards third eye. Not going to really land on the Richie B just yet, but you know what? You got to take the shots.
I was going to say, imagine Pio gets a chance as well to assert some early on dominance as the first circle takes us up towards the north. This is interesting, mainly because a lot, if not almost all teams opted to jump out early on. So how will the journeys be up towards Cruz del Valle? We have to wait and see.
I mean, with no hot drops here, that's going to be a lot of teams all coming in from the south side from a lot of different angles. Now, if you're a team like Ascend or Third Eye who are south but southwest, you have an easier time wrapping up all the way around El Pozo and coming in from the west side of that circle. But as it stands right now with the terrain in play, there's going to be a lot of teams that are going to be coming in from the south end, whether it's a little bit east or a little bit west. That's still a lot of traffic from two specific points.
Now, you mentioned them briefly, but I want to go back to them again. Ascent and Danawa as well, two teams we've seen trying to utilize very similar rotation paths. Now, they haven't had Third Eye in the middle of them when they've done this in the past. What I'm talking about is northern circles. Both Danawa and Ascent like to really wrap hard northwest, even around El Pozo, around La Copraria, all the way up towards Oasis and in from there. So could potentially be a little bit of commotion off of that one as well.
Shalu throwing a grenade out the window. I thought that was... It got me looking at the map, wondering if there was a little bit of a hot drop that we missed. But there is going to be a little bit of a roster change, as you can see. Shalu stepping back into play instead of Wingzai.
And a huge player to have back on your team. A player who has performed globally time and time again. Not to take anything away from Wang Sai, because him stepping in kind of last second, really, notice, came in, played an amazing anchor, taking me back instantly to one of the first games up on Erangel. Amazing anchor player, amazing contain player, really phenomenal performance. Now, Sololsi out as Tycon is back in as well.
Yeah, missed Tycon for a little bit, but he was not necessary for them to advance from the winner's bracket, but still an amazing player. And if you can get him back on the field, you're going to take that. I believe that's all the roster moves.
It should be. It should
to the game.
But again, I mean, credit to Sololsi as well. A second story of a player stepping in. I mean, of course, they're always prepared to take over when need be. But you never hope that it's going to happen because you do have your select four. Let's listen to a quick interview here from 17's Little Ghost.
头两天小组赛打完，第一天被人战术针对过后，大伙儿心态都不太好。然后经过2天，我们4个选手加教练的调整，心态也恢复过来。主要是还是心态吧，其他上没什么调整。其实我觉得进入决赛后，我们应对跟 S 就不知道，希望他像男人一样，跟我们多玩这18场决赛。
Well, as we know, that did not happen. Brave did not drop down onto Picado, whether that's brave or smart. Depends on what angle you're coming from. But this is an early engagement here between Ghibli and 4AM.
And it's
both contesting center here.
And that's the thing, right? It's so ironic how we talk about all these teams on the edge that have to rotate in, but it's the teams that already have primary real estate that are now finding each other. But again, as I said before, teams will overlap, and especially those teams that are gifted circles early on, trying to flex out, trying to take more control. So far, Heaven is knocked, but I haven't seen any flashes come through just yet.
Not yet, but it's going to take Human a bit to get over there, and that's Na'Vi also swinging in from the east side. So I think, oh, no, it's a crash. Ghibli, they're charging on in. They're not going to give up this first round. They want to defend all 4 of their members in this situation, as well as the compound. So Heaven there off on the side, or sorry, Human there off on the side angle could be a good anchor position because now Glaz and Tozy are in the room, but Crazy 1.2 pushing forward gets immediately dropped by the Vector.
Yep, Vector up close, as deadly as any other gun, really. And the more shots fired here, Na'Vi here's the better off they're going to be. They probably might just pull on over and see what happens on the other side of the street.
Summer now. Bottom floor, Blue Glass. A couple of pieces of utility grenades come out, but Summer's just pushing on through. Does not care about grenades at all. Gets the knock, but it's going to be Tozy again with that SMG. Not a very popular weapon, but it is doing the work here.
Sure is. Sure is. Doesn't have the extended mag either, so only so many bullets to work with. Heaven down to low HP. He gets headshotted. And now 4AM trying to reset a bit in the building here. Xiao Hai, Lu sat next to each other. Should be able to get the flush onto Glass as well. But Guman is up on the ridge on the other side, potentially able to cover. Nope, not going to happen.
I believe there's a little bit of smoke there, allowing Xiao Hai to get that kill confirmed. But now Lu goes down, so they're just taking loss after loss after loss. This is the Na'Vi third party finally coming into play. Example spotted the final member of 4 a.m. Xiaohai going for the revive, and Ghibli are also pushing in because they know they have these 4 a.m. members on the ropes.
Yep, they trade on the west side. Peeking on over as well. I mean, again, you want to get off to a good start early, and what better than finding freebies, shooting people in the back in the grand finals? You wouldn't have it any other way.
It's not just about getting freebies yourself, it's also about knocking out a big piece of the competition very early on, 4 a.m. especially, but even Ghibli have shown some really strong signs of greatness, especially coming from the losers bracket. So now it's been evened up a fair bit, 2v2, and with the pressure of day trade leaving with Flash flying away, there is still Na'Vi on the east side, and that alone could keep this fight very contained.
I'm actually kind of glad to see Na'Vi not overcommit to this fight, because they know that there's no way they're the only couple of teams inside in the circle here, and what is a good third party for them could potentially become a fourth party for any other team wrapping up behind them. So prioritizing the compound, and as you can see here, example really right now the only one with a proper angle on the compound over on the other side, trying to see what he can find. Got a knock early, but did not get the flush off of it.
And also keep in mind, this is not the only fight. In fact, you even see Third Eye and Ascend having rotated around each other, also in a bit of engagement. I believe Snakers from Luminosity also went down. So this is a lot of early fighting. And I think part of it is because there is no hot drop. That's just more population trying to find its way into phase one.
And we led into it early on, right, saying that there is going to be overlaps, especially with, as you said too, a new lobby, Erangel, Miramar, at least the first, maybe even 2 games could be the same way. But as predicted as well, Ascend over the top would run into both Danawa and Third Eye, but Ascend in the end, the ones to take casualties off of it.
Oh, the fight's finally breaking out. Heaven with a shotgun up close, not expected. They were so focused on the other final Ghibli player that Heaven is just now able to run amok. Peeking back and forth out, that is 4 a.m. eliminated in 16th place, all 4 out before 10 minutes. Now, Ghibli are wounded themselves, but they were able to stabilize. There is still going to be Na'Vi breathing down their throats, breathing down their necks, but they're in a central position, so it is unlikely that they will need to go for a drastic move anytime soon.
And plenty of games still left to be played, so for Ghibli, even if they take casualties early on, salvaging points in the first couple of games of the grand finals is huge, because that way you don't sit and look after 4 games, oh, we only got 2. No, you might have 10 combined over the first couple of games, even when things don't go your way.
Checking back into Third Eye on the north side. Got a little bit of a scuffle with Ascend, as we saw. Got a kill off of that, so they're going to be taking that point into this first phase. Everyone also moving around. Sonics, 17, still have yet to run into each other, but that'll be an explosive fight whenever it happens, whether it's a hot drop or a late game finish.
As Xiaobei, decent angle towards the east, wanting to make sure that no one's able to wrap down that direction. They see Taikan up on the roof as well, or the roof over the top of the hill as well, as he tries to get a better overlook position. Again, this first circle, I mean, he can really swing anywhere, and there are some really interesting endgame areas available in this one, especially with how many teams have now been able to claim somewhat center positions here.
Genji now moving in. Coming in last, usually, well, they're definitely one of the more conservative teams in this lobby. Don't look for early engagements. This is a team that, not a lot of expectations coming into this, especially after group stage, but I don't know what clicked. I don't know what happened in loser's bracket, but they just suddenly remembered how to play the game. And so I think that this is not a team that you can underestimate here. There's no team that you can really underestimate here in the grand finals, but you got to basically forget what Genji looked like in groups if you're going to face them here.
I'm not going to lie, had they scraped their way into the grand finals, I would not have had any expectations from them. But as you said, they managed to turn things around in the losers bracket and are now looking very, very good.
10 seconds before we see phase number 2, and it's been evened up a little bit, but Third Eye and Danawa, they're towards the north, and that is still quite open. It's a lot of field, but it's going to be a hard... Of course, this is PGS hard shift, not PGS1. It's PGS hard shift, and it's going to be a hard shift towards the east, towards Terra Bronco. Sonics have a great spot, Cerberus have a great spot. Chiamba are coming in late to a really, really good spot, though it is a little bit on the low ground, but they can perhaps race those 2 aforementioned teams for the nice, more controlling high ground positions. But a lot of teams on the west side, it's a big open field where we're seeing 17 cross through, so this might be a few kills being taken on traffic rotation.
There's definitely going to be commotion as all these teams try to make the win. And as you said, Tianba clapping their hands as they get the shift in their direction, and now the 2 remaining Luminosity players trying to take out 17 on rotation. One tire out on the Mirado. You know what that means? Spinaroo. As Flood tries to see if he can find it, they have no other option. They got to commit to this fight.
Yeah, 17 are crashing. They're getting full revenge on this. Pretty Curdy's SDK here on the high ground is going to be third partying this. That's going to be logos going down as we see more teams all fighting each other in the kill feed. This is, again, quite early, but the rotations are Well, making it happen, rather.
Exactly. So many teams have to come through the same few funnels, and teams will collide because of it. Himas able to find Schofield's kill instantly stolen away, though, from Ali, as this fight now in a bit of a stalemate, and with 2 players down on the side of 17, I'm not sure how much they can overcommit to it, especially with now STK sat on that southern side.
One member of 17 knocked, one member fully confirmed, and Xiao DD is being picked apart as we speak. But Relo goes down to a nice grenade from Xiaobei. So those 2 pitted 17 players, despite being cornered between 2 different teams, they are still doing damage and looking for the opportunities.
Yeah, 17 yet to find their first point. In the grand finals, Xiaobei lobbing an 8 on in, but Flood ready for that one. As I say, that actually jumps straight back into it. Not taken down, though, able to stay alive. Suchu trying to hold the west side door. Not able to find a hold on either. Xiaobei now pushes, Son off in hand. There you go. Xiaobei finds 1, finds 2. Luminosity out in 15th.
Still a lot of heavy damage towards 17 on STK. They have them surrounded. Vegas even swung himself across the road. Alo is going that direction as well. Unsure if STK are going to be sticking around to make sure 17 can be put in the dirt right behind Luminosity, or they're going to use this opportunity to sort of speed ahead and get more towards the center, but the center is not safe either. No, I lied, they're crashing.
Yeah, full speed. They're coming in only with 2 the first time round, leaving Purdy and Penta up on the hill. As I say, the Penta actually now wrapping down towards the compound itself as well. So they will be in a 3v2 position with Purdy up on the top, but how do they push this? Alo sat alone right now. Cavalry is arriving. First one in, instantly down Sushu. Not going for the flush. Awaiting the second peek around Vegas. Able to take him down in return.
Alo tried to bait out the shot to get the information, but he's going to have to send his own body inside. Now Xiaobei, the last one left for 17 with a spray down against Penta. Ooh. He is going to get the knock. Down to half HP, trying to confirm that kill to get at least 1 more point, because surrounded by 3 other members of STK, it's looking very unlikely, but he has an opportunity to try and maybe get some meds. Kurt was going to call that rotation behind the blue.
The info has been fed across, no doubt. Pert, though, not in a position to really do a whole lot actively, other than give the info. Xiaobei smart, knowing that he has Purdy Curdy up on the hillside to try and wrap underneath.
Xiaobei was able to get inside, takes a little bit of damage from a grenade, has some time to heal. The flash is going to guarantee that, as we see another fight in the picture-in-picture between Ghibli and Cerberus. Heaven still dealing a lot of damage with the shotgun, but here Xiaobei, more flashes at the ready. Neo knows he needs to go for a fight, but stuck in the door frame. STK take it.
Heaven has just found 3 knocks. Solo versus Cerberus, taking out 3. And the issue for now Cerberus is that their 4th ain't around. He's nowhere near here. Heaven found 2 against 17 early with a shotgun. He might just have 5 eliminations, 5 kills with a shotgun right off the get-go. There you go, 5 kills for Heaven, all of them with a pump action.
What a great scavenge game for Ghibli.
Oh, definitely.
They got I believe they were the first victims knock-wise. And the fact that they were in first place, granted after 1 game, but with 7 points, it's still a good showing. And the hard shift back towards the west is still funneling people into this one singular hilltop. We have SQ here, we have Heaven, of course. Cerberus were here. Tycon is a bit more towards the south, but Howl and Navi are also roaming around this singular hillside.
Only so many areas to play in this area of the map because the southern side is so incredibly open. So a lot of the teams kind of forced into the mid-side belt of it, and now Howl eliminated. Navi and Sonics sharing a few points in between them. You can see Sonics really want to deal with Heaven down below, but just seeing 3 being taken down from Cerberus might have them think the better of it.
A lot of grenades being lobbied that way.
Yep. It's chilling.
I mean, it's open, so you can throw those grenades in, but it is also quite wide, so trying to bank them onto that back wall where Heaven is holding can be a little difficult, and as you saw, Sonics can't focus too heavily on it. They can't really get to the best angle unless they get tagged in the back by Navi, so they might just have to leave Heaven there, and maybe be in a little bit of a friendly relationship. Heaven defends the low ground, they defend the high.
Exactly, especially now that they've heard the vehicles from Navi coming behind as well. Well aware there's other areas of the map they need to concern themselves with more. Navi, in the meantime, opting to rotate out on foot, knowing that Sonics weren't really too eager to peek them up the hillside, so they'll be able to play this one. But as you can see here on the map too, it's just so open. It's so difficult to rotate through here. The good thing, I guess, for the server right now is that so many players have gone out early, so you do have that much more space to maneuver.
Yeah, but a lot more space to still be seen, because you cannot overstate just how open this is. There are some ridges to play with because it's not a field. Like there are parts of fields as you can see in front of you, but it's not entirely a field. But at the same time, because the elevation is in play, maybe the ridges are nerfed from that.
Look at this rotation from Gen.G. They still have two people in Fox and Taman over towards the east, but all the way down south. DG is set on the southern side of this road, and then Pio. We know him as a solo player, making his way up close. Unluckily for him, first bullet hits the rock in front of him, and Vegas able to 180 and get out of that one alive. Now Pio has to reconsider. Do I stick around alone, or do I wait for my team? We can see Taman is coming up. DG 98 is still over on the other side, kind of playing the Overwatch position. Good thing for SDK now aware that they have opponents nearby.
Yeah, with the moments remaining in phase number 3, as we do see Brex go down, Third Eye with another kill going their direction. But the circle is closing, and so if anyone, whether it's Third Eye, whether it's Gen.G, want to go for a fight, there's only so much that you'd be willing to commit to it. Because where is the next zone going to go? Oldlays goes down to kill Yakai. That was a really good spray, and this hard shift to the northeast will favor this fight continuing because this is now a fight for what could be a strong position.
A lot of suppressive fire coming in from Tianba actually for Yakai, trying to stay put up on the top. Nate finds one, finds the second as well though, but Adam was first to the trigger, so Yakai falls, and I don't think there's a whole lot Chris can do from this, but especially now not with Vox crossing over.
Vox thrown out in the open, so if Chris spots it, if Chris senses it, could take him out, but I think Vox is going to have the angle, drops Chris very, very low. Chris is a powerhouse, can still do a lot of damage as a solo, but that is going to be it for Ascend. They go out in 12th place, Third Eye with 4 kills. They lose one. They're trying to go for the revive, but Na'Vi are pushing towards the north. They saw that happen in the kill feed, and they want to stake their claim to this northern ridge.
Na'Vi are masters of third partying, always able to find kills in positions they should never be in, and of course, they'll be right over the top as soon as they can. Over peeks on over, instantly falls back though, so Flash comes his way in return.
More frag grenades coming out. Adam trying to get the covering fire. Richie B with a frag grenade in return. They're bouncing all away from each other, and Vox with this position that he was able to take from Chris is a nice angle to keep Na'Vi from really overflowing this ridge, but this is Na'Vi controlled of this site. Third Eye have such little ground to play with.
And Na'Vi having to fall back now as well because Sonics on the southern side are starting to suppress too. And I love the fact that we saw just quickly there from Vox that he shoots even just into the mountainside. They just need to hear gunshots, they need to hear shots connect to force them further back because they were very alone on the other side of the ridge, but Vox's assistance forced Na'Vi back.
SDK now making the run over the open field, finding a small little hill, but there's really not a lot of cover, and Tygon has a grenade at the ready. Shots behind onto Twisted Minds because they're contending for the exact same spot. Spyro does go down. Attempted drive-by not going to work out for Twisted Minds, and now that's a single shack that the remaining European players are holding in. With the crossfire set up, damage is coming out. Spyro does get confirmed.
Completely surrounded there by STK. Not a whole lot for Lou and Perfectix to do. They're not even on the side of the shack from where they can get inside it. So not a whole lot going. They're not inside the next circle. Penta and Vegas will have to move, but you'd have to imagine they could stake around for long enough that they can take Twisted Minds down first.
I'm wondering why. I'm surprised that Penta and Vegas haven't been able to do more damage while we see Twisted Minds still just put it all into trying to defend this position. I wonder if it's because Day Trade are third-partying the peaks from Vegas and Penta, but they're just going to get into their vehicles and send it all in. While Twisted Minds, they're retreating from that position. It is a really good call to get out because that was such a scary spot. But the question is, where can they follow up to?
Good rotation timing for them. We'll see now that nade. Oh, just bounces off the hillside a bit short earlier. Able to get back up alive as Dano has now made their presence known. Anonix, I believe it was, found earlier just moments ago. And look at this area, so difficult to play around. Dano knows that they have Third Eye on the other side too.
And here comes Tiamba as well. All these teams putting attention towards the north because essentially Sonics has the south on lock, it seems, as well as Day Trade, who get another knock onto STK, but it's a hard shift once again. So this fight on the north side is very, very powerful. Everywhere else, it's just going to be trying to survive.
Sure, it's the southern side of this map is going to be on fire more than it already is. You can see a loop effect. There's barely any utility left between these two, and they have to try and see how the hell do they get out of this position. Cerberus falls, 11th place for them as Day Trade racks up another.
Gen.G pushing up north, filling in the position that was let go by Tiamba as they also went to go favor the north side. There is Pio and Taman still there on the south, so we know how much Gen.G love their splits when they can get them, when they're uncontested on them. And well, when the blue coming in just a short amount of time, Taman and Pio have a short amount of time themselves to get a knock or two before they then have to group up.
Pushers, I was just going to mention this. Pushers is sat alone on the rock side. It does have Nora and some flash to kind of help cover the position, and now they spot them in the open. Issue is, should have seen them much, much earlier. I get that they're looking the other way, but you have to focus one fight at a time. Here comes the full-on pull-up. The Vect is able to get one. It's a fight for potential 10th place elimination here between Penta and Perfectix.
Penta with the frag. He knows he doesn't have time to reload before Perfectix goes for the push and gets STK out of the lobby. STK put up a really good fight, but it was not enough with Twisted Minds and Day Trade shooting from all different angles. Perfectix going for the revive, and you can see in the distance, Day Trade, they're going to push into the zone, leaving Belmont there just to watch over the last stragglers from the south, but even he is now going towards the zone. Back to Gen G now as everyone is all grouping up. They have a small little ridge, kind of a dip at the top to play around, and this is where that Sonics compound might start to get really activated.
Sure is. In the meantime, we've got to give kudos to Heaven as well for having been able to stay alive for this long, almost in placement points. Now it's a solo player. Belmont powers Perfectus out of the vehicle. Those should be the next to follow anytime soon. That first headshot is definitely gonna make it more likely that he will fall. Does he give it to Heaven? Potentially. Let's see. Is he welcome with a headshot? Not gonna happen. There you go. Flash finds it.
Down to 8 teams left. We are starting to hit placement positions now as Twisted Minds go out in 9th. And looking at the map, all but PO, of course it's all but PO, is actually in the zone. I think Danawa and Third Eye may have 1 or 2 stragglers that are just outside the barrier, but they're just trying to get that positioning in. But Gen G, they are focused on Sonics. They have a nice little crossfire set up with PO on the south, Taman on the north, anchoring in from Chiamba, while DJ98 and Foxy poke and prod this compound. Sonics haven't really been able to move too much around it because of the terrain, as well as Navi and Day Trade's angles.
I'm surprised that, especially knowing that Ghibli only has a solo player left in the compound, that with them pulling up, Sonics don't do more, like play more aggro to try and wrap out east. I guess it's partially because Pio was sat on the southern side and trying to suppress him. In the meantime, now let's hop up towards the north again as Third Eye and Danawa heads up close to one another.
Soul is getting very, very close to Third Eye. The circle is going to basically center up. That center is not controlled by anyone. We're going to see a couple of different fights here, one north, one south, and we'll see if Navi and Chiamba, where exactly they want to be activated in either of those 2 directions. Salutes baiting a peek out from Third Eye, because again, it's all about trying to give Soul that opportunity to get that second strike in once one of the other Danawa players gets the first.
Let's see, Soul. Surprise player trying to sneak his way over the ridge line. As long as they're shooting, they shouldn't be able to hear the footsteps. One caught on the other side there, but Soul finds one, finds the second as well. Nice flank, nice peek, almost takes down the third.
Soul gets activated. Richard B did get the first knock of this engagement, but now Soul is here to close the fight, to finish what Danawa have been teasing with, toying with for the past couple of minutes. It's all on Vox, and look at Tianba squeezing in from the south side.
Tianba coming in on one side, Navi wanting a piece of this pie as well from the southwest. Tianba wants to get it done with. He does succeed in doing so. Kill confirmed, but so much attention now is coming to this north side of the map.
Yeah, Danawa are now outside of the zone, and they're in one small little pocket. Who do they push through, Navi or Chiamba? It's a couple little bits of points of damage against Chiamba. Longsker down to 39 HP, forced to fall away. This is a little bit of space for Danawa to try and push forward, but they're running in one singular pathway, one singular line, which Chiamba, with all of their ranged weaponry, can try and shut down. That's even an arm in the hands of 77.
I mean, all that, not all, but a lot of wishes go from Danawa that Gen G starts pushing up from the southern side, but they're playing this one very passive. And Onyx falls to Longsker. Nice spray coming through with the barrel there.
Attempted information drive-by from an Onyx does get punished. Grenades not exactly finding Longsker's position, falling just a bit short. And the range poking and prodding from the rest of Danawa is just not finding the mark. Longster with the prone spray down. Salute is now knocked. Now that's all in for Danawa going out, just unable to get what feels like a single point of damage into Tiamba.
And again, on the backside of all of this, Gen G sat in a perfect position to pounce, but combination of power suppressing and them, I think, a little worried that if they do push up north, that Sonics will push out, forces them to stick around for a little longer.
They trade grenades as they push into Navi. They're trying to circumvent Sonic's hold, and they're going in through another team's 4-man positioning here. Mel falling away. Everyone else from Navi is playing into the open graveyard. That grenade just not finding where it needed to go. It's good positions around the fence, around this barrier, around this wall, but with Alia taken very, very low. If Day Trade only knew that the follow-up is going to get the knock, that's going to force Example potentially to go for the revive. Mel has to fall away, and that's Day Trade taking the space, as well as Chiamba third-partying.
Yeah, with Chiamba now over one ridgeline, Day Trade pushing in from the other. Navi all of a sudden in a very, very poor position, trying to play full control. And in the meantime, Heaven, the solo player from very early on in the game, has snuck his way into top 6.
Day Trade in the hard cover. Circle's gonna set her up once again. Not a single soul is inside this next zone. And Tiamba and Gen G, as you said, have a lot of movement, a lot of freedom. Daytrade do not, and they're just putting that pressure onto Na'Vi. Mel goes down. Alia did get revived and meted up. Grenade at the ready, knows that it just needs to be tossed on the opposite side of that wall, but Norins and Belmont, they are going huge right now. It is only Uba remaining. Deals a little bit of damage.
He's in such a tough position. The issue for Daytrade is they can't really wrap into. The only entry without jumping over is exactly where Flash went down off of that gate right there. So Uba, nice angle for him, knowing the only spot he can really play here is in that exact position.
He's creeping forward. He wants to try and catch Daytrade off guard, potentially. Norins has the shotgun ready for the one and done. Pump and dump, and he's going to go for the shot. That's at least going to be the information while Belmont is going to confirm the kills that they knocked. And then, of course, the jump shot. He is going to get Na'Vi out of this, but Gen G.
Heaven is still alive in all of this. He found one before, now he finds Mime as well. All of a sudden, Sonics just has H-Wind left alive. Again, Gen G playing this one extremely passive, not wanting to one into Heaven, but Heaven is continuing to rack up points.
12 points for Ghibli right now, and it's been only Heaven for however long, for a long amount of time. The spray is going to come out from H-Wind, not exactly going to find that knock, and then Gen G putting so much pressure from the opposite side, both these solos down into what feels like single-digit health points. They're just trying to fight to see who is going to go out first, because neither of them is escaping from Gen G. H-Wind does go out to the blue, and Heaven sprayed down, and it's going to be the Molotov from H-Wind to get that final kill, but now we're in the top 3 teams.
Yep. Top 4 placement for Ghibli. I don't think they expected that when they lost 2 as the first and second players of this match. But kudos to Heaven for racking up a ton of points in this one here. Gen G, so far, only 1 kill. Again, could have played more aggressive up towards Champ, but opted not to, but now they got 4.
Where is Pio? Where is Pio? Well, he's getting the knock, so I guess let him keep playing his game. But he is pushed so far forward behind enemy lines, and Tianba have been devastated. It's all onto Longsker right now to try and save the day. But with the amount of knocks, well, not able to get that trade onto Pio.
I think he thought he had it. He's kind of stopped shooting mid-spray to try and find it. Now he does find him in return. Pio does Pio things. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. He found the 2 knocks early on, and I think, regardless of how you look at it, Tiamba has been very fatally wounded off of that PO peak on over initially. Longsker, solo player left alive on the team. 3 up for Gen G, and the circle favors them as now Daytrade has to make a play.
Well, if Norins is able to get a knock here with with Gen G spread as they are, at least a few of them, could be an opportunity, but no, the covering fire is going to be spotted. Belmont maybe trying to wrap on the south side, but Daytrade are currently just lying in wait. Longster did find an opening, an opportunity to go for the revive. So with the teammate in tow, perhaps if Daytrade and Tiamba strike at the same time, they could then really take this game from Gen G's hands. Belmont strikes first.
I like this wraparound. They know they're playing solo games now. I mean, both Belmont and Norins is full level 3 gear. So if you're going to be outnumbered, at least have the Kevlar to support your position. Belmont sprays over once again. DG98 down to half HP.
Taman on the rotate to go find that separate angle. DG98 has the highest piece of terrain, so can see, you would assume, the most here.
Yeah.
While Foxy is just trying to make sure that Tiamba don't push in from the north side, he needs to play his life. Having lost Pio, you cannot give up any more knocks. Belmont's still with the spray with the 3x, but just not able to find the opening that he needs, and so instead the smoke grenades are going to come out.
Yeah, loving that Gen G are committing both Taman and DG to try and prevent the Daytrade peek on over, because Foxy, it's an open field area, can easily hold off the 2 Tiamba players on his own. As I say that though, here comes Longsker, wrapping around the side. The info must be fed across fast.
Tiamba are focused on both Gen G and Daytrade. They know that unless they get an opening onto a member like Foxy or even get a knock on the south members of Gen G, really they want to just play for second, and so keeping Daytrade out of this phase 8 will be the name of the game for them. Taman with a couple of shots through, taking Belmont low.
Gotta hit those shots, Norins. You got the arm in hand. Gotta see if you can find one. 1 knock here could be a winning knock, but now smokes are fading. Taman finds the first. Still got Bellman up alive, but this is playing so much into the favor of Tiamba because they're allowed to push on forward. Fox is still trying to maintain control 1v2.
Longster Pow pushing forward. Flash is going to come out from Foxy. and then a Molotov as well, but it's not going to land at Foxy's feet, so he can still play around that ridge. He's being very active.
Foxy is buying his team so much time to focus the southern side right now. They should never be allowed to be able to maintain this position for so long, but it's all thanks to Foxy.
But the Taman is also knocked very, very low. He was just given a little bit of line of sight towards these Tiamba members. We're in phase 9 right now. We know where the game is going to end, and no one has control of that position. And it's the bottom of this dip, and Daytrade with the revive. Okay, well, Norin's down to the blue. That one's not going to go up again.
Yep, not gonna happen. Tiamba now 2v3. Weren't able to deal with Foxy. Kudos to you, buddy, for holding off. Now one falls. Pow solo against the rest, but he finds the first one. Almost gets down Foxy as well.
1 versus 2. Pow versus the world right now. The information can still come from Longscrew, but the revive is...
Yeah.
I don't know if Pow would even consider going for it, but no helmet.
Yep.
Just constantly having to peek against the high ground members of Gen G. Foxy now pushing forward while Taman holds point, keeps Pow distracted. And Foxy, he is ready to strike the final nail in the coffin and take game number 1. Taman dropped very, very low. Foxy wants this. He wants it. He's gonna get it. Gen G winning game number 1.
Huge game for them. 4-kill performance. Gen G put up a play style, a plan that was we're gonna be passive. We're gonna let the battles unfold because then we will have the upper hand in the end game. Kudos, mega kudos to Foxy for staying in this position for as long as it did.
And more importantly than that, PO's long flank, getting those 2 knocks, catching Tiamba off guard.
Yep.
I don't know if that was the winning maneuver, but it was certainly an incredibly important one. Let's go to a break and then the desk as we get ready for game number 2.
Welcome back. Gen G takes the first chicken dinner of the grand finals, and they do it aggressively, amazingly, and they just absolutely controlled that final circle.
I gotta say, what a chaotic first game here in the grand final. That was insane to see. You know, Ghibli in the beginning fighting 4 AM, Heaven popping off, having an insane game with the pump shotgun. That was crazy to see. And also a really rare ending. This is like finding like a rare card in a pack opening or something. Like they're super rare. We see these kind of endings here, and it paid off all the way through. And Gen G popped off.
So Gen G does get the chicken dinner foil and comes out with that big win. I will say we did see a lot of trench gun, a lot of shotgun play, a lot of uncomfortable crashes for some of these teams, and some of our favorites got caught early. I know we saw LG get picked off by Cerberus. A lot of them just really couldn't put anything together. Now, when we got here today, did you expect Gen G to show up and have such a major game 1?
Ooh, maybe after the showing that we saw them in the losers, they had some good maybe snowball effect we can see from them, and also Pio's opening there. He died, sure, but he had an insane opening on Tiamba. It looked like a good game from Tiamba from the get-go there. They had a really good amount of control in the northeastern side. The terrain was looking really good for them, and Gen G was forced to kind of take this fight with Daytrade that are on the western side, right? I gotta say though, Daytrade looking strong too. They took down Navi quite easily, and that push on the cemetery there.
Yeah, Daytrade was a beautiful fight, but I do think that's what it came down to in that game. Pio making the sacrifice play, basically. Tiamba played the east side of that circle for so long. They got a couple of good shifts, and I think they were in a position to potentially win it. Pio going in and being that sort of I'm willing to lose it all to get two of you down.
Exactly.
Really changed the game. Like that seemed to be the turning point.
That was literally the reason why Gen G was able to win this year. They only got 4 kills, sure, but it's a 14-point game for them. Tianba 13 there for that. But Day Trade 10 kills
and Ghibli
and Heaven as well, able to pop off for Ghibli. He secured so many kills, and he secured 4th for them too there. But this push here for Day Trade, I really love what I'm seeing from them.
Yeah, no, I love what I'm seeing for them. A bit of irony for Na'Vi taking that fight in the graveyard where they ultimately ended their run. Here we get Sonics again, pushed by Heaven, and Heaven, I think, single-handedly wiped all but one of the Sonics there. It was just beautiful. He was in a league of his own, as was Day Trade. Here's this fight with Na'Vi, back to the graveyard. Nerns with that double pop up over the top, and then from then, they were just racking up kills.
I love what I'm seeing from the sawed-off again and again and again. But we got to remember, going forward, we're not going to see this much because it's going to be the smoke grenade launcher that's going to be the meta going forward. But it's been showing really, really strong there. Having that pocket shotgun is looking good. This is the other one you were talking about, Pio, having that off angle, making sure he can get 2 down from Tianba, and that went to be really crucial for the Gen G win there. It was close though. I gotta say the way that they played it, and also how Longscore is able to push out and get Pau in a good spot here. It ended up being fantastic here for Gen G though. But only 4 kills, 14 points. It's not a big win for them, but they can have this kind of consistency in terms of the lower amount of kill games. That's going to be fine for them.
And I mean, while they only got 1 kill across the board, look at that damage count from Taman. He's definitely, I think, going to be the man of the match on this one. 737 damage. This just speaks to the way that they played. A little bit different. I think Gen G was playing a lot more crashy earlier in this event, being very sort of in your face. Now they're still doing that, but they're playing defensive. They had a great job. So, okay, Pio, you go, but we're going to have an anchor. We're going to have a cover position. I like the Gen G that we're seeing going into this grand final. And sure enough, it will be Taman that wins that man of the match.
Yeah, I love what I'm seeing from them so far. And I got to say, what we've been seeing from Taman, he's had some really good DMR shots. He's been really putting in work with that, both in terms of the knocks he's getting and also the damage and kills he's getting. In some of the other stages we saw, he was getting headshots, and with this LR as well, like you're putting in 79 plus damage. Somebody's just got rest. It's a knock again, right? So it's good to see your team being able to step up for the man of the match. 4 knockouts is obviously huge, but the 1 kill, he didn't manage to close all of them out.
Yeah, and I think they were okay with that. They weren't over committing for those flushes. Here's the match leaderboard. It'll be pretty much the same as the overall leaderboard right now. This is game number 1 of the grand finals. Day Trade walks away with 15 massive points. Gen G right behind him. But as you go down that board, really, it's just those top 4 teams just sucked up so many kills. Is that a symptom of how crazy this circle was? Because, I mean, the phase 7 shift, there was nobody in it.
Yeah, exactly. They're in a spot where they're able to, hold out everybody else, make sure they can kind of third-party the situations, and also the way that the circle moved away again and again. Once you're in a spot where you can kind of gatekeep from inside the circle, that's what we saw from Day Trade as well. Holding onto that southwestern side there, they're able to take down so many. Shoot to kill as well. Kind of went into the arms, and they're forced to get in there. Twisted Minds were one of them. Sonics were in a fantastic spot. But Heaven taking 2 knocks with the pump action, that's obviously rough for them. They could potentially have taken on Gen G or sweeped out and taken that kind of eastern side later, but yeah, he got completely destroyed, and Gen G was able to just hold the high ground and make sure it just put damage into Sonics.
Absolutely. Take a quick look. That was Third Eye there studying the maps. They did middle of the pack. I think that's what you're going to look for them throughout today, to just stay in the middle, look for 4 or 5 points a game, and be there on the final day.
What do you consider like a success, besides, of course, grand final?
I mean, to be honest, with Third Eye, the fact that they started in an open qualifier slot, they're the only team that I know of to play every single stage of this event. I think if they finish top 10, they will be incredibly happy with that performance. Ask the players personally, they'll say, no, I want to win, but you're required to say that, right? This is a team who will not be happy with just top 10. The Sonics, they had a good spot. They got caught, though, by that push, and I know they're not going to be happy. They were uncontested. 17 got to keep Picado. They went to Impala. Do you think that'll stand on Erangel?
I think so, too, yeah. It's gonna be the change drops, and I think that's the clever idea. They're comfortable with after PGIS, for a year and a half, they're like, we're gonna keep fighting Picado Pachinko, but they're back to kind of, I feel like they want to win again now. Like, it's been a long enough time. So yeah, we'll see how it's gonna work for them.
All right, it's time for us to get over to the magnificent meadows of Erangel and kick off game number 2 of the grand finals.
Thank you so much, Talvis. Thank you so much, Martin, for the great analysis on the desk. We're headed on over to Erangel for the first time here in the Grand Finals. A little bit of an alluding to potential hot drops. I do not think we should see anything similar to what we had last game cam over on Miramar. Don't think it's going to happen. One thing that I do know it's going to happen, though, is these players are going to be flying out from the far western side of the map.
I don't know about that, because they're having a lot of adjustments in drop spots. So with the map that I personally have chalked up myself, I think it's gotten a lot more even with this one. But yeah, I don't think we're going to have, there's not going to be any hot drops on this. There was potential drama between Ghibli and STK, but they...
Ой, це я... Криві пальці називається.
Alternative drop around Swamp, which is not really a drop.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes the games do end up in there, and someone will sit around with a UMP and a shotgun, and they'll win the game. So
Так, ну що, полетіли.
We'll see if they get blessed with the circle going in their direction, or how things are gonna pan on.
Друга гра, карта Ерангель.
Eastbound towards their spawn of farm.
See that vehicle commotion early on as 17 grabs one off of Twisted Minds, and again, of course, we're gonna see these things. I actually kind of like that Liligos is all the way up here because they had an easy reach down towards Pachinki, but up to scope. But anyway, in circle, okay, hard north is where we are headed. So at least they're on the west side of the map, but only having bridges to cross over. That could cause some commotion.
And that does mean for the teams that are going to their east positions. I'm looking at Na'Vi as the biggest ones for this. It's going to be a bad rotation for them because they haven't even got to their drop spot. We are still seeing a couple of attempts at knocking people out of the sky if you get a gun early and there are still parachutes above you.
Чатик, то за кого ви вболіваєте? Я так і не почув.
Times over the course of the entire history of PUBG esports.
Yeah.
So it's, you know, it's low chance, but it's a free attempt.
You ain't gonna win the lottery if you ain't playing. So you might as well see if you can find yourself an easy one. And even if you don't get the flush on him, you don't know exactly what team, especially with a playing path like this, where you're not necessarily sure of all the team's ult drops. You will know exactly who it is, and you also know that he's probably gonna swing a little further west next time he flies past your building.
Looking at Ascend with their new alts, like 7 position all drop, scavenging all around everything, but they should have a good rotation in. It's only if Tiamba or Cerberus want to gatekeep that south side, but with the river not really favoring the south edge of this zone, I think everyone's just going to be trying to push across through Georgia Pole, north of Razak, etc.
You say that. I would say I think a lot of teams are going to opt to swing hard east over Yasnaya. The only area of the map where you can actually cross south to north, avoiding bridges. And with us being this early on into the grand finals and teams wanting 3 points early, I would expect to see a lot of teams try and like kind of just set up gatekeeps on these bridges.
Pro player, pro tip, get a boat. Hey, it's been a while since we've seen a botation from Primorsk all the way up to Zarki. Just saying, maybe oldies can be goodies.
Okay, so question is, since it's been a while, is there a reason that it's been a while?
Yeah, there is.
They learned how to play PUBG since then. Who would have thought?
I know.
You know, if this one hard shifts west, I'm all for it. Howl, you know what? Take that boat, swing it to Saget, do whatever you want. But for now, I think keeping control of your vehicle is probably the play. Let's take a look at a replay here as we continue this one forward. And that's Heaven against Cerberus.
Of course, just the solo hold, double shotgun. They pushed S2, and well, the shotgun is like the one weapon that could really take care of this. And that was the shot that was completely unearned.
We were wondering why you were ahead of me in fantasy, and then we were like, oh wait,
I have Heaven. Yeah. Okay, wait, Jamba, Third Eye. Third Eye just can't not get a break. They always get into early engagements, but Vox now gonna remind us, gonna repeat what Heaven just did, it seems.
I like this repositioning from Vox. He knows that if I take the fight alone inside the compound, there's not a lot I can do. 100 HP to 0 HP, just like that. One shot to the chest. Shotguns are insanely OP.
It's all about positioning for that weaponry. Richie B with a grenade throwing out, and then the rest of Third Eye arriving. Adam stopping short to try and get some damage on the Linshu, and Richie B avoiding a couple of grenades. The Tiampa are swarming the site. Adams' angle just not good enough. Can the rest of Third Eye hold on while he repositions again?
Ooh! Finds one in the chest, gets to the second time around as well. Oldless instantly there though to trade as Tiampa now fully committing to this fight. We do have both 17 and Twisted Minds in the nearby vicinity too. So look for those trackers from the side and see if maybe there's going to be some third-party commotion.
Adam going down is huge because that was the anchor of the Overwatch position. It is all up to Oldless right now. It is only Pow Pow down 4. Oh, he jumps down, tries to do a sneaky little Assassin's Creed maneuver, but is not going to catch Tiampa off guard. 7-7 with the final shot. Their Third Eye are eliminated incredibly early, but are there other teams in position to perhaps capitalize? STK and Twisted Minds might have thought of it, but instead they just run into each other.
It's very rare that we see so many teams just full speed send it up into the open hills here in a phase 1. But of course, with the plane being so far west and so many of these teams having a chance to wrap up early, they know they have to claim real estate early on in order to secure it, because there's a lot of teams looking this way. Lou finds Vegas wide out in the open.
Yeah, Vegas really likes making these plays, but sometimes can be a bit too far ahead of the rest of the team. A bit caught out here, and it's going to get punished for it. No revive going to be possible. The rest of SDK are pushing towards the north. And, I mean, the reason we're seeing so many fights, I think you just touched on it, is that top third of the circle, water. Bottom third, below the river, and unlikely to stay in play. Everyone is rushing for this center
peninsula,
strip.
kind of just going out there. Yeah, exactly.
The bunny ear.
The bunny ear. You know what? That's a good call. I'll call that entire place the bunny from now on, regardless of whether you're just west of Stalpa.
The bunny.
Or I get it. I get it. I see it.
Yeah.
Now, in the meantime, wrapping their way on forward, side by side with Sonic. You just see a little bit of Tiggleton there in their minimap, in the bottom left corner, bottom right corner of your screens. But I think Sonic's heard that. They saw the vehicles come through and like, you know what? We actually kind of want to play a whole game this time around. So let's allow them to wrap on through.
Human trying to find an opportunistic knock here with Kurt solo player in this split. It's a sneaky angle coming in from the ridgeline. And Kurt doesn't seem to be that aware of, aware of the potential for sure, but not that defensive from it. But maybe some call out happened because he's going to drop in the high ground, get in the vehicle. No, he's getting to the tower. It's definitely a better solo position to hold, but this could be an opportunity for Human. Shots coming out, just barely get the knock, but that is another knock against SDK.
And no way in hell they're getting that res up either. The two remaining SDK players in too good of a position to really flex out. Now, a bit surprised, especially when Vegas fell down, that they're still up to try and maintain a 2-1 split in arguably one of the most prioritized areas of the map early on. Of course, pretty much regardless of where the second circle will take us, teams will rotate out of the shorelines. But this early on, I'm surprised. And also, Foxy knocked himself on Milia.
From a UAZ, not even a bike.
I think he jumped out of the car. Like fat fingered and just, you know what, I don't need, first plate, who needs it anyway? He didn't die last game, so if he took 62 damage last game, maybe just wanted to feel what it feels like to get knocked.
I wonder what it's like to take some damage, guys.
We'll see now, Ruin trying to wrap on through as Howl wants to reposition himself out towards the west. I like their idea because so many times have we seen these circles shift out towards that western field just north of Georgia Ball.
17 Gaming, hold on to Cube. They're one of the teams that are going to be looking over those bridges that, as you mentioned, they're such a big threat. If you're coming in as late as we're still waiting a few teams, might as well wrap hard east. I imagine Gen G are going to be doing that, but Day Trade and Ascend here, they're coming in from the west side, so for them it would be a big waste of time and gas. They are just going to have to brave the bridge.
I think if you're smart and you're Ascend here, stick around for a little while longer. Wait those extra minute and 30 seconds. You know that the north side is already fully taken. There's nothing for you to come for. Yes, you can sit in a spot from where you can scout further forward, but no reason to fully commit to any side of the circles just yet. Just wait for the new one to pop. Who knows? Maybe we get a southern hard shift, because hard shifts would be too rare these days, apparently. And then you'd be blessed. So might as well just stick around. You know you're going to have to go north anyway, and the team's there. Probably going to be gone by the time you get there anyway.
Little built up here that Brax is going to get some information from.
Smart.
Hal as well, getting close to Ghibli. Ghibli have flexed out even further since they got that kill onto Kurt. Nice little split. They're staying active. They want to maintain this high ranking position for as long as they can. No reason to give up that podium spot just yet, as we also see the Sonics group on in, and Genji in the blue coming in super, super late.
No reason to hurry. I mean, Millie team with the north side shift coming in. They know they're going to be late to the party. Again, as I said, similar story to Ascent. They know they're going to be late to the party. And honestly, perfect timing for them would be hitting Rostock around the new circle pub, because they're going to be coming in full speed, maybe even that far out. Going to be able to beat a team or two to the punch for a good position.
That's true. That's actually a fair point, especially if it's an Eastern shift.
Exactly.
20 seconds left. Sonic stalling for a second, pulling away. I imagine they spotted something from either Luminosity or Na'Vi just ahead of them. And now Daytrade, who have been pushing themselves a little forward. These two members at God Compound, the other two are on South George Hilltop, which is right next to the edge, but that is 100% for information. But it's going to be... It's actually kind of center, but because of the water, it's essentially a hard shift towards the north. This favors most of the teams in, but then you have the day trades and the ascents and the Gen Gs that are now going to have to find somewhere to try and slot in.
The interesting thing is, for right now, the way that we look at it, all teams that are coming in from outside the circle are rotating uphill into the literally unknown. So we'll see how these rotations are going to come through, Sonics. Like, what angle do you get? Because you know that regardless, there could be players sitting behind trees, behind rocks, anywhere, wherever you try and rotate through. Because as you can see, with Howl aggressing early on, you need to take spots early in this area of the map, because there are only so many available.
Yeah, we saw LG concede space to Na'Vi, and Na'Vi are still on the rotate, perhaps trying to chase the spot that Howl have a faster direction.
I think they saw them
to get to. Yeah, they're gonna stop early. This is kind of a dip that Na'Vi are playing around, but Howl finding this actively reinforced trench is certainly an even better spot.
It has in the past become the kind of the magnet for grenades over the top, and when the nades are thrown from a spot from where you can't see the opponents throwing them, it makes it a little difficult to stay alive. In the meantime, Twisted Minds full control of the plane crash area, but of course they would have heard the vehicles from Howl just coming in. So Lou trying to make sure that no one is peeking forward.
Howl are not a threat to Twisted Minds right now, as much as it would be very, very a good number of points if they can just drop those grenades in that trench, as you mentioned. They want to make sure that they can defend from another team who is perhaps more desperate and will be sending immediately into their position, because Howl are not a threat right now. Daytrade pushing across the bridge. 17 have yet to be activated onto them. Cerberus have sent it on ahead, so that's some positioning for Daytrade to take, and we're still waiting to see what Ascend opt to do on this southwest edge.
I know that FaZe ain't here, but I love the damage, the mental damage they've done to Ascend, because they've been gatekeeping them throughout the entirety of the season in EMEA. And Ascent, every time they come to anything that looks like a bridge or potential gatekeep spot, they all stop, they all get out of the cars, they scout forward. And honestly, I mean, it's adding another at least 45 seconds to every rotation they make us. Oh, they could be there, they could be there, they could be there. But don't worry, don't worry, Ascent, you should be all right this time around.
We'll see if there's any space left for Ascend on the west side, because Cerberus are arriving at one of those possible spots, though not quite on that edge. I was eyeing up that hill just above Tiamba, but Daytrade, they are eyeing Tiamba's compound directly. Linshu still with the shotgun in play. They've been plugged so far inside Daytrade. Well, they assume that someone's here, but they don't know exactly where it is. Grenades are coming out. They're being dodged. Linshu with the underhand frag. This one could be a nice knock.
Norris is terrifyingly alone, and now he gets knocked too. There's no way Flash can come down and help Belmont. It's overhill position, ain't really getting him any cover either. So a little head scratch up on that one. Now Flash driving into the entirety of Cerberus. I'm not sure, honestly, what Daytrade was expecting coming into this circle this late, that these positions wouldn't already have been claimed.
Yeah, this is some rough communication for Daytrade, because that compound, if they wanted to approach it, they needed to send all four. They sent one and maybe some Overwatch, and then Flash just continued on into a place that had a high chance of being occupied already. At the very least, that's giving space for Ascend.
Not only do they need to send all four, but they need to send all four 3 minutes ago.
Yeah, that's true.
It's a little late to try and claim those sort of positions, even though it is edge circle, but it just kind of goes to show how little there is of proper real estate in this area of the map.
We just saw Gen G, they slotted in on the east side, and now Twisted Minds still trolling above Howl's position, but the circle is going to be a shift towards the north. Spyro, Twisted Minds, Baturlin all get activated. Nox, and now with the follow-up grenades, Howl's run this round might be eliminated in the blink of an eye, and it is indeed out in 15th place.
What a setup. I saw Spyro flexing over to that side a bit earlier. He snuck his way there. It took him a solid 30 seconds. When he got there, didn't shoot this one. Guys, there's a whole team down here. If this circle goes away, we wait here, and then we take him out. It was pretty much a 3-2-1, let's shoot, and they were down in a blink of an eye.
I really would have wanted a second chance at that one. Have to be more aware, and here it is, the remaining members of Day Trade just trying to send it through, hopefully, an unexposed angle, but it's going to be a crossfire between 17 and Twisted Mind. Suju with the first. It's all going to be on Pooch Hills and driving directly into Twisted Mind's territory. Lou is here for the follow-up, and that is Day Trade eliminated in 14th place.
Day Trade wrapped so wisely on Miramar in the previous game, and it's as if they've forgotten how to rotate coming into game number 2. That's a little unlucky. Some decisions made there that they will have to go over. Of course, since we're going back and forth between the maps, they have a solid hour, maybe an hour and a half, to reconsider their next upcoming Erangel rotations, because those ones clearly didn't work out for them.
Navi actually left that hillside back onto these dips that are similar to the Badlands west of school, which we haven't been in a while. Now Genji also pushing in, but 4 a.m. are getting a bit close. Pio's arriving back. They're going to be slotting themselves in on this edge, and this is a good position to defend from, but it is on the edge. They're likely going to have to leave at some point.
It's weird when you look at it, but it's the closest towards the center position from where you can still bring your vehicle. Everything now is hillside, it's open, and they want to keep those cars for as long as they can, because do we shift north, do we shift into shooting range, you can't just run down that hill. You got to full speed send it. So right now, Genji staking to the edge is a very, very wise idea.
Yeah, they don't want to be caught in a similar situation that Day Trade did, so they're just playing super safe. They're going to wait to see where Phase 4 gets activated, and that's going to be more of a committed approach at that point. But right now, Pio was watching the backfill, but it's actually a push up the hill on the east side from Danawa. That was the initial point of contact. Foxy readjusting and still aware that 4 a.m. could also pounce off of that initial Danawa engagement.
And that's the issue for Genji now. Are they aware that it's 2 full teams? I mean, Salute is still sat in the Crossroads compound further north, kind of playing the big brother protector in all of this, the UAV role effectively. Disallowing for Pio, like all these shots coming through. It is Soul to find the knock, but it was actually Salute that spotted him first. 2 first shots connected from him. Great peek from far away.
Man. Genji, their spread, it looked good, but you gotta win the fights. You gotta hit those shots, and you also gotta just make sure you don't get snuck up upon. They're arriving back to pick everyone up, ready for Phase 4, but ultimately this is just to get out of dodge because they are in a very, very hairy situation. Pio is savable, and it looks like Genji are actually trying to send it into the Korean brothers.
Okay, they're just saying, you know what? You took out one of ours, but we'll just full speed send it straight into you. They know that Salute is a solo player down below. Pio saw the shots coming through. They're calling the bluff. They're seeing the split. They want this combo for themselves. Vehicle over the top of the head from one, but Salute does fall. So nice call on the bluff on that one, reading the split as effectively as they did.
And the northeast hard shift made that send even more valuable because everyone else is going to have to try and get into that west Severity field. And it's going to be Sonics with good positioning. Na'Vi on the move. STK, at least in the 1-1 split, could try and catch some heads here, some scalps, and Twisted Mind sending it into Luminosity. Kickstart is knocked and finished very, very early on once again.
What a tough shift for so many teams opting to play the hillsides. For the ones that didn't have their vehicles around, it's taken them much, much longer to get down here. For once, so it got here early. As you can see, Twisted Minds pulling up, finding Kickstart early. Huge for them to make landfall in and around the shooting range area.
It's a big open field. Ascender trying to take it, but everyone else is probably just going to be fighting over shooting range. There was a few small little pockets of cover you can take. 17 seem to be eyeing up this ridge on the east side, on the east wall, and 4 a.m. Summer tumbling into position with this shack. It's in the zone, and it has high ground. So this actually could be a good position to play from, but it all depends on where Danawa want to continue to respond. There is Loki there just above them with the potential to grief that spot.
It's going to be dangerous if they don't catch him. In the meantime, 17 splitting out as best as they can, where Sushu and Xiaopei is currently sad. We know that to be like the nade spam grave, essentially. People that sit there tend to lose their entire teams in those positions, so I love the fact that 17 aren't fully committing to the same spot, but spreading out because they know the threat of nades is real when you sat down there.
Ghibli, Tianba, last 2 teams try and get into this zone. 4 a.m. somehow spotting Loki in the grass. That's the kill for them, and that's another member of Danawa taken out. So the last 2 members of that team, Onyx and Soul, I believe, are going to have to try and center up and stay alive, but Ghibli, eyes on this shack, eyes on Alo. Grenades coming in that direction. This should be it. It's cooked just a bit too long, and the fire is not spreading into Alo's feet.
Surprised that he cooked it at all, considering they already had Molly there.
Yeah.
Even if he ran out, they could just shoot him, but okay. They tried, didn't work. Now, Onyx, first one to fall, as the downfall of Danawa continues. Brexco trying to help out a little bit, but I think even with that, not a whole lot Soul could do to try and recover.
And now Tiamba eyes onto 4AM. They want that high ground, and they know that 4AM are at least a little wounded. But they're going to be sending it on to Summer, who is alone in this shack. He's able to get the first knock and defend his position. And the rest of the team firing on all cylinders from the high ground on the west. Shots coming in, Longster down very, very low. A good grenade as well.
Nice lob on over as 4AM trying to push further forward. There's only a knock still on Summer. Could potentially get all four back up. 7-7 now. Solo player left here trying to keep the dreams and hopes of Tiamba here in game number 1 of Miramar alive.
A couple of flashes as well as even more frag grenades coming on in, and they're going to take that ground and they're going to try and push back in. They know it's only one. They're just going to go for a double peek and play for the trade, but the trade is not even needed. 5 kills for 4AM, and they can get the revive onto Summer, not losing a single soul.
And huge for Xiaolu that he comes in here fragging in game number 2. Circle has swung north, so even though they win the position, 4AM will have to move again. But again, Xiaolu hasn't played this tournament at all yet, so for him to come onto the server, get a couple of kills in there early on, get a good feel of it. We know how dangerous he is. We'll see if he tends to perform here as well.
Look at this spot by Ascent. It's a split. 2 in the center, 2 in hard cover on the soft edge that is uncontested. Just give that covering fire. Everyone else is going to have to just go through the meat grinder that is the shooting range lines.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy at all for all these teams currently sat far south. STK has Penta sat close towards the hillside, but no one else is really there so far. Sonics has trapped hard north. Again, Sonics has been quiet pretty much this entire match. 0 kills so far, but keeping all 4 up. Good position to approach the circle from, and now up close here is Twisted Minds sneaking their way up towards Cerberus.
3 pitted below Cerberus, but 2 in a vehicle. Could be playing this as a bit of a bait, of a distraction. The vehicle comes sending by, and the rest of Twisted Minds are there to pounce. And 4AM also in their own vehicles. So the last one remaining of Danawa. They should know where he is, but he's going to continue to play this as a solo. But back on this side, Cerberus know that Twisted Minds are here. The grenades are coming out.
First one connects perfectly onto Perfectix. Batul is now trying to send one in return, but so much damage coming through from them first, taking them down in seconds. Lou does find one in return, but the damage has already been done to him as up close, sprinting forward, doesn't connect onto Spiral the second time around, but just like that, solo player left alive, Na'Vi flexing out, Luminosity wanting to do the same thing, and Ghibli looking down south, up from the north side compound as well.
Smoke's coming out for Spyro to get the revive out of Tulin, but Lou and Perfectix, they're just playing for information at this point. The revives are unlikely to come out. More frag grenades coming in. Spyro has to pull away, run into the smoke, and get his own heal on. But Tulin has been confirmed in 4AM now, so we can actually pass Danawa on to 17, but Shao DD with a grenade. And the hole with Shao Bei. They are not going down in this pit just yet.
Maybe that's the kryptonite from this position. You die by nades, but if you just spam enough out, you might actually get to survive as well. And just like that, Cerberus falls too as the battle in the open fields continues. Na'Vi flexing out, trying to take control, regardless of having lost one early and Alia now being down 2.
Now 4AM are also eliminated on the east side, which means that Soul, as a solo player from Danawa, can continue to try and snake some final points out. Alia has been knocked. Example with the revive under the cover of smoke, but that is a cover of smoke. So if anyone just wants to fire a whole magazine in or even drop a grenade, and I think Ghibli have eyes on that, they could get the confirm there. And not to mention Spyro also solo Twisted Minds out in the blue.
Yeah, they took out Alo, which has allowed for Ghibli to push further down towards this southern side. Let's see, new circle pups. How brutal are you going to be? Because anything north of the road here is open. Shifts down towards the south. Luminosity still going to be in the shooting range area.
Luminosity 17 looking pretty good in this, and Na'Vi, if they're able to hold the line against Ghibli, could also be a strong position here, but that's so many strong teams in one limited piece of territory.
Sure, this ain't gonna be easy to make your way in from here, or into here from anywhere really. Nate's lopped on forward. Would be a bit short, I'd imagine. Actually, no, as a matter of fact, right on the money. Example falls. Should be an easy rest, though, depending on whether or not Ghibli opts to aggress off of it.
Mel holding the line, gets a little bit of damage out, but the follow-up grenades force Na'Vi to get the revive indoors, and that means that Ghibli could try and retake that space. There is still Penta, the last member of STK, to try and maybe backstab and steal a kill or two, but Ghibli need to get on the move. Sonics now with the high ground as well on the north side, just trying to start to get involved.
See now, smoke's deployed. They want to suppress them as best as they can and wrap on forward. They know they have to do so before Luminosity peaks, before anyone takes the hillside. They're out in the open, but they have to continue pushing forward. Now they've gone for it. Now they have to commit to it.
Smoke's coming out. Baguman is still on the push, and here comes the buggy. Holding heaven. charging forward on a chariot, but he's also going to go down. Na'Vi, Meld has been dropped. Alia very, very low. Example holding point while those heals happen, and Spyro is still out in the blue, and it's going to be Sonics as well to third party this push.
I love the idea of this play from Ghibli, but the timing was awful. They came in essentially one after one after one, allowing for Na'Vi to pick them up one after another. Now Luminosity out on the side finds one. Melman example finding the last from Ghibli as well as they fall in line.
Alia unable to get revived. Couple little tags there. That's going to be the bleed out for the final kill going towards Ghibli. Example, as you say, the sole survivor of Na'Vi. Luminosity making sure that no one got out of that one in a particularly healthy position. Why Flu DD himself is holding off 17's push. Because they know that that's a big threat of 17 trying to take a better holdable, defensible position here in the actual shooting range territory, the borders itself.
Yep, Flu DD on one side, Woo DD over on the other. We'll see which DD comes out victorious. Is playing a solo flank right now against the entirety of 17 Gaming. Not exactly the easiest position to be in, but he has utility. You can see here Rello trying to peek over his shoulder as well. If they push, even if they come running this way, maybe for Rello could be a good thing to just bait some attention, say, oh, come this way, we're all in the compound, and then for Flood, could peek out and get 1 or 2.
Problem for Luminosity is that they're trying to hold a couple of different points, and it's necessary. They don't want to get backfilled on either the east or the west.
Exactly.
So it's going to have to be a big distraction by Rello if they want Flood to have a good chance of really striking in a hard way.
Also, not wanting to do a whole lot before they see the next circle pop. Do not commit to a fight until you absolutely know that you have to make a play. Don't adjust to things. They ain't happened yet. Let's see, where does this next one take us?
Sonics have a small little rock to play with, and their ridge has just been... it's gotten smaller and smaller by the zone, and it seems to be, I think, fully eliminated. There's also barely a wall in play for the shooting range itself. It's really just Killia Kai, who's, I don't even think is in a shack, just proning out in the open.
He's got a ridge line on him.
He's got a car. I guess that's something, right? But yeah, there's nothing to play for in this final, not final, phase 7. There's still another whole phase to go, but there's really nothing here for cover.
I mean, this shot right here of the observer feed, you can see it. I mean, you say Killia Kai just as a car. Believe me, half these teams would love to just have a car to hide behind because there really ain't anything. A couple of trees for you guys to fight around. Everything else is fighting in the open. I would be surprised if not all the... Like, there's only going to be one team alive on the southern side of this circle by the end of this shift, despite there being 5 right now.
Unsure if Example would know about Spyro. Example is just peeking in towards Sonics because he's got to leave this shelter entrance soon, and Spyro is there to pick up that kill.
Killia Kai should still be outside nade range in the meantime now. Yep, Spyro peeks on over, finds Example. Easy peasy, more placement points to be confirmed if he can make his way further forward. Now Snaker swings out, finds one on Sonics as they have to make their way further forward as well.
Man, I wonder how many smokes they have. We see 2 on one of those members of the Sonics, so they're going to have to use a lot of them to try and get into the zone. But even then, can they even play on? Like, I don't know. I think it's just going to be everyone running out in the open, and then the small little smidgen of shooting range in play for Luminosity and 17.
If Sonics and Genji ends up, if Ascendant and Genji ends up fighting here, Sonics has to make the grab on east. If the fight battles on the south, they have to make the play on south. And now you can see they're still not fully committed to any decisions just yet as knocks come through on both sides.
Killia Kai down. Another kill for 17, 6 already in the pocket for them. And they look like they have grenades at the ready for Luminosity. Flood with a counter frag out. They should know his position. Sneakers has approached as well to stay pitted. They're just waiting for the first knock. Rello's going to be feeding all the information.
Yep. In the meantime, Chris finds the double. We know him to be the M249 player. Finds the double, gets the flushes onto Sonic's players as well, and they're in trouble trying to make their way off the hill. And now in the meantime, over towards the other NA team, trying to fend off against the entirety of 17.
Ascendant get eliminated. We're looking at the top 4 right now, but it's looking like it's going to be only a matter of time before we see 3 because Luminosity and 17, they just have blood in their eyes. 17 now out of frag grenades, only throwing flashes. Rello forced to rush forward because of the smoke, and then Logos with the angle can't quite get the knock. Suju was able to get the first, but then Xiaobei swinging over the top side. Only one member of Luminosity remaining.
And all of the commotion happening here, 17 is forced to go for the res. Genji in the meantime wrapping up towards the hillside as they hear Sonics leave. This could be Genji setting themselves up for a very good win here. Now you see the push came through from Sonics. They have to wrap that down. Nice plays coming through from Genji.
They're setting themselves in position to punish the rotation and then punish the survivors. 17 come out on top here, still 3 alive. but Gen G are rushing forward. They want to take out H-Win, the last member of the Sonics, and he is bleeding out. He is burning. DG98 does get caught in the cross of the road. And 17 Gaming, they only have a small level of this wall to work with, but it is a piece of cover. That's why Gen G are just trying to throw everyone to pit below it.
This is the polar opposite of the Miramar win we saw from Gen G just before. We might be looking at a grand finals back-to-back to kick things off if they can come up victorious here. Gen G took it into their own hands to split out, to flex out behind. Unluckily for DG98, the battle kind of ended just a second and a half before he would have wanted it to between the teams inside the compound. And now Taman, Foxy, solo players left here trying to fend off against 17, but 17 will have to leave the barricades.
Oh, good shots. Forces Little Ghost back. But Foxy can't not die, and off of that damage, Taman's gonna strike, but the timing doesn't work out. He's gonna get the kill, and he gets a second. The follow-up now, it's a 2 versus 1. Gen G might just go for the back-to-back.
Pushing forward, no vest to work with whatsoever, no utility, down slow HP, taken out instantly. Foxy, he knows exactly where he has him. Does Xiaobei go for the rest now, knowing that Foxy has to make a run?
Foxy's closer toward the center. He could hold on to that, but he does not want the res to happen, as you say. Frag grenade at the ready. This one could be the game-winning throw, but I don't think it's far enough.
It bounces in the air, down to 60 HP as he has to make the play on forward. 1v1. There's no way you're allowed to go for this res, Foxy. No way.
Xiaobei is expecting the peak, and Foxy's going to be sticking the res.
The smokes are fading. Smoke is gone, but he has enough of a ridge line to sit behind. 1 up, 2 up. Now they're hearing the footsteps. Here comes the flashes on forward. Xiaobei's holding the cross, trying to sit and wait for it. They're crawling for info, but to get hit by it, not gonna happen. Gen G back-to-back to kick off the grand finals.
They look terrible in groups, but something changed in them in losers, and now they win 2 games in a row. Where has this Gen G been this entire time? You know what? Ignore that question. It doesn't matter because they're here now.
Absolutely phenomenal performance from them. Ever since they come up on the ridgeline, they make the full speed sent down to salute, recognizing the split from Danaba, wrapping around the north side, claiming the win for themselves. What a way to start off the grand finals for Gen G.
Oh, man, form is one thing, experience is another, and Gen G show us just how important that can be. Let's go to a break as we set up for game number 3.
The G's may be face-to-face, but the W's are back-to-back as Gen G puts 2 chicken dinners in the hopper to start off the grand final. And not only do they get the wins, they're earning those wins. They were hard-fought from start to finish.
Yeah, and Pew died early, right? This is fantastic. And honestly, I gotta say, that double sprayed on from Taman, double headshots. Oh my God, that's literally what won them the game. Fantastic played by him. And they're able to close that one out. And back-to-back here, it's honestly a little bit of a surprise after what we saw in the group stage, but here, and of course, going in from the losers bracket, they've been stepping it up.
They're one of those teams. They remind me of like that sort of Na'Vi vibe. But when they start strong, they get strong. Because that fight, that hubris was the definition of that. The aggressiveness with which they push, the res inside of the pit to get 2 back up in that final play. Like Gen G really did play like they don't care. They just know they're better, and they are acting that way, and it's nice to see.
And also Sonic sent 2 players to the Send Shack that then opened up the push from Gen G. Questionable sent, by the way. I was kind of hoping to see Sonics hold on to that northwestern side, that ridge for a long time. There are 4 guys strong. They could have pushed into the the fence kind of later if they wanted to, but yeah, it got shut down early, and then they were down to just 2 players.
And it was frustrating because I watched them. They played Sep Triangle for a while because they wanted to get back on the ridge. They held off Ridge Compound, then they worked Ridge that entire time, and then made that push. I think maybe they thought they might get into a third party. They kind of saw that battle going on with Luminosity and 17 and wanted to take over the spot. That said, 17 came out on the win for that battle, and that LG's Luminosity, or sorry, yeah, 17 Luminosity battle was also one of those game changers because it opened up the door for everybody to kind of come in, open that space up, and everyone was limping after that fight.
Yeah, and they were like, they're throwing all the utility at them. They're kind of trying to get the opening, and once all the utility was thrown, everyone waited because everyone was blind, and then 17 got a really good opening on it, of course, here. Twisted Minds and Spyrex managed to get some points out of that one, too. They got a good amount of kills. And this one, this send here, I was like, wow, what are they trying to accomplish here? Obviously, they wanted to get back. There wasn't even a shack, it was the car that was burning, and that opened up everything for Gen G. And of course, 17 Gaming, I was impressed with their push. They managed to take down Luminosity quite well, and Xiaowu, of course, opening that up. But then Gen G sent it over, and Taemin with that double headshot knock here from this angle here. Perfect timing from him.
You know, I honestly don't know if they knew Ascend was there in the first place. You saw them trying to pivot and drive away.
Maybe not.
Tire got shot out, and that's the end of that one. But here is the play by Taemin. My goodness. And then they get this res. You saw Foxy come over. He gets up DG98. They put out that flash. And once the flash is out, it's just an easy stand-up and double spray for them to take home that winner's dinner. Let's check it out. This is the team stats. Foxy, 4 kills and almost 600 damage. But Taemin with 700. Who's your man of the match here?
I gotta say that double knock from Taemin there. It's very likely gonna go to Foxy though. But it's the double knock from Taemin with the M4 there. That's an insane spray down. Yeah. Especially in the longer range. The PO though, if you have PO on your fantasy team, and he's been out for both of the wins here, that's gonna be rough. But of course, happy for Gen G. There's a lot of Korean fans out there that's gonna be cheering them on at the moment.
All right, your man of the match is Taemin. That extra knockout and the damage got him the man of the match, and I think deservedly so. When we watched that replay, the first burn down, it was close range. It was sure, okay, he saw it first, but the fact that he just let off the gas for a quarter of a second, transferred that spray, and got that knock, opened the door for Gen G. Because 17 looked like they had a really good position. The circle was sort of working for them.
Oh, yeah.
That without that knock, I think it's a different story about how the end game.
And also, Gen G, they're out in the opening, right? Yeah. They had nothing to kind of, the timing that they had to push, and Taemin being there on that anchor, it was just perfect. 19 total points here for Gen G, on top of the 14 that they just had in the game one there. That's fantastic. But 17 on 15, and a lot of teams here in double digits too, Sonics and Twisted Minds.
Actually, Twisted Minds getting 8 kills, definitely noteworthy. They got 4, but they put a good amount of points on the board. And then all the way over to 4 a.m., Cerberus, Tiamba, teams that sort of got pushed out positionally, were able to salvage those points, and that's what you want to see. This is a long 18-game series. Get those 5 points whenever you can. Here we are on the overall leaderboard right now. Gen G is at 33 already, which is absolutely wild. Not what I expected when I showed up here today in the first 2 games. But it's only 2 games out of 18.
Yeah, it's a scary team to have snowball effect though, right? And if PO haven't really gotten started as we have seen him do so far in the losers bracket too. So if they continue doing this, the rest of the 3-man roster, and PO also gets started, that's gonna be scary stuff for the rest of the lobby. That's not a team you want to let everything run away with, of course. Still, this is the team that also got second last in the group stage, right, Tuffy? So yeah, them being able to turn it around, having a fantastic losers bracket, and then coming into this here, that's a moral boost for them for sure.
On the other side of the coin, I think some teams that we are seeing maybe not have the start they wanted to, Donawa in particular, they've taken some good fights. Luminosity is not working right now. I think that we have a short break. Hopefully those teams can sort of get together with their coaches. I think they're in the rooms right now talking to them. So we'll give them just a few minutes, and then when we come back, it'll be time for game number 3 of the finals.
Now we can be in the game to play Pubg ourselves.
我们设计了我们脑海中一直想要很炫酷的皮肤。
兄弟们，现在登录游戏就能看到我们精心设计的皮肤了。
If I encountered a player wearing Arskins in the game, I would feel like proud to see that.
PUBG e스포츠가 오랫동안 고민해왔던 지점 중에 하나가 팀들에게 실질적인 혜택과 더불어서 동반 성장하는 모델을 만들고자 하는 것이었습니다. 그러한 맥락에서 글로벌 파트너 팀 프로젝트를 시작하게 되었습니다. 그 시작으로 GPT 스킨을 제작을 하게 되었습니다. 이번 스킨은 팀에서 원화를 직접 제작을 해주셨는데요. 그 퀄리티가 정말 예상보다 훨씬 좋아서 깜짝 놀랐습니다. 팬분들께도 응원하는 팀에서 직접 제작을 해주셨기 때문에 더욱더 의미가 클 것이라 생각이 되는데요. 자신이 응원하는 팀에 대해서 오랫동안 응원해온 보람이 있구나 느끼실 수 있는 계기가 될 수 있을 것 같습니다.
I have imagined what it would feel like to have skins representing our team. It would be like we are actually in the battlegrounds ourselves in the game. Now we can be in the game to play PUBG ourselves.
We designed the skins in the way we've always imagined, wanted, and thought that would be cool. I hope our fans really love the skins. I think they look really cool, so I think the fans will enjoy them as well.
Well, the big challenge is to create something that represents the brand and it has to look cool so the fan has a desire for it. So you need to find the right elements and colors with meaning.
I'm thrilled that GPT skins will help our fans be united with our team. It's always exciting because you only create these things in the digital world, and it's a great joy to see our fans who will win in our skin.
希望这些皮肤能代表我们17战队，并向大家展示我们战队的文化和精神含义，这样才能确保皮肤能够被广大玩家喜爱和接受。
对我来说挺激动的，能在 PUBG 里看到代表我们17战队的皮肤视频，这个过程让我想要拿出更好、更有说服力的表现，来更好的在电竞领域定位我自己和队伍。
就对于选手来说，在游戏里就拥有自己的那种专属道具啊，或者皮肤，就是非常有意义的一件事。然后希望以后这种合作也能够越来越多吧。
I believe there will be more opportunities communicating with our fans, expanding the global partner team program.
안녕하세요. 저는 PCC 캐릭터 팀의 이준호입니다. 캐릭터가 입는 의상, 총기, 그리고 탈 것들을 제작하고 있습니다. 팀별로 그런 색깔이나 특성이 있는 디자인이라고 생각했고 일반 옷으로 생각해도 굉장히 멋스러운 디자인이라고 생각했습니다. 팬들이 보았을 때 가장 중요하다고 생각되는 부분들 그런 부분에 중점을 둬 작업을 했고요. 팬분들이나 이제 유저분들이 보았을 때 우리 팀의 이 유니폼을 입고 실제로 경기를 할 수 있겠구나 하면서 약간 그런 것들에 대한 만족을 위해서 생각을 하면서 작업을 했습니다.
And I want to thank every fan for your support. It means a lot for us.
I cannot imagine the world without fans.
期待一下我们这款皮肤吧。
所以说，你们的支持对于我们非常重要，也希望大家多多支持17战队，谢谢大家。
Xavier's position in particular is really tricky for Ghibli.
Oh! Vegas once again landing a sick headshot! How is he getting away with this?
2 more bullets in this AWM. Can Vegas make anything else happen? Yes, he can!
Stop! Please!
Unbelievable!
Vegas!
They desperately need the points. They're set in 15th. There's Guman with the first. Instantly, the flush to follow. As now Sin tries to find another, but Guman again finds the third as well!
It's on now. It's on this maneuver for these teams to go out with a bang and not go out with the whip or the sense coming on in. Oldless with the grenade at the ready. It looks good!
Oldless takes down 2 of New Happy!
For Akkad, still at her, holding the line, gets another. All of a sudden, this push for third party, or excuse me, for Third Eye, looked good, and now it doesn't.
But they're losing players themselves. It's not going to be a free grab. It's not going to be an easy continuation of this game despite being a center spot. And it looks like Sun Sister also want to take part in this. Petrichor Road actually backed away. They realized that, oh, I say that, it's actually going to be Third Eye eliminated. Oldless swinging around the corner.
I mean, like you said, FaZe needs points, and now they're walking right to the guns of Genji. Taemin is making them pay, getting 3 headshots with the SLR.
And we are back here in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia for PGS1. 2 games in, and it's 2 games for Genji. Paper Thin and Cammy D coming at you. And I'm not going to lie, I'm feeling pretty good, Cammy. I'm having a good time back there.
Yeah, who would have seen this coming? Who could have seen this coming? Like, literally, in no stretch of the imagination, just looking at Genji's form coming in. Yeah, PWS, yeah, sure, fine. But then, like, in group stage and then losers. Okay. There were underdogs that were looking good that I thought might have been big threats. Genji was not necessarily the top of that list.
Yep. No, it was sloppy. I mean, I called them out. What they were doing in some of those earlier stages of the event were not good. It was frankly just baffling at times. Here, this is a completely different team. It looks like they're starting to figure out some of their teamwork, some of their communication, and it is certainly not Pio and friends, because that time it was the friends who were getting the job done there, DG, Foxy, and Taemin.
What I think is important, though, is that they're allowing Pio to be that far like roaming player to get a lot of information, to try and find some crossfires, but that he is not their win condition. Because yes, that might have been the case in 2019, but it was very hard to replicate that after 2019 for like global domination there. So instead, it's Pio getting information, and it's Taemin as like the central core player of this team who's really getting it done once Pio is able to find those openings.
Yeah, I mean, that second knock he had onto 17 Gaming was absolutely filthy with the M4. So this is, this is Genji at their best. These are players who have gotten it done on the biggest stages before, most of them. Foxy excluded in that list, but Taemin, DG, Pio are absolute monsters. If you've been watching for any period of time, they have been phenomenal. But guys, we are ready for game number 3 on the day. It is Miramar once again here at PGS1. Let's fire it up. Let's get over to the Dusty Dunes.
And I want to see.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
And I want to say that it's going to be another not slow early game, but a pretty inactive early game. But because there were no hot drops, but we saw what happened in round number 1. Sure, that was a northern circle with a southern plane path to perhaps lead into that. But then when you just look at Erangel as well, I think these teams, because this is the grand finals, they're willing to fight in the early game if it's if it's a good fight and if it's for something important.
Certainly, yeah, I think you're spot on. From what I've seen, it's been when fights are taken, they're pretty necessary or important for the most part, or they're accidental, which is part of the game of PUBG. Sometimes you just have to play, I don't know, off on the toes of your feet, so to speak.
Plane path pretty far west once again, similar to the Erangel one that we had just seen. I don't think it's really going to make anyone's drop bad. There's a little bit of stuff happening around Cruz de Valle, so those parachutes going to have to be in the air quite a bit. I think like Ghibli and Cerberus are the 2 big ones for that. Perhaps Luminosity, there I think they should be okay.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious about this, Cammy. I see Cerberus out, but it has to be some kind of different type of drop potentially. It looks like it's going to be more that western water treatment area. I've seen them occasionally in that vicinity when the plane path isn't favorable.
Yeah, I mean, Ghibli are on an alt drop spot. Cerberus, Luminosity both seem to be going to alt drop spots, and Day Trader are dropping where they usually drop. So yeah, it's just the 3. Everyone else is pretty standard. And so far on the map, I don't see any fighting over vehicles. So I think everyone's going to get to their destination A-okay.
Yeah, I think the only area that might have any potential early scuffles is like the Na'Vi Howl, but even then, I think that's very unlikely. Well, Circle is going to go that way, though. Yeah. So now, now I think it's even less likely. Since they're both dead center, you don't want to get involved in some of those early scrapes.
Perhaps, but that also means that, say, if Na'Vi or Howl, one of the 2, get a knock on the opposite end, there's big chance that they could really force that into a full fight because it would be for a central position.
Yeah, or they have like similar ideas about which compound's best in the circle early game.
Yeah, and arriving at the same time. Just unfortunate timing would lead into something. But no, it looks like so far Howl and Na'Vi, they're not going for an early fight. But again, like eyes on Howl here in this first phase because they're essentially looting up the center of this zone with good ridges, good high ground around them. So it really is going to be on them unless, well, I was about to say unless we see a hard shift that removes that position from play, but remember, this is PGS hard shift, so that is likely to happen.
We're changing it to PGHS.
Yes.
The PUBG Global hard shifts.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah. All right, Cerberus, of course, as we mentioned, has a slightly different drop location than normal. LG is already kind of taking their space as much as they can up on the north by La Cobreria, and then they have a long rotation, but you know, again, the cool part is, I think, for LG is most likely they should have pretty good access to the northeastern part of the circle.
Yes.
Not a lot of teams up there due to the plane path, those kind of things.
Yeah, I loop in all the way on the northeast side through El Azahar and such. So it depends on how early they can get there, because at this point, they drop out of the plane last. They still have to rotate to get to their spot. Teams that dropped out first, even Ghibli, if they want to do a wide rotation on the eastern highway, could get up to there first. So they're still going to need to approach it quite tentatively.
Yeah, no, exactly. You know, those roads are very popular with good reason around the outer edges of Miramar.
Yeah.
They make for powerful transitions. Mime and Shrimzy are going to be saying hi to Vegas potentially here. Vegas with an AK, though. And the real question is how aware of Vegas's position is Sonics? Here comes the rest of SDK. They're going to reinforce this. I think Sonics should just get out of Dodge.
They really should. I was worried because it looked like another possible Vegas isolation, which seems to be a really bad habit of this team. But timing of the rest of SDK grouping on up, and the rest of Sonics still a bit far south. Sonics realize this is not a fight that they really feel comfortable taking, not worthwhile in the first phase, so they're going to concede that. At the very least, it does force SDK to group up into one singular position, and it looked at the start that they were trying to favor a split, so that, you know, spoiled that plan. But they could still readjust back to it now that Sonics have left the area.
No, the Sonics, yeah, really making the right move. The only thing I'm concerned about now for the Sonics, looking at the map, is that when H-Win is way out there compared to the rest, and there's like Tiamba players in between them. So if he avoids that, I think Sonics should be A-okay. You know, of course, this particular first circle has La Bendita written all over it for various reasons, and Howl is fanning around the outside of it.
There is that H-Win rotation, but it looks like the terrain isn't really going to give Tiamba much of a line of sight onto this. The H-Win is skewing a bit forward to the right. Longsker might have an angle, but I think the timing is going to favor the Sonics player, and so I don't know if he knows just how close to death he might have gotten, but the Sonics shouldn't have to be worrying too much now. Should be able to group up despite not having their first spot available. There's a lot of easy open areas on that east side that they can go into, but now Na'Vi wrapping around La Bendita, find two little separate angles onto that.
Yeah, so Na'Vi trying to see if they can control the north edge of La Bendita with this 2-2 split as best as they can. And maybe they can work that magic around the crater edge. Seen many teams, many times do it. Let's listen to Uba from Na'Vi, in fact, and see what he has to say.
Because we're like winning, so we don't have like much problems. Everyone is like happy and like keep working on our goal to win the tournament. I think if we play our game, we will have like really high chances of winning the whole event.
They always say play our game, which usually is kind of, I feel, a lame answer, but for Na'Vi's case, it makes perfect sense because it's the same thing we saw at BGC. They were winning every single phase that they were in. They've been really strong here despite having some regional struggles, it seemed. And so, yeah, for them, seriously, just keep doing what's been working out. There have been zero holes or really any sort of exploitable flaws in them so far.
Certainly, yeah, they've been, you know, just as expected so far this tournament in terms of their success and their firepower and all those things. And yeah, I mean, it's a team that, you know, we were all talking before this that, like, if they catch fire early, then all of a sudden, that's a really, really scary team to win this event, like, right off the rip. So it's been a somewhat slow start. I wouldn't say super slow, but right in the middle. Let's take a replay here from the previous match. Oh, this was nuts.
Yeah, this was when Twisted Minds just deleted Howl from the map. First strike with the shots, second with the grenades. This was the exact grenade magnet that Toby was warning us about with that Howl position.
Yeah, that one right by that shack is really tough. Those dips up there on that hillside.
Yeah.
You see it so many times. The nades just love to be funneled in there. Twisted Minds, so far, I don't want to call it a slow start, but in 13th points. That's fine. I mean, that's fine.
Everyone has a slow start if you're not Genji.
Right.
Because just look at the leaderboard on the left side, right? Genji in first place with 33 points, second place is 18, and then it's a slow drop off from there. There's no real gap after that point, but just first to second, that's a big gap. It's only 2 games. Things are very, very likely to change. But that means that it's really hard to judge the rest of the lobby on how, you know, fast or slow they're being.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. And I think the only team that you could call having a slow start is Howl right here with 0 points across 2 games. That's got to change pretty soon.
Yeah. Yeah. And hey, they're in a great position to make that change now with a nice little 2-1-1 spread just to the south of La Bendita. No real risk of getting isolated push right now just because it is the center and they were here first and other teams coming inside. You don't really want to send it because you know that Howell are likely going to be one of those spots. There's good covering fire from those angles. It'd just be a really big gamble even if you knew one of those like Ruin or the Mad were alone.
Absolutely. It's going to be Third Eye with a 3-1 split. Oldless going to be on the Church of Los outside of Chumacera up there, just watching the rotations, but there is still a Send sitting behind them. Luminosity now, like we were talking about, had some space here on the eastern edge, but Cerberus cut just a little bit ahead of them. Kickstar trying to make a pay. Spray doesn't find much.
No, but it still is going to push Cerberus away. Tycon now looping back up. They might be trying to post up and actually holding Luminosity out. We still have a minute and a half for phase 2. So, but this is just all about posturing and really having those positions for the lines of rotation wherever the next zone might go.
Yeah, precisely. It's really important, especially on Miramar, to control those pathing routes.
Yeah.
So crucial. You can see that there is some distance separating Twisted Minds and Donawa here, more towards the center of the circle, just to the southwest of the La Bendita crater. You can see Los Leones in the distance, and both teams just, you know, scouting and those kind of things. The SKS, they're not Soul's preferred god, so he would probably be looking to upgrade at some point, continuing with this very mild affair between LG and Cerberus.
This is really risky. Luminosity have spread on out to try and find different angles of crossfire, but Rello is still playing point in that front position, and if he gets knocked, very difficult to get revived because of Cerberus' own angles. Duckmai was in a strong position to try and do just that, but I think shots from Na'Vi pulled them away, while Batulin Twisted Minds, of course he's on a high ground position, gets the first kill of the round onto DG98. So Gen G, it's not going to be impossible for them to get 3 in a row, but now down to 3 themselves. More difficult.
It's just a day that ends in Y with Batulins getting kills from up on top of these mountains. Just every time. The guy's just a mastermind at doing that. The best in the business when it comes to controlling those power grid San Martin mountains.
Yeah. I mean, his region is very familiar with it. I think sometimes the global teams need to remember. But yep, what did I say? What did I say? Hardship. Hardship towards the east. This is good for Luminosity and even Sonics and teams around the east side like Giamba and Ghibli, but everyone else driving through those La Bendita fields, it's going to be another harsh rotation because this isn't even one that you can particularly wrap to.
Exactly. This is a tough one for most teams. There might be some space on the north by the junkyard, but everything else is...
But how do you get there?
Yeah, well, that's good. Yeah, exactly. It's going to take a while is the real answer there. Howell, though, of course, probably pretty disappointed with this circle. Na'Vi rotating ahead of them. You can see a lot of teams in parallel rotations because of this hard shift. And because there's so many fields in this circle, there's going to be a lot of scrambling for position.
Yeah, it's not just parallel rotations. This parallel rotation is going to push them through teams that are already in the fields, and attempted sends towards Impala, which is on the far east side. 17 Xiaobei is getting crashed by Danawa. They might actually want to commit to it now. Salute trying to go for the drive-by, almost takes Xiaobei out, but Xiaobei survives with 14.
Yeah, just barely not able to get Xiaobei. You can see the rest of 17 driving at a compound not too far away. The real question here for Danawa is, can they get rid of Xiaobei and they keep Salute alive? No, here come the reinforcements. Suju and Chao Didi. Soul trying to do something about it, but Soul there lost his balance for a second, and Onyx going to be good for one. Xiaobei with the sawed-off gets Loki, and now it is one up here for Danawa. Just an Onyx, and he goes down. 17 Gaming come in and wipe out Danawa.
You can't really blame them too much. They had a lot of hard choices in front of them, but Danawa, yes, they do go out first. Third Eye, we're looking at the engagements, wondering if they wanted to third-party it, but instead, once it was so over and 17 really weren't that wounded, they just decided to take a more immediate path in, but now they're running into Ascend, who have been coming in low and slow as they usually do here on the south side. Old Bliss, Richie B, a little out in the open here. Mika might have the angle.
Kilyakai as well, bearing down on top of Adam. Adam out in the open there with a little bit of cover from that tree. Kilyakai going to hold tight, of course, with that Mark 12 in your prone. Very easy to make that gun connect shots quickly. And you can see Third Eye is just trying to rotate in towards Adam. Kilyakai now with open fire, finds a great timing. That's one knock.
Yeah, a bit of damage onto that next Third Eye player as well, waiting for the rest of them Ascent to strike and day trade. Also in a bit of an engagement. This is dead center of the zone. This is where Cerberus and Luminosity were sort of posted up against each other in phase number 1. Sonics also getting involved with the angles that they have towards the north. Tickleton just waiting to deal more damage towards Norins and company.
Yeah, Sonic's here in control of a large compound right now. This is a tough one with even a 4-man. to really lock down. So if they can, though, a very powerful compound to work in and out of. So see if they can get it done. Tiggleton going to find a little bit of damage into Nerns as he tries to get back behind the safety of that Bronco. And seems like for now he's okay.
Sonics, that compound, yes, easy to crash. They're protected by teams like Cerberus on the north. And so I think them dealing damage to Day Trade is sort of I scratch your back, you scratch mine. We're just going to stay alive together here, because if Cerberus get removed from that position, then yeah, their compound is a bit more vulnerable. 17 rotating on the southwest. Got the revives pulling away. Just finding a little bit of space to try and hold on to on the edge of La Bendita, but it's the edge of phase number 2. They're likely, probably, most assuredly getting ready to continue to rotate, as Third Eye are also having to wrap out in the blue because of that pressure from Ascent. It's actually not a hard shift. It's a central position, but that just makes Sonic's compound that much more valuable.
Well, this gets weird, because the next circle has to remove as much land ratio terrain as it can, and the mountain by the Sonics is, I think, land ratioed, if I remember right.
I think it is.
I think it could get weird here, as now Third Eye sitting underneath Ascend. Twisted Minds coming in towards Howl. Ruin trying to back up Schofield, takes a headshot. Twisted Minds trying to breach through the defenses of Howl here. Ruin just scrambling to get upstairs, it looks like. Spyro with a great shot, going for another, gets some damage, doesn't get the re-knock.
Playing on the outside, but it's really good damage coming in from Howl. Lou was trying to break it onto the indoors and was able to make it work. And Na'Vi also have an angle onto this, so no one's really coming out of this one alive. We see another fight down in the pit as well. Ascent and Third Eye still can't get away from each other.
Yeah, Perfectix and Spyro still alive for Twisted Minds, but Howl here up on the high ground in the second story, and that is going to be Third Eye taken down by Ascend. Back over to this fight. Howl with Apocalypse on the cross here. He can kind of keep Twisted Minds pinned on this first floor as best as he can, and that could potentially give Howl a really good setup for the situation.
I mean, both teams ended up in this position because of that lane ratio under the Sonics compound means that this is likely to be in the center of the next circle. But the fact that they're fighting each other means that no one's really going to be able to hold that well, and it's all just like Na'Vi just third-partying that position. Grenade coming out, Apocalypse is going to go down. He was prone, but still not enough.
Yeah, that's huge for Twisted Minds, for Perfectix. That's a free point as well. There's nothing Howl can do about that from the windows up in the top of this house. Ruin there with all that smoke in the way, can't see any of the Twisted Minds players. Spyro here catches him right in the back. It's a backstab onto Ruin, and he is down. And now it is just Schofield trying to do something to recover. It looked like such a good fight for Howl, but now he's the only one alive.
Dropping a smoke, he has the sawed-off for a push up to the high ground. And it is still only 2 members of Twisted Minds here, which means that unlikely to get pushed. They might just stay here as very, very unhappy neighbors, but Shrimzy with another knock on to Perfectix. Spyro going for the revive, and Schofield recognizes this.
Schofield has an opportunity, but only 2 shotgun bullets left, and Spyro's just faster. Expecting the push, probably heard the footsteps, and is going to take Schofield down. So Twisted Minds, what looked like a dire, dicey fight, turns out in their favor.
And even though that compound is likely to remain really strong in this circle, Na'Vi and Sonics aren't pushing it because they know that it's going to be torn apart by each other with the cross over the open field. But Gen G, they don't have the same worries. They're coming in from an angle that they know is relatively free, so they're going to be crashing onto this. The revive is going to be coming through, but Perfectix, no time to go for the med kit just yet.
Spyro going to throw a grenade at the feet of Pio, and it catches him going up the stairs. Perfectly placed, might have even bounced up the stairs a bit. Pio still taking damage. Now another knock at Shao-Di onto Taemin. Just Foxy alive for Gen G. They tried to time this crash, but they were a bit too late before Twisted Minds was able to recover and get utility back in hand. And there's nowhere Foxy can go right now. Everybody is watching these houses.
I don't really blame Gen G, because where else can they play on that north side? But they do get punished by all the other more healthy teams at range, but that hard shift to the northwest, Gen G might have wished they stayed up in that air direction, because look at Cerberus's immediate spread. Duckmai is actually taking that compound, but Na'Vi focus on this building. They're trying to follow up onto Twisted Minds into Gen G.
There we go, Perfectix with the Saiga, gets Example down. Example trying to scramble to safety. Should have that door covered, he's got another. Mel is down as well. Now Na'Vi trying to be opportunistic, maybe paying the price. Taemin still alive there for Gen G. They do lose Pio in the process. Spyro now trying to come through the door. Opens the door, but Ali is ready with a pump of his own. This time around, it's not going so great. Perfectix is storming the barricades, and he's going to be shot down. There's going to be Uba alive. Here comes Foxy trying to finish the job. He can't do it. The drop
drop shot, but fortunately Taming is there. Oh boy, Uba almost pulling a rabbit out of the hat.
Oh, still did a lot of damage, but no one else is going to be crashing that compound just yet. And here's going to be a fight of people trying to exit Impala. It's two teams, and Ascend might be trying to gatekeep.
Ghibli under pressure from a couple different angles. Ascend and Tianba stuck in between them. It's Chris who's going to flank out now as the circle did drift. Hard shifted up to the northwest. You expected it was going to go one way or another. This is the most popular compound in the circle by far. SDK, it's their turn to try to crack it. So far, it's been changing hands. Now Gen G's Foxy up top gets, it's Taman actually who gets that first knock. They're going to immediately rush downstairs, trying to see if they can catch SDK off guard. They're going to get one. It's only Foxy alive. Vegas trying to outdo him, cannot. It's actually Tiggleton who gets involved, but it's going to be just barely SDK winning.
SDK survive. I don't know how many of those revives are going to be able to get because of the Sonic's angles that just dealt so much damage to them. But here, Tianba versus Ghibli, forcing themselves in. Glaz is down. Heaven taken very, very low. Almost dropped 77, but it's going to be Chris again. Ascend just vulturing around this spot for the kills.
Love the way Ascend is playing this. This is so smart right now. Yeah. Knowing that they have the better position on the edge of the circle. Yumin here for Ghibli. As good as Heaven was at salvaging points for Ghibli in game number one, Yumin can't really find any safety and gets taken down by Brexco.
But now Tianba knows is the last, at least one member of Ascent remaining, but they're just going to get in their vehicles and send it on in. The two members of Ascent who are already at that rock face, not in a position to really contend that, and that's okay. I think they just want to go for a little bit of safety now as we have 25 seconds left, but can these last two members of Ascend make their way through? Brex not even stopping for the final teammate because it is that dangerous, that much fire from Luminosity on the north.
And at least the backside of this hill is still in, and if you can keep Tianba away from this, force them into the Sonics potentially, but I don't know if Tianba can even make that rotation, if they could change directions like that.
I don't know if they'd want to, because if they try and push the Sonics, again, that's the high north side teams of Cerberus and Luminosity with potential angles. Here, they're at least able to try and find some isolated angles. Longskirt just trying to go for a grenade, but Mika, Brexco, it's Chris, ready for it. Flashes come out.
Yeah, there was a good knock there from Longskirt, but he's already pretty beat up. 55 health left on the backside. 7-7, I believe, might be in the blue. Indeed, he is. And Pow Pow trying to see what he can do to break the lines here. It is going to be Kilyukai taken down by Longskirt. Still, though, Ascend has a favorable position. They are in a firefight, though, with Luminosity way out on the other side of this.
Luminosity can't stay here for long. That shift was a medium hard shift towards the north. Luminosity are going to have to contend against Cerberus at some point, but right now they can just try and pick up damage and pick up kills. They have no points on this round, well, outside of the one placement from being at least 7th place. Longskirt 77 actually pulling away from that angle because of that covering fire, and instead might just have to look at the Sonics compound, which is still in play, but maybe they can catch H-Twins building off guard to get an initial position inside.
And now Longskirt doesn't feel like he has any other choice than to try to get to the Sonics, and they're having none of it. Win, gonna be good for that quick one. And Longskirt just out in the open. Tianba there just left Pow Pow to die, sending 7-7 out to try and rotate through the fields, but I don't know where he's going to find much success in this.
Well, Brex going the opposite angle, actually going to try and swoop on in front of the Sonics. Not taking the compound, just trying to go for center, but same question, where is there to play? There's that one little shack if Brex can get there. 77 trying to race, but a tire pops, forces a spin out. That's going to be the final kill for STK. Tianba are out, 6 teams remaining.
17 has a firing line on the western edge, and they are punishing any team that tries to go into those fields, and rightly so. It's everybody on the edges right now since this is a field dead center. Rex is going to go down to Xiaobei. It's Chris and Mika trying to see what they can do to lock down this rock up on the northeastern edge, but right behind them is Luminosity Gaming. This is going to be really, really tough for Ascend.
Yeah, Ascend just didn't want to go for that shack, or, I mean, it was only Brex and got taken out. And now they don't even have that other higher ground shack. It's just going to make that run up there while Luminosity are getting their vehicles because the blue is closing in. They lost their window opportunity here on the high ground, and they, instead of crashing Cerberus, might just be trying to crash onto where Ascend are. This is a nice dip, but they want to stay here.
Yeah, this is interesting. High Saki and Cerberus still have a bit of overview on this position because of that high ground. Mika as well getting involved with that SKS. Emas trying to do what he can to put some more damage down through the smokes, and everybody is shooting into LG right now. Mime gets another knock.
Why is Mime out there? I'm really playing like BO right now. I mean, it's a good angle, it's a good opportunity. Can't blame Luminosity for trying to take this spot, but they're just getting peppered by so many different angles. It was really their only safe play, but even then, it's just falling apart.
Imas just fishing, seeing if anything will reveal itself through that smoke. But so far, Luminosity able to somewhat stabilize. Love the play here from Mime. Absolutely love this. Yeah. Now Sonics can lock this down with fewer players. They can afford to go out for these points.
Yeah, and now with this circle shift, hard shift towards the east, Mime needs to play his life. Cannot go down because he's going to be the anchor that the rest of Sonics going to be playing around. Cerberus, SDK 17, they're now going to have to leave their positions and make their way through the field. Grenade not going to make its way towards Luminosity, and Mime back into the vehicle to push just a little bit forward, again, to just solidify that swing position. But no, he's actually going to group back up with the team. In fact, you know what? This compound's still in play. No need to give it up. Let's let everyone else fight it out first.
Yeah, it's really good measured play here from the Sonics. Go for the points if they're there. Okay, they don't present themselves. Get back in and let's play as a team here. As there are some knocks onto SDK, they're going to have to make a move, and 17 is being patient and trying to harass the exits of SDK. SDK opting to go for the earlier sort of land grab, whereas 17 is going to just try to work this edge for as long as they can.
Vegas now going to be following on up. No time to revive Penta. Now Cerberus pushing on in. It's Chris at the ready, potentially with an angle to sort of follow up the Sonics damage. It is kickstart with the first knock, so that just shows that Cerberus are now, they had the strong position. Now they are ducklings in this field.
Oh, it's Chris, just got a big double. And now Cerberus with Hisaki so beaten up on that field, can't really help out. It is just on the boys at the bottom, and they're done. They are in a lot of trouble right now as Cerberus just has Hisaki left. Tycon is basically dead to rights. What a hold there. It's Chris, completely unnoted in that shack by Cerberus, it feels like.
And it was just a dry run to get up there, if you remember. In fact, it's even Mika on the opposite shack, on the opposite angle. So Ascent just still playing this aggressive as if they were a full four-man squad. They're not giving up any room, any space to the stronger teams in terms of manpower.
And this is huge for Luminosity because now there's a little bit of extra space for them. They don't have to worry about Cerberus kind of jockeying for these positions. It is going to be Xiaobei going down here as 17 eventually just opted to try to play edge, play for kills, and see what they could get out of that.
And look at SCK. They've actually been able to stabilize as well with the revives. They lose Penta, but with all the high ground being eliminated, not so much covering fire over them. Same thing with Luminosity, but it is Sonics in the compound. They haven't had to do a lot of work, but they have 6 kills. And they have 4 members up. So with the podium in front of us, they are the team to throw this away. And again, it's Mime expanding out first.
Here we go. Mime going to make his way over to the back of the tractor. Alo just peeking in that direction, just seeing if there's any movement. You know, this is good awareness here from SDK that that's a weaker angle because they can see the other side so well. Mime is actually going to grab that Groza too, and that gun has been so good for so many players, of course, throughout the entirety of PUBG.
And that's great for his position as well, trying to entry against SDK, but this circle shift is not. It's another pretty hard shift towards the north. That's good for Mika and good for Chris, though. Chris is going to have to leave that high ground at some point, but hopefully he can do a little bit of damage onto those last teams beforehand. And woo, Chris just barely inside the circle as it is.
Yeah, just enough room to squeeze on in there. And Chris, you know, obviously, I think LG knows he's in there. And they are going to be waiting with open arms for when he comes out, most likely. SDK going to try to wrap to the north, going to try to take one of these few pieces of real estate that's left in there, but it's going to get some help from the Sonics. H-Win just takes Mika out.
Yeah, Mika wanted to deal some damage to SDK trying to defend that position, which would have been the right play, but unfortunately revealing himself with only 2 up, Ascend needed to perhaps try and unfortunately played a bit more conservative, which sucks though because it means that they were likely to get surrounded anyway, but as it stands, it's only Chris up to try and salvage 1 or 2 points while Luminosity, Sonics, and SDK are going to be fighting each other for the win.
Well, Chris was able to get out of the shack, so step 1 complete. Now he's got to get into the circle somehow. The Sonics trying to move. It's Chris. Takes a ton of damage when he tries to peek up over that rock. Sonic's going to fan out towards that hillside. H-Win on the backside going to be watching from the anchor position just to make sure it's as safe as they can. And now the Sonics want to wipe LG out. Tons of damage to Relo. Flood so low. Diggleton finds the spray, gets the knock. Relo literally at about 1 HP here. Those grenades very likely to finish the job. They got the heal up. They're still good enough. Nice throws.
The double up is what did it. And now the 3 teams remaining. Sonics taking that position now. H-Win now following up with the vehicle. He was playing on the long Overwatch spot, but it is no longer necessary because they have a wide hillside to fan out across. And with Chris eliminated 4 versus 3, STK have been trying to fan out themselves, but the Sonics are just faster and they have better terrain to play with.
And better weaponry, better armor right now. But Vegas finds the opener onto H-Win. You still have that level 3 gear, 2 pieces of it for the Sonics to play here. Shrimzy with that Mark 14. Trying to see if he can get any damage done to the Sonics. But now it's going to be another Groza, so we've got 2 Grozas floating around between these 2 teams. This should be potentially a banger finish.
It should, but they're not really going to get close to each other without taking a lot of damage. Just look how open that center is. So at the moment, the DMRs are still going to be reigning across this zone. Phase 8's going to favor STK. So they're down a man, but they're up in positioning.
Yeah, so now you've got some interesting choices to make here as Sonics. You have that rock up on the northern side. You try to flank around, use those trees and those, whatever they are, those weird looking, I call them pimento trees, but I don't think that's what they actually are.
You're asking the wrong guy.
Somebody told me once and now I can't remember. As the Sonics still have some vehicles to work with as well, so SDK trying to play defense. Tickleton taking a little bit of damage. Gonna have to rethink this. Let's see what they want to do. Yeah, it looks like Mime's gonna go for the rock. And he gets there.
Oh! Just barely misses it, stalls a bit short, takes a lot of damage, and he's going to have to prone behind a vehicle. That's a potential knock for STK, but Shrimzy onto Vegas. That's the opener that Sonics needs.
That's huge now. The Sonics, it's only a 2v4 at this point. H-Win gonna lead the charge, taking some damage. Purdy Curdy trying to do what he can to keep the Sonics at bay, but this gives him the opportunity to get to the hillside, to get within grenade range. But Kurt is really, really good at grenades himself, but he's been knocked to just Alo left here. He's still got a Groza, still dangerous in his hands. Alo just gonna be watching up and over. The Sonics trying to wrap around, trying to close in.
Groza sings, but it's a 1 versus 4. He's going to go for some big knocks here. Still can't quite find the first as Shrimzy tries to entry.
Alo just prones down, but the utility is too much for Alo to bear, and it is going to be the Sonics taking game number 3 with a 13-kill chicken dinner.
They got some good shifts in their favor in that compound. That is not, you cannot lie about that, but they made it work. 13 kills, they won the game that they were supposed to win. So a really good response to Genji's back-to-backs.
It's probably one of the most effective holds of that compound I've ever seen. Usually teams crash it, but we are going to crash into some highlights and then we'll go back to the desk. So stay tuned, everybody. Game 4 coming up soon.
It's a Sonic boom as the Sonics use guile and positioning to take home a chicken dinner in game number 3. And they did it with a ton of kills. You know, honestly, they got a compound. The circles definitely made life a little easier for a while. But then they got tested in those late phases.
I gotta say, the fun thing is that they tried to pull up the compound that Vegas had in the very beginning. That shoot to kill kind of played out for. So because it wasn't free and shoot to kill kind of reinforced that position, they ended up being in this one, right? And it's obviously a strong compound, as Paper pointed out as well. It's often a compound that gets crashed because it's very crashable. You have all these walls. It's pretty easy to get into a position where you can actually run on it, but they managed to defend it. Yeah. They did it with 4 guys live all the way through then, and that ended up being a huge kill game for them.
Absolutely, it really was. So Sonics got pushed off that compound. STK, though, held the compound. They got out. Sonics maybe paid them back a little bit by covering Ascend or taking Ascend out as STK survived, but They got to that final two. It was a very interesting sort of face-off at the end.
Yeah.
And it really, for me, it was, you saw STK hunkered behind a shack, trying to figure out how to use cover, and the Sonics were just driving in circles, almost like circling up the wagons, getting ready to make their move, and boy, did they do it.
The amount of confidence you have when you have a Groza and an MK14 team, it is disgusting. So yeah, and 3 gear to Budaville as well, of course. But well played. Unfortunately, for Luminosity, they were in a rougher spot. They got into a situation where they had Cerberus still putting in so much damage into their cars, into the smokes, and they got multiple knocks. If there were 3-4 guys alive from that position, they could have been different, but yeah, they got pulled up on, and yeah, Mime did some work on them too.
I will give a shout out to somebody who is my personal man of the match, though I know he's not going to win man of the match. It's Chris in that one. Not only did he cheekily hide from the blue in the most delightful way, but he was just raining death and destruction down on every team that tried to find a position in this untenable circle. So a big honorable mention, I guess, shout out to It's Chris as they end up with 3rd place, and a lot of that damage is going to go to him.
Yeah, and the kills too. I think he ended on 5 or 6 kills for It's Chris, so that was well played by him. He managed to sneak out a few nades there too. Good amount of utility. 28 smokes on shoot to kill. Yeah, that is crazy. 1,300 damage only, but well played here by Sonics. 13 kills. It's 23 points in total from this game alone here, Topic. That's pretty impressive.
When that circle, when I think it was phase 2 popped, I look at Toby in the green when I said this is an NA circle, and it really ended up that way, but that's because all those teams dropped sort of in that area, know how to play that area very well, and as you see the overhead here, it came down to that in the final 4. Let's see them line up for that last fight. You see LG and a Center on there, but they're not really in the mix. They both feel like they were just surviving.
Yeah, exactly, especially here, like, even when the circle went north, Sonics can just move into such a strong position on this southern ridge here and just take them out completely here. Flood obviously not able to do too much here from this situation, and yeah, just gotta run away, but the points still went Sonic's way, and they're able to take down the Luminosity game completely from that angle there. They did really well, I gotta say. When you get into top 4 and get some points that way, then it's pretty easy. But yeah, shoot to kill, taken down 2, and 23 points for Sonics.
Shrimsy gets 4.
Oh my god, almost 2 guys in 1,000 too.
I know, it's insane, and a lot of that too came off the back of that last push. When they squared off 4v4, Shrimsy had the MK14. He held off a really good angle on the right side of that shack, and that opening knock let the rest of his team sort of surge forward and run over STK. But that is awesome. I love seeing those numbers spread out across the entire team. Everybody was active. Everybody was doing work. When Mime found himself isolated, Win rotated to support him. When he needed to come back, they did it together. It was very clean. But the man of the match goes to Shrimsy. 4 kills, 3 knockouts, and a whopping 871 damage.
I'll have to see my boy Shrimsy up here. Because, like, when there's a situation where he's like, all right, I'm going to put in some damage, and with an MK14, that man is unstoppable. Also, you're happy. Your fantasy team is reaping the rewards of this Sonics win here.
I also love Shrimsy because if you meet him in person, he's a nice, wonderful guy, but he's often, I think, when you talk about big hitters in North America, in the shadow of Tiggleton on that team. It doesn't get as much flowers as he deserves. So seeing him get that man of the match, seeing him play so well at this event has been great. Total kills, 22 to the Sonics. Total damage and the highest average survival time. The story up till now is Gen G, but Sonic seems to be trying to change that narrative.
Almost 4 minutes, or 3.5 minutes, more than 3.5 minutes more average survival time. Of course, it's only 3 games.
3 games.
Man, see the ball here. A lot of teams, of course, reaping up in the top. We have 3 teams on 8 points. Cerberus, 17, and Twisted Minds. A lot of the names are going again here. Twisted Minds, 17 is done pretty well so far too. They've been able to get some, and now for this one, Gen G only 2. They're able to slow down a little bit. Halfway through the day though, Toughies.
Yeah, halfway through the day. I like to see Twisted Minds has been, we haven't talked about them a lot because they're not in the top 4 as much, but they have been putting up some decent, consistent numbers. Let's look at the overall leaderboard and see exactly where everyone stands. Sonics takes over the lead off the back of that win with 40 total points. Gen G does slide to 2nd, but it's not as far ahead as it used to be. 17 in Tiamba at 25 and 23, and as Cameron said before the last game, after that it gets awfully close because it's only 3, but we are playing 18. For those of you at home, we've added a full day of games to the grand final, so a good day 1 is nice, but it's not the stamp of approval that it was for the earlier stages.
No, especially when you have these 3 days here. Like, you need to have 2 good days to be able to stick into the top 4 here, and your 3rd day has to be above mediocre to win the whole thing. And it's looking pretty rough for some of these teams, obviously, for a rough start. But again, you can have a few bad games and you'll be fine.
And you know, it goes back and forth. You saw Luminosity, they had a tough start to the day. They've been kind of grinding back up. Day Trade had a wonderful start to the day and a bit of a slide off in the last. So it really goes back and forth. You got to stay on top of it, and it becomes a grind, an endurance challenge for some of these teams when we're doing 6 a day.
Another team does have a rough start. Navi, they had an insane winners bracket, but now 13 points after 3 games. That's a low average even for them.
Absolutely. Another team that's struggling right now, Howl, I don't know what happens. Maybe their stealth generators ran out of gas, but they're not getting points. The rotations haven't worked. They worked well in groups.
Right.
They're not really working here. Twisted Minds, we saw Batulin at the start of the day today, asked if he was excited, if he's looking forward to it. He said, I'm going to wreck them all.
Yeah, and honestly, that's the spirit I want from him. He's going to go up in the high grounds and he's going to wreak havoc.
Absolutely. Well, it's time for everyone to get up into the high ground, see if they can get the win. We're heading to the lush lands of Erangel next with the beautiful voices of the Cammy D and Paper Thin.
Thank you very much from the Argonauts of Analysis over there, Toffee and Avenger. And as we go into Erangel, it's going to be interesting to see how this starts to shape out. I mean, Gen G with 2 wins, you think coming into match 4 they should be in the lead, but no. The Sonics have just been overall the more consistent team today.
Yeah, I mean, guys, if you remember, even Gen G had one of their wins with only 4 kills.
Right.
So definitely not the strongest points grab there, even though obviously put themselves in still a good spot, not to take away from them, but that is just such a good match in terms of points for Sonics, as well as performance. But like, as far as we're concerned, the points to put themselves in first place.
Absolutely. An exciting
look
battle.
At that dab. Look at DG98.
Ooh, I like
boy.
it. Oh,
he dabbing on the competition.
That's right. He should be. I mean, they've had a hell of a day so far. As Gen G is going to be going to the southern part of the military base. Plane is, of course, just straight, almost straight down the middle. Pretty close with a little bit of a lean to it, but
yeah.
Ascend going to be heading over in the Novo direction. Sonics, of course, going to be going to the ferry pier for the foreseeable future.
Yeah, no one should be going to alt drops. This is not like the best playing path for everyone, but it's pretty close. I suppose Chiamba might be the only team that goes somewhere else, but they seem to be going towards South Georgia as well. So yeah, everything is gravy.
Yeah, should be a relatively stable part of the early game here. We'll see though, you never know. Sometimes teams run into each other and do weird stuff. It's like every time I say that, then something crazy happens.
Yeah,
I'm like, yeah, this looks fine.
Yeah, I have my eyes focused so much on where these parachutes are dropping, waiting for a vehicle kill. 17 aren't spreading out to ruins to steal a vehicle from Twisted Minds, but what a phase 1. It was a normal plane path, normal drop locations. Of course the circle has to throw its chaos into the mix.
Yeah, well, I guess it wouldn't be a PGS circle without the potential of getting one of those insane 50-50s across the channel.
Yeah.
That sits between Sosnovka Island and the mainland of Erangel. LG is going to be drifting in the direction of Milta Power and should be okay to get there. As far as I can see, there should be no problems, assuming they don't goof up with this US.
Yeah, I mean, it is
cut it short.
It is 4 deep, but they're good. No one's in front of them.
Okay, they're just going to the road.
Yeah, the only risk was like tumbling down that hill, but they made it to the road, so it should be good for them. Third Eye as well, going to Lipovka. Yeah, no issues at all. No one's going to get caught out in rotation. I think, though, with the circle like this, people are going to be trying to find opportunities to do just that. And actually, this is an early bridge camp. This isn't even the East Bridge, which is the most likely bridge to stay in a Phase 2 50-50. It's the West Bridge, waiting for Sonics, waiting for Day Trade.
This is really interesting from Gen G. Think about the scoreboard right now. Think about the teams that are there, the positions. Gen G wants to reclaim the first place position, so they're going to bridge camp this early in the event. This certainly may catch the Sonics off guard. I don't think you'd expect Gen G to do this. They're not a team that they pull these moves out every once in a while where they do these kind of things, but it's often at an unexpected moment.
Yeah, and unless you're prepared for it, unless you know that they've done it in the past, Gen G as a team who try and avoid early combat, you wouldn't expect it at all. In fact, Sonics are just sending it across. I'm sure they're looking for the potential, but it's not going to be with the same level of scrutiny.
Here we go. Foxy with the pre-grenade, the spray on the Shrimsy, that's 1. Can he get the follow-up? The grenade doesn't hit the car with 2. And now the crossfire comes down. Tamin's got 2 more. Mime here, trying to do what he can. He has to get out of Dodge. There is no hope for him except to escape at this point. Trying to get back to his teammates. Trying to see what he can do. Shrimsy. There's going to be Tiggleton now. He was picked up, and let's see if they can do anything about this. Foxy putting some shots in, but this is pretty much mission accomplished here for Gen G.
Frag grenade out the ready, just to try and catch Heyman off guard, but H-Win should be communicating. Okay, he's actually just flushing his own teammate, I think. I don't know if there was a communication there or not, but there was a potential window for the revive.
I think that was just a bit of a mistake in terms of just the distance. Like,
yeah.
But at that point, like, Tickleton has to win this fight with Gen G before he can finish off H-Win. And maybe it was like an expected attempt at a flush from Gen G as well. Like, you might be able to catch them coming around the,
Yeah, I assume
angles.
that's what the attempt was. Heyman was in the vehicle, but then you turned around, backed away. I thought maybe there was an opening there. Gen G did the damage, but they didn't want to ruin the rest of their game. In fact, Foxy is already on the move, grouping up with DG98, who's already holding center of the zone. So yeah, this isn't even a full commit onto the bridge camp. They dealt the damage, then they're leaving.
Yeah, think about the message that sends.
Yes.
To Sonics and to the rest of the lobby. This is big Gen G energy, for sure.
And now 17 are coming to the exact same bridge where Sonics are still trying to stabilize here. So for the team that has just been waiting to take a fight with the Sonics, this might be the opportunity to finish them off for at least this round.
Let's see if they can do that. Howell, this is the eastern bridge. The western bridge, I can see 17 potentially thinking about crossing. The other thing this does is it forces the Sonics into a really uncomfortable spot where now they have to maybe fight other teams that come across the bridge. And sure, they might be able to get points out of it, but with only 2 players and kind of scrambling to figure themselves out, this could be tricky. But it looks like they're just going to hide. They're not going to try to involve themselves in any engagements.
It depends on if 17 try and go to the hilltop that Tickleton is holding on to. And look like they're going in a similar direction. Tickleton backing away, and 17 are not pushing it. Shouty D with a little bit of a little trip on the rock, but stumbles, but is still able to drive on through. And 17 making their way past. I'm sure that they were looking for a lone Sonics player, but they're not going to go sending out the full search party.
Yeah, you can't right just now.
Yeah.
Kilikai, this is a San Nu, again, went towards the Nova direction, so, I mean, there's a crate way out in the water, Kilikai. You want to go for it? It's approximately 600 meters out there, so yeah, you know, good luck with that. If you want to go, I'm just... That's why that's the only thing I can, like, think of, like, what he's... I mean, obviously he's looting, but...
Yeah.
I thought, well, maybe he's thinking about it. If there's a boat, you know.
There's a boat.
You know, it just takes a couple minutes to get out there and back.
Yeah. What's the rest of the game? You got a Groza.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, yeah, if you get a Groza on Mark 14, it's so worth.
Yeah.
Botation?
Imagine if Tommy guns were still in crates.
Oh, God.
That was the worst. That really was the worst. Like, you wouldn't even know if you weren't even guaranteed anything good from a crate if you tried to send towards it.
I mean, at least now, like, most of the guns in the crates are pretty decent.
Yeah, they're all good. I'm trying to imagine one that's not. I can't think of one.
Sometimes players don't like the AUG. I assume this is the ferry. Yeah, okay.
I assume it's, yeah, okay. Here we are. I was
just needed to, you know, warp into
Chris Angel
into this version of reality. The mind freak.
Mind freak. Your mind got freak.
It works so well because they're twisted minds.
Yeah, see, exactly.
Dude. Oh, I love
Your mind
that.
gets twisted.
It's so good. All right. +5 Cami D points today.
Oh, thank you. Did I get a gold star yet?
Well, you're close.
Okay.
You're doing pretty good. You had the flu DD earlier.
All right.
And now
I want to give credit where it's due. That was a Toby invention in the green room.
Ah, okay. Then Toby gets half a
We'll
gold
split.
star.
I'll split it with him.
All right. Tiamba is going to be the latest, one of the latest rotating teams. SDK is still chilling north of Yaz, but typical of South George teams that they take their time.
And Severny teams, the further north you are, it's not even, I mean, again, we talk about this all the time, but the further away you are, that almost exponentially increases the amount of time that you spend looting until you come into the zone, because you're going to be late. Might as well have with as much gear as possible.
Mel is going to see this boat, and he's going to see cars and players going for those tires. It's tricky. That boat chugs. That ferry cruises.
Yeah. Very fast, unable to find even, I'm sure he landed 1 or 2 shots, but wasn't able to pop a tire just yet. So Twisted Mind still able to use vehicles once they get on inside. Daytrade as well, also arriving on the south end, and Sonics are here. At least what remains of the Sonics, but they're on 2 separate positions. I don't think they'd be really looking for a fight at the moment.
No, I would assume that the Sonics are now just going to hide at the edge of the map and wait this out as long as they can. More teams are going to start seeing Twisted Minds. Now, these shots, I'm not sure if they're close enough for LG, who is waiting in Novo currently, to hear that there's something going on. Now, even if they could, you have to assume it's people trying to cross the bridge, not at the ferry. So I'm going to be really curious to see what happens in Novo.
They should know that the ferry is arriving and always aware of the potential of someone crossing through. Like SDK use the ferry all the time in the North American region, so definitely should be on the back of their mind. Cerberus now crossing on through, Tiamba rotating inside. They are coming in through Quarry, and there is still Danawa on the north side of that west bridge, so there might be a fight there. And oh, Tiggleton, no, Tiggleton wants to get some points, finds an opportunistic drop, and with the frag grenade should be a kill confirmed. What does Daytrade do to respond?
Yeah, Belmoth there, just able to scooch far enough away from that frag. Tiggleton out in the open, does finally connect, gets the flush, but he's going to pay the price. It's going to be Nerns and Poochills combining to get the knock and the finish. And I even see a VSS floating out there for Flash. I don't know what's going on. Daytrade's loot just not ideal for sure. Probably opted to rotate early. Danawa is pulling away from this Tiamba fight you talked about a second ago.
Pushing on in, don't want, or they actually just could be getting in front of the bridge to commit to this fight. Linshu's gonna stop a little bit short, get eyes on that rotation. Soul is already on the bridge itself, but this might just be a double down onto the camp. It all depends on where the next circle is, because we have 10 seconds for phase number 2.
VSS. That is a combo for sure for Flash. Maybe he can find an upgrade. Tycon watching the bridge here. Loki on the motorcycle. Not the easiest of targets necessarily. Loki might have just gotten away, but the problem for Danawa is Inonix, Tripped, and Vel.
And it's not a hard shift, but it is a bridge circle. So it's still a pretty rough shift on phase number 2 here. Cerberus likely going to be backing away from this one. Danawa just going to slide on through. Chiamba could stay on the north side and try and go to the east bridge, but that's already contested with the 3 teams who have yet to cross. Howl now trying to find a central position on this hillside, leaving the bridge. They don't want to get caught up in all of that, because this is likely to remain on Military Island, but going a bit too far could be getting into trouble with Ghibli there.
I feel like I need to come up with like a new type of syndrome for these for the way these circles have been going. Like now I'm just like used to these like really bad shifts, so I'm just like, oh yeah, that's just what circles do, right? Like I think I'm gonna call it PGS syndrome.
Yeah.
It's just like this is how circles operate. It's just hard shifts everywhere.
PUBG Global Syndrome. It's PGS, it's already, we love the acronyms here.
That's right.
We'll double down on it, we'll confuse you by you not knowing which one we're talking about.
It's literally like we're in the military or something. It's just acronyms everywhere. All right, Mime is going to be flirting with Ghibli, but seems like he is not interested to commit just yet. Oh, what a shot from Glaz! Oh! Right as that vehicle is trying to stabilize, Glaz with the Car 98 finds the head of Mime. You love to see that.
Can't even get mad, Mime. There was all chat, you just type again NS.
Nice
Sonics,
shot.
I mean, they were just going to try and salvage whatever they could. Togosen got 1 point, but that bridge camp was too hot to handle. Ascend and Twisted Minds here, they've been sort of toying around with each other, as we've seen. Luminosity not far from this as well, but it really just depends. The way that everyone's prone down, I imagine both teams know that they're amongst each other.
Batulins can get up and go grab a cup of coffee while he waits in that little cove that he's found for himself. Only Batulins. Ooh, the knock from Brex, though. He found the shot onto Perfectix from up on top. The rest of Ascend coming in now. Perfectix in trouble. The rest of Twisted Mind springs to life. Batulins gets the kill on Namika. Kilyakai down as well. So Perfectix knock was just a bait. It was all a ruse. And Twisted Minds is going to find a couple points.
Lou backing away, going to be smoking off because, oh man, what? Spyro actually knocks his own teammate. That's going to give Brex an opportunity with the kill, or at least the knock onto Lou. That means Twisted Minds only has 1 up.
Oh, this looked so good momentarily for Twisted Minds. This fight seesaws back and forth. Brex takes a bunch of damage, trying to lob a grenade in. If it's on point, it's really good for Brex. Bounces off the car and back into Twisted Minds.
They lost a few members, but Ascend hold on to this high ground. Luminosity has been third-partying this. Ghibli also, I think, looking at the angles with the few small tight angles that they have, and then Daytrade rotating in from the south side. I don't know if Daytrade will have been reading that kill feed, knowing exactly what was happening at that position, but if they continue to push forward, they could steal Ascend's spot from them.
I like that. I really would like to see Daytrade start trying to contest the top of that mountain like you're talking about. Would love to see it. Danawa finds the C block. They were able to recover. Anonix did not lose Loki, so far flirting with a little bit of disaster was Danawa, but they are able to duck underneath. Now SDK banned out by LG. Third Eye chilling on the bridge, assuming that this is going to go that way. I mean, if it's PGS, right? It should go north, right? Right?
Boo, boring.
Yeah,
boo. Hey, this is good for Ascend. They're able to stabilize despite only having 2. They still have a good high ground for information, unless, of course, they get pushed by Day Trade. But Ghibli with the crossroads, really strong position. 4 AM, strong position. Luminosity versus STK, that's going to be a fight that could contend for another strong spot here. But everyone else on the west side, it's quite populated. So no real attempts at control or very reasonable there. But Danawa sending in to Cerberus. Logos on the backside.
This is dangerous. Donovan out, going to just cut to the right, trying to avoid Cerberus, and they have done so. But it could be out of one bad situation and into another. They have the hillside, yes, but Howell has control over the compound, and they may have to just settle for underneath to take a moment to heal. Soul was one shot away from being knocked, and the rest of Donovan now going to circle the wagons and see if they can figure something out.
Glaz, I think, is just missing an angle there. Can't quite tag Loki. Seeing if he can't send one just through that window. But yeah, they're waiting and ready to pounce on Danawa if they continue to push forward. Danawa right now, they might just be sitting here in this low ground, because if they push up in either direction, they're going to Cerberus, Howell, or Ghibli.
I'd be actually super curious if Glaz could maybe arc a bullet to take a tire out. I'm not exactly sure. But it would be kind of curious, because at the end of the Car 98's range, it does start to drop pretty quick. So I don't know, but it's just something that kind of just came across my PUBG science brain. I was thinking Tiamba has tons of space. Again, they've been eating blue for some time, but that's, I see every South Georgia team play military circles like this. Well, not every, but most.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a strong position, and free if you get there, if you drop on the spot. Tiamba finally into the zone from the blue. They've had to play so slow because they were coming in last. But Third Eye, they're the team that still needs to cross over. I don't know if they were hoping for a shift to the north, or they weren't playing for it, but they're certainly hoping for it. But now they're going to have to go through 4 AM, who know that they're Soul driving out in the open, trying to make a break from that low ground weak position, but instead just going to give their life up. It's going to be Mel with the steal.
He gave his car back, though.
Yeah, hey.
Salutes like trying to run to it. That's kind of dangerous with Glaz with that bolt. And Oldlist now with 4 AM might be having a scrape over this bridge.
See, if Third Eye can read this properly, they can just go on foot, and 4 AM won't have the prior information of the sound cues to run out on the bridge to just like kneecap them. And they could just clear those catwalks for free, perhaps try and find an early knock and kill onto 4 AM, but we'll see what happens there. They're not going to push the matter just yet because we still have phase 4. Third Eye are in on that bridge. Everyone is just staying put for now.
Trying to use Oldlist to get information for Third Eye. Of course, it's phase 4, so it has to remove as much water as possible.
Yep.
And it will head down towards the south. Centered right on top of Howell and Donawa there. So Donawa's in a tricky spot because a lot of teams are going to be contesting this territory sooner rather than later.
4 AM are waiting for Third Eye. They know that they're there. They haven't heard the vehicles. They got to be crossing somehow. But 17, west side, a nice little fan out. They got the breakthrough Cerberus, who have been all collecting into a singular point. And then, of course, there's Gen G still fanning out on the south side. Hey, 4 AM, Third Eye, they finally spot each other.
Yeah, you can see trying to shoot through the grates. Shaolu able to find a little bit, but Oldest, as they did WM, looking for the timing. Can't quite get it, and Shaolu is going to back him off, at least for now. 4 AM now trying to find some more angles over towards Navi and Ghibli.
Navi pushing in, finding some good cover, backfilling Ghibli, giving up space, and condensing their own control of the northeast side now. It's Chris with still just shooting from the high ground, drop salute. The revive, I'm sure, is there for Danawa, but again, it just shows how vulnerable of a position the Korean team is in.
Yeah, it's an extremely difficult position to play for Donawa. The grenade is close to Shanghai. Takes 42 damage, able to back off enough. The grenade to buy a little bit of space. The push from the other side. So far, I'm liking this from Third Eye. A 2-2 split here. Trying to just pinch 4 AM inside. A headshot onto Summer. Takes him down super low. The grenade to follow. Will it get the knock? No, those aren't frags. Those are some smokes and other things that are coming in there. So far, 4 AM hasn't been taken down.
It was a lot of good damage to perhaps force the opening for Third Eye on the push, but just not taking the window, and it would have been a risky push either way, so that's not necessarily a criticism of Third Eye, but the heals have gone through. 4 AM are back up to full, and a great grenade from Zhao Hai is finally going to get a knock while it's Richie B there on the top side.
Oof. Another good grenade. That's 2 down for Third Eye. So the patience and the better placement of utility for 4 a.m. is allowing them to profit from this fight. Xiaohai is going to come up and confirm the flushes. Shaolun out trying to find Adam, Third Eye here, just trying to get any player across to safety that they can.
Yeah, with the blue coming in, and 4am are aware of it. They've also started to spread themselves below the bridge even before Adam's send, but blue's gonna find the angle. Good spray, gets that headshot. But Luminosity versus Tiamba, this is happening on the east side as they're approaching on in.
Yeah, it's a couple kills already on Tiamba. Longsker and 7-7 down and out, so it's up to Pow Pow and Linshu. Try to figure out something. Now LG a little bit further up the hill than the Twisted Minds graveyard. Over to 17 and Cerberus. This is a full-on fight here. You have got the heavy forces, but already one down for 17. And they are trying to back off of this. Grenades are starting to ring. Xiao Didi out in the blue, done and dusted. Lil Ghost, Suju, and others trying to just get out of here.
Circle continues to center on up. Good for Howl, and it's survivable for Dano at the moment. Everyone is still fighting it through the field. Cerberus still dealing damage to 17. Lil Ghost goes down, but Suju with a really nice frag grenade onto Genji, who's on the opposite side of things. They're fighting through thick and thin, and it seems to be Cerberus that's surviving the best for now.
Genji trying to third party this, trying to get some more points. I like the aggression. I like the timing here from Genji. Just couldn't quite execute. DG likely going to be raised here as you have Taemin is the lone isolated player for Genji this go around for this fight, opting to try to bring PO in. See if he can do some damage for him. Going to be swinging west towards Cerberus.
They know the fight's active and everyone's wounded, some more than others. But now the Third Eye are gone, they gotta get into the zone. They're not gonna full commit to this fight, instead they're gonna try and just swing in front of it. But Xiaohai going down to Na'Vi means that their angles of approach aren't that great, but Na'Vi, they're opening up on the entirety of this hillside.
Yeah, they can see the back end of this. Taikon able to get Xiao Bei, the kill feed lighting up with various players. Now Taikon down, Himas with a sliver of health left. And he is going to get taken out by Taikon's grenade, actually. Taikon had a grenade in hand. So now 4am versus 17. 4am knows they have 17 beat up. Summer trying to see if he can finish the job, but Xiao Bei going down to the blue. Lil Ghost quick to follow. 4am is 6 kills, but only Summer alive.
Yeah, not even going to go for the revive, perhaps. Yeah, no, he's going to send it on, and then the blue is coming in, going to be dealing way too much damage, and Na'Vi are on the prowl. Summer's going to have to try and survive this some way, somehow, but Na'Vi are not going to be giving up this position. It's a free hold. It's a free spread out. Ghibli have yet to really try and backfill that spot, though it is happening for now. 4am does go out, 10 teams remaining. STK now trying to push on in, dealing more damage to Luminosity that Tiamba just couldn't.
Got a grenade, great angle for these grenades. Relo even taking a headshot and then the knock from Vegas. SDK, good openers in this fight, has LG completely on the back foot, and they are going to make their way down this road, but this road gets exposed once you turn a corner. Trees and some vehicles for cover. Kickstart momentarily stopping to try to find some safety. Genji, in the meanwhile, is under pressure here from Danawa.
Man, Luminosity to go out. They just weren't able to solidify their position because of the STK push. Good timing on that for STK, but now Danawa defending against Genji. PO is down. It's still the rest of Genji up to try and push off of the back of it, but how long until Na'Vi really flex over that high ground and get even more angles onto this valley?
And Tammy knows the day trade is back here. He just spotted one. Nurin's going to take a splash of damage from Tammy in there. Flash still sitting on an ump. I don't know what is going on with Flash in this particular game, that he still hasn't been able to upgrade off that ump, but maybe he just feels like it's a good gun for this day. I'm not sure.
Don't count the SMGs out. They're good in the right hands if you know how to use it. Example, knock onto Heaven. Chris gets a knock on to Kurt. So if SDK wasn't aware of a sense position on the high ground of that mountain, they do now. And Kurt's out in the blue, so that's not going to be a revive. The circle is going to swing down to the south. Howl haven't really been activated too much so far, but now that they are controlling a big, wide plateau, whether they can defend it is, I guess, up for debate, but they're certainly going to be defenders of the castle.
You just mentioned it. It's tough, and Linshu's knock may make it even tougher. Now, Danawa has a tough road ahead of them, quite literally, as Ghibli and Na'Vi are out there. A great grenade from Flash lands right on top of Taemin. He is knocked. The rest of Genji now starting to turn their attention to the south. Flash gonna line up with another one. Can he find it? Just 27 damage from that on to Pio. Some stuns, another thing out. Foxy trying to get an angle down on top of Day Trade, making his way through. He's gonna see Nurens. The spray isn't good. He doesn't have a red dot. It's just the iron sights there. DG trying to come in and reinforce. His taming did get flushed by the molly.
Flash gonna use the UMP, dealing more damage up close range. The fire rate on that thing is pretty good, pretty good. And Gen.G, they're still making sure that no one can spot them from the top side, waiting for Na'Vi, but it's actually going to be Day Trade that are backing away from this one. The blue is pushing in, and so they know that they just need to wait for the terrain to be advantageous for them.
Nurens just kind of trying to keep Gen.G off of their backs, doing a decent job of it. Now they've got to try to get into Howl territory, is what it's looking like they're going to do. Ghibli is not going to head towards Danawa. Gen.G is rotating back into this direction. Not sure what the grenade situation is like for them.
Ooh, Na'Vi also finding themselves across the road. A good angle for them. It's actually going to be pressure on the north side of Danawa. I was going to say Gen.G might not be aware of Danawa's approach, making their way this close, but I mean, they're shooting shots at each other, so they certainly know now. But Na'Vi on the north side, Danawa need to push down onto the south, but look at DG98's.
He's got to win this fight against Loki. This one's tough for both teams. Whoever wins this top fight, certainly going to have an advantage. Loki there, not able to connect with his barrel, but there's an instant trade for Anonix and Foxy. Salute now trying to back up Anonix. Loki up and over the top, going to be bearing down onto Gen.G's position. Navi's hot to trot. They want to get on the back side of this, and they are starting to tear Danawa apart.
It's only Loki on the north side, on the high ground. Catches Pio off. Gen.G are eliminated in 9th place. But Loki, how many more points can he get? It's not even Na'Vi, it's Day Trade that are capitalizing on the wounded Korean teams. But Norens gets knocked by Schofield, gets confirmed as well. So now Flash, only angle he can go is into Na'Vi.
Yeah, Flash with an ump versus Na'Vi. I don't think that's going to go good. Yeah, it did not. Example is going to get the kill with the Groza here. And now Na'Vi with 8 kills, having their best game of the day.
Can they make it even better? Can they go for the win right now? It is still Howl holding that command center and Ascend on the high ground, picking up a bunch of kills, getting down from this position, especially with this shift, will not be easy. There is an angle for Brex, but they're just going to get Pepper on the way down from Ghibli and maybe even Howl.
It's Chris. He's going to deal with Lin Shu, so just Pow Pow alive as Lin Shu is easily flushed from that angle. Ghibli still 4 up in this, still a role to play. Howl, Na'Vi as well at full strength. So a lot of teams could come out of this very, very well if they can find a good fight. It's going to be tough here though, Cammy. Like, this part of the circle is pretty weird. There is a decent amount of like open space in it, a few structures here and there, a few trees, but it's actually pretty flat ground.
Yeah, if they have smokes, Ghibli and Na'Vi especially, they can get into the hard cover that is held by Howl. But they're going to need to have the smokes and just hope they don't get shot on that run. And then with a circle like this going towards the east, that's not even valuable. So it's actually Ghibli's position that I'm starting to favor. It's not, they don't have a long area of control, but they have some good angles. Ascend with the vehicle send. They got out, thought that they could just land on the lip, but they're going to go down. Look at the top 4. Listen, they had to get down somehow. Might as well make a show of it.
And hey, Brex doesn't give the point over to anybody. He just died himself. All right, Ghibli has to turn their attention over towards Na'Vi. They can't push forward because of that flat ground. They have to try to find safety in some other manner. Grenades are going to splash out, but Na'Vi is nowhere near those lines, but that's going to alert Na'Vi to Ghibli's push. The second round of grenades still coming up short here, so Ghibli completely misjudging until then Na'Vi's position.
That one's not short. It forces Mel away, and now Glad's going to take that opportunity to push forward with the vehicle. It has a little bit of a tree. It's all about blocking the angles from Howl, but they haven't yet been punished for it.
Yeah, let's see if Ghibli can put the pressure onto Na'Vi. Now it's Howl as well, the Mad out front, putting the pressure onto Ghibli. So this is what's tough about this fight for Ghibli. That molly just a bit too far for Na'Vi, but now the stuns are out, the grenades are coming. Here comes the full force of Na'Vi. The first grenade is good, onto Glass. He has been knocked by Alia. Uba on the flank, trying to push around. Apocalypse getting involved, Human down. Just 2 up for Ghibli right now, and now Schofield getting in here, helping out Ghibli a little bit. Heaven getting the knock onto Uba. Example, trying to do something. Alia gonna get a knock here, but Heaven able to find 2. Tosi, the last one alive.
1 versus 2. Popping a flash out to go for the peak. And Melo's nowhere near here. Howl isn't allowing this to be a clean 2v1 push. Toasty gets another knock, but down to 2 HP.
Oh, the grenade from Ruin is going to finish off Mel. Navi is gone. Ghibli's Toasty still alive. Apocalypse hunting for him with the DBS. Hasn't seen him just yet. And this game, it is going to have to be a miracle for Ghibli. See if they've got any of that magic inside them. Any of that Ghibli magic. Apocalypse around the side. The first on the Ruin can't find the knock here. And now from the backside, the DBS at range is going to finally find its mark. And Howl is going to get a 7-kill chicken dinner.
Playing with the food a little bit, using the shotgun, the DBS at that range. But 4 versus 1, it was only a matter of time, just playing for the peaks, playing for the angles, playing for the trades. And Howl, 7 kills, it's pretty low. But with that position that they had, there really wasn't too many opportunities for them to get involved earlier on. And hey, they got the win now, that's all that matters.
Yeah, all right, guys, we are going to look at some highlights, and then it'll be the desk, and don't go anywhere.
Congratulations to Howl as they wolf down a pack of points and get themselves a chicken dinner. Now, we talked about them at the end of the last game and said, hey, they're not really doing great. They had 1 point to their name going into game 4, but boy, did that change.
Yeah, for sure. We were joking around. How can they maybe do and pop in a little bit more kills, you know, get something like 4 or 5 out of this one, but they managed to clutch it out. And it was basically because Ghibli and Navi, they assured mutual destruction upon each other.
Yeah.
That was a really rough one, but Heaven opened it up. And again, Heaven today has been insane. But yeah, I was really looking at the rough push that they had each other. There was nobody that had a benefit. They just had to send it in. And that's why we saw, it happened like it did, where it was only Tozy and the end.
I mean, the spot was tough. It was so tough that Ascend had to resort to descending in a car and hoping it would work. It didn't. But, you know, what else can you do at that point? And Howl just really had a good control over the whole plateau. They waited until those other teams fought.
For sure.
And they were able to close that down and get themselves some points. Now, I worry this is a once-in-a-full-moon sort of scenario for Howl. And maybe we'll have trouble doing it again because that was just a really, really convenient circle. They played it well, but you can't count on that every single time.
No, for sure. And of course, you have to take these home turf circles or like take these circles that comes to you, and you have to get the most out of it. They did. They got more kills than I kind of expected. You have to be passive in this kind. You want to make sure you get 4 guys live out to the end game. But I don't think they expect it to be 1 guy left and they can just push out easily with a DBS or Psych or anything like that. But yeah, it ended up quite easily.
Speaking of unexpected, something I didn't expect was Gen G. They made that quick move to the bridge, and they set up a high ground trap for the Sonics. And right behind them to 17, all of our top 3 teams were lumping themselves across that bridge.
Yeah.
What'd you think of that Gen G trap?
I gotta say that I love traps like that.
Okay.
You know, it's smart in a way, but it didn't get much more points out of it. And that's the one, like, if you wanna take on somebody 1-to-1 like that, and a team, you wanna single them out, it's because they're the only one. They're the only one chasing you. If you're like, let's say you're 1-2 and you're like 30 or 40 points ahead, but they're just making sure that none of them are getting too many points, right? So interesting game. It's always military games like this that's gonna be fun to watch. Navi's play, how they were kind of sweeping the northwestern edge, were kind of nice to see. Ghibli managed to sort of survive for way longer than I expected them to, but then this northern push here, they had like 2 meters, 3 meters of bridges to play, and then of course sending it down full send straight down to the top 5.
But they got some points from up on the high ground. That's one of those, you take that risk-reward position. If it had shifted the other way, they would have been absolutely dominant. Here we get Heaven. He has been playing absolutely wild. Uba and him sort of went head-to-head, and I feel like Heaven's been coming up spades in those fights versus Navi.
Yeah, really impressive here. Tozy can't do too much. You have to basically just 4 guys sending it towards you. 7 kills, so I gotta say 17 points total. They were on 1 before this one here, so it's obviously a huge send up for them. They're able to jump into our mid pack, that ever-growing mid pack.
Mad really didn't even show up during that match. That's like so few kills.
Not even for the pictures on media day showed
exactly. But I will give a shout out to Apocalypse. He's going to get the man of the match. And now this
the coach.
The coach. 10,000 if you play fantasy. Dirt cheap. Great to bolster out the roster. But I like that. He played strong. He had a smart move to make the push onto Na'Vi in that fight. And got in there first to get those kills. 423 damage and some good knocks.
And shout out to Laza home. Hopefully you recover well from your surgery, of course, and everything goes well with you, my friend.
I cannot say that better myself. But if you are going to have someone stand in, this is a great chance to do it.
For sure. Super experienced. Played in PCSs last year, like this guy. If you're able to get a coach like that, you have to take it every single time.
And honestly, one of the things I love about them is their attitude. Hal came to this event. They've been super friendly, getting to know everybody, handing out Turkish delights to almost every team. I thought they were just bribing us, but it turns out every team was given chocolates and delicious foods. And I just making a great name and a good community contribution. It's great to have them
getting
here.
Turkish delights for most of the teams and us here is fantastic. They're so nice. It's so good to meet them finally.
Now let's take a look at the match leaderboard. You're going to see 17 total points. Howell increases their score by, I'm not great at math, but there was that 1,700%.
Yeah, something like that.
Pretty good. Next up, Na'Vi gets 15. They are starting to turn on. They started a little bit slow, but we're seeing some good signs of life out of Na'Vi Ascend.
That 13 before this, so this is more than double points for them too. They needed that.
They did.
Being able to hear, we have two more games to go, of course, today, and if they were ending on, sub 20, that's going to be a rough one to go into day 2 and 3. It's going to be hard to catch.
I also got to say, Luminosity killing me inside. But you pointed out, Gen G got 1 extra point over Sonics after that trap. But both of them will still be in the top of the leaderboard.
For sure, and on top of that, no matter what here, even Danawa, you're in 8 points right now. If you have a double-digit kill win game, you're straight into the top 6, top 7 still. So it's still pretty open. The top is looking good, but again, Gen G assuring mutual destruction here for Sonics means that they're not running away with anything right now, and that's the scary thing, right? Because if you're in the lead, if you're Gen G, you want to continue adding on top of the points. That you want to make sure you're ahead of the kind of mid pack, top pack.
In a lot of ways, Gen G did a massive favor for the entire lobby by sort of causing both of them to have to limp out the rest of that match. It's still anybody's game. We've played 4, we've got 2 more today, and then 2 more days of matches afterwards, which means it is a long way from over. So if your favorites are struggling right now, there's plenty of time to come back. And we're going to be back in just a few minutes with game number 5 from PGS1, co-hosted by Crafton and VSPL.
Savior's position in particular is really tricky for Ghibli.
Oh! Vegas once again landing a sick headshot. How is he getting away with this?
2 more bullets in this AWM. Can Vegas make any else? Yes, he can.
Stop! Please!
Unbelievable.
Vegas!
They desperately need the points. They're set in 15th. There's Human with the first. Instantly, the flush to follow. As now Sin tries to find another, but Human again finds the third as well.
It's on now. It's on this maneuver for these teams to go out with a bang and not go out with the whimper. The Sense coming on in. Oldless with the grenade at the ready. It looks good.
Oldless takes down 2 of New Happy.
For Akkad, still at her, holding the line, gets another. All of a sudden, this push for third party, or excuse me, for Third Eye, looked good, and now it doesn't.
But they're losing players themselves. It's not going to be a free grab. It's not going to be an easy continuation of this game despite being a center spot. And it looks like Sun Sister also want to take part in this. Petrichor Road actually backed away. They realized that, oh, I say that, it's actually going to be Third Eye eliminated. Oldless swinging around the corner.
This, I mean, like you said, FaZe needs points, and now they're walking right to the guns of Genji. Taemin is making them pay, getting 3 headshots with the SLR. Some heroics from Howl have them right back in the mix of things here at PGS1 as we roll on to our last 2 games of the day. It's Paper Thin along with Toby now as we are going to guide you through these last couple of games. Of course, this is just the first day of 3 for these grand finals, but the last couple games, you know, a couple teams able to lock down some compounds and get some much needed points.
It's always nifty when the circles keep going your direction. And for Howl, that was exactly. We saw other teams like Daytrade who were out there fighting with UMPs in phase 7. Not something you normally see, but goes to show that teams were committing to compounds right from the get-go.
Yeah, I mean, Flash at one point had a VSS and an UMP, and I'm like, this is my kind of combo right here. But yeah, so far there is, of course, the codes, guys. We've got some codes going on for you. Make sure you get these. This one's for Petrichor Road. So get that in there and see if you can get yourself some of the team skins. And of course, you can always do all of us a favor and pick those up because they are sick skins. They're still available in the store.
Very nice.
They're really nice. They're actually really good.
That's all I have to say.
Yeah, that's all you need to say, Toby.
You know,
they're nice.
If something is nice enough, you don't have to oversell it. Just, they're nice. Go get them.
Yeah, it's simple.
They speak for themselves.
It's the old keep it simple, stupid.
Exactly. We head on over to Miramar for the last time of the day. And so far, well, I mean, Gen G came off to a really, really good start on the first Miramar game. And then we went out east. I'm a little worried that all these games are just going to go east, because I talked to Trevor from Luminosity, the coach, and he said, you know why we're looting, I mean, Junkyard? Because all the circles go there anyway. It's like guaranteed early shifts, and so far it kind of has been.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of Eastern circles on Miramar, but let's find out if this game will continue the trend. It's game number 5 here on the day here at PGS1. Again, I had to do some quick math. I'm like, how many games of video? Okay, yeah. All right, let's get into it. It's time for Miramar as we load up into the plane, find out exactly where we are going to end up, and if you can see the plane path from your other monitor, your other screen, your other tab, what have you. Of course, you should have the map screen open, as we always highly recommend.
Exclamation mark map.
Exclamation mark map.
In the chat. Go.
Go.
Yes, always have it open, because as nice as it is to see people loot, there's a lot of info to keep track of, and having that map feed nearby, even if you don't have a second monitor available, put it up on your phone next to your computer, whatever you might have available, have it up there too, because it is a great for info. Southern plane path this time around, if you're a hard committed Oasis looting team. Not that I know why it would be, but then it's a bit of a stretch to get to your loot spot.
How dare you? Oasis is the best drop spot.
You almost had your Oasis circle last time. Now,
yeah, we were really close.
Yeah, we were close.
Gen G is going to be out the plane very early, heading towards the southern fields of Los Leones, and 17, of course, uncontested so far at Pachinki Picado.
Yeah.
Twisted Minds is right above them because of the plane path and the, obviously the drop location.
Imagine just Twisted Minds of all teams. You know what? It's been a while since we hot dropped last. Let's go Picado, see what happens.
I would love
to mess with people. They aren't far enough ahead in this tournament so far to play that ruthlessly. They will go back up to Power Grid, because now, finally, they have it to themselves.
I did have a quick chat with Kovo, the coach of Ascend, in between here, and overall he's very happy with how his team is playing today, but he was like, how in the world did Batulins get up into that cove on the side of that mountain? Only Batulins knows how to do these things.
Every time the camera goes on him when he's rotating, he's just going, no, go away. I'm not going to move my bike any further until the camera shifts off. And we always said that it could potentially go east, paper thin. I'm seeing this plane, and I'm seeing this circle, and I'm thinking, LG, if you're going east because you want circles, well, here's another one.
Certainly. That is going to be where we find ourselves once again, but maybe we'll get ourselves in a different part, potentially.
Ooh, variety.
That can be what we hope for. Sonics, of course, for their Impala drop for these grand finals so far. We'll have access to that compound that they won with in our previous Miramar, or perhaps a different one. Hopefully Day Trade can find better loot this time.
That would be quite convenient. While on a Wrangle and up close, UMPs and VSSs can get you a long way. I think if you're playing like open stretches on Miramar, ain't really worth the same.
No, yeah, precisely. It just isn't quite as powerful, as much as I enjoy tooling around with those two guns every once in a while in my public games. They are not the ideal combo at the professional level. But I've always wanted, I don't know if you've ever tried this, and I don't like to talk about like what
But now you're doing it, so go ahead.
So whatever. Like all VSSs is super fun. Just if you're at home and you want to do something goofy, all VSS is hilarious, because that is one of the quietest guns in the game. You can't hear it from like anywhere.
Yeah, very annoying to be up against. One thing that I will say though is, if we take this conversation back a half year, we'd be saying the exact same, oh, no one uses it in professional, oh, it's just us memeing around about the shotguns. And look what happened since then. I mean, everyone is either playing Assault off on Miramar all the time as a third weapon, or as soon as they get into a compound that they're planning on sticking around in for a while, they will do what they can to find a shotgun to swap their main rifle with. So who knows? Maybe UMPs and VSSs just haven't been picked up by the right team to showcase their worth.
You never know. I mean, yeah, every gun that sometimes kind of poo-pooed on is actually not bad. And so, I don't know. I mean, I don't know about the VSS, but the UMP, I can see some cases where it's not awful.
I mean, the first kill of the grand finals was with a Vector. So pretty lethal.
Gun's nuts.
Yep.
At close range, that gun is nuts.
Yep, sure is. In the meantime, speaking of nuts, here we have Na'Vi making their way over towards Luminosity. Another nuts team who is just exactly managing to escape. Always smart to have your fire escape nearby, and they did, so they get out of there scot-free.
You know who I do blame for the shotgun meta, though?
I think we all know who we all blame.
It's a guy with a red beard. But hey, wait. There's a replay. Let's watch the replay, and then we'll play the blame game. Oh, this shot! I just
I'm gonna steal it from Martin because he said it while we were watching the game. But I love that he instantly called him Glass Cannon because he had a bolt action and a level 1 helmet.
Ooh.
And his name is Glass.
Oh, that's so good.
Good job. Martin is pretty fast on those sometimes.
Man,
yeah.
I wish I had gotten that.
Yep.
Martin, curse you.
Yep.
But anyway, Fuzzface is to blame for the shotgun.
There you go. There you go. Gotta get it in there.
Love you, Fuzz. Hope you're doing well. SDK on the move towards the center of the circle. And this time they are gunning for some of these high-value center circle locations.
I mean, they got lasered because they didn't get this compound last time around, so might as well claim it from Sonics before they get a chance to wrap down towards that west side themselves.
Absolutely. Danawa coming in late, sort of, to the circle. Wouldn't call it super late. Call it just a...
medium late?
You're like 5 minutes, 10 minutes late, you know, for the meeting. You know, nobody's going to be super angry at you for it. Just say you got caught up in traffic or something.
Yeah. In the meantime, Hasn't, they will be super late. But for them, I just don't think they really mind too much. I mean, honestly, they should be all right. If you sometimes see that there are 16 teams alive, but you can only count 15, it's probably Ascent. You can't see them on the map feed always because they tend to be pretty slow to the party. But when they do get there, they do tend to wreak havoc.
Yes.
On whatever they get up to.
They're so nasty, like, just to deal with because you never know where they're going to pop up. You know, it's like, they're like prairie dogs. Like, they all of a sudden just pop up and they're like, whoop, 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 what's going on? And then you're just like, half your team's dead. You're like, what the heck?
But prairie dogs with M249s.
Yes, that's much more terrifying for sure. It's a terrifying thought.
Exactly.
I think Danawa should grab this crate. I think they're circling around it.
You would think so. Just want to make sure there's no one else who has seen it, who wants to come claim it. And here we go back to the half German, half Austrian squad of Ascent, making their way up towards the north and then further over towards the circle alongside Third Eye, who I'm looking at the map now. I'm not expecting to see them run into each other, but they did run into each other in the very first game of Grand Finals. Brax went down early, so who knows, maybe another set of paths will overlap.
Yeah, absolutely. You never know. Things just kind of snowball. It's the butterfly effect of PUBG. 4 AM, sitting pretty up on the north for now. There is Ghibli on their rear, but they're on the other side of El Azahar, so nothing too threatening just yet. Cerberus on the far eastern side, as this is kind of like a nice little home for them that they can find themselves in as they, off of that plane path, they're able to drop a little bit closer to this area of the map.
It is pretty wild that Luminosity has managed to take control of both Junkyard and the Saloon on the southeastern side. Usually we'd see at least one team try and kind of contest that early on. Of course, it is still only phase 1, but considering how many of these circles have gone to the same few areas of the map for late game, having control of both that this early on for Luminosity is pretty good. I'm curious to see how long they're trying to maintain control of it, though, if the circles go in their direction.
Yep. So Sonics with a different compound right now, as SDK, as you talked about earlier, able to sneak ahead of them. So this one can be pretty good as well, but a little bit more difficult in some ways. It's pretty crashable.
Yes, and you have no control over what's happening north of you.
Yes.
It's one of those, we'll just sit here on the bottom of the hill. If it comes down to us, we're golden. If we have to go north, at least we are going to be the last team to leave, because they'll probably be the ones to sit there the longest, wait to make sure that their entire south side is clear, then make the play uphill.
Right. But phase 2 is going to be interesting. A lot of land ratio terrain in this circle, so it's going to be kind of interesting to see where it goes. Phase 2 should tell us a lot more about where this game is going to end.
I would like to ask the game to not go Junkyard, though, just for the sake of variety. I mean, we have islands in play, they're pretty. We have El Azahar in play, that's pretty fun. Even east of El Azahar, down towards where both Cerberus and Ghibli are currently, that's a pretty fun place to end the game. You have a massive hillside, you have open fields down towards the east of it. It's pretty different.
I think we're due for a hard south shift, and I think where like Tianba and Genji are set up, I think south or southeast. I have yet to see an island finish. I've only seen a couple, obviously, because they don't have them very much. But unless like the first circle is half water, that's about the only way that is possible.
If it happens, it pretty much happens in phase 1.
You have like a 50-50 coin flip on phase 1.
Exactly.
Like, well.
That is usually
you did get your islands.
I did. It was a very a blessing. It was in the last stage of the qualifiers for PEC. Finally, about 5,000 Miramars later, they came through.
You're a little bit unlucky on that ratio. It takes.
I mean, it happens. Quality over quantity, you know?
It's usually around a couple thousand that it happens.
Quality over quantity.
That's right, my friend.
Yep.
Genji sitting by the ramps at the half pipe. It's going to be setting up shop at these rocks. That's kind of an interesting spot here for Gen G. I think just looking to get some info and stay safe from the compounds of teams like Danawa and those kind of things. Just keep the road ahead of you open as best as you can. Figure out how to maneuver forward.
It is interesting to see Gen G. Obviously, the circle kind of favored them, easy rotation path from the southeast, but it's interesting to see them, and I say this far into the circle, because it really ain't far, but for Gen G standards, it's pretty close to the center of a phase one, so we'll see if the circles go towards them, how they're opting to play a center-heavy game, where usually they'd always be like literally alongside Ascent, the last team to creep in from the edge.
Yeah, and even though Gen G's been kind of an up and down team throughout this event, to put it nicely, I do appreciate that they have adjusted their style to previous iterations of Gen G, where it was like circle 3 or something. They just like send it to the center and try to play a dip and try to make it work. That was not working out, so I do appreciate this new edge-heavy style that they're bringing.
It's a edge-heavy style that not a whole lot of other teams play, that's for sure. Let's see, circle, shifts, where are we going? Oh, look, it's Junkyard again. Let's hop on up towards the north and see what happens, as all the teams on the west and southwest side now have to figure how the hell do we make our way over this ridgeline where Navi currently is, because we have had no chance of scouting anything up there up until now.
I kind of wish GEX was in this lobby just so I could see a boat rotation. They're one of the few teams who might throw themselves into a boat and try to make it work, but everybody, like you're talking about, has to figure out a way to get into this next circle, so it's Danawa, 17, crossing paths, Howl out in front.
And this overview is a perfect example of how brutal this circle can be, especially when you have so many teams down towards that south side, because as you can see here, everyone into the vehicles instantly. You can see nothing up that hillside early on. You have to push up there, take control, and scout on the go. And that's why teams are hard committing to early rotates. Even the teams that would normally play edge have to go early. Howl, one of them.
Oh, a little bit of damage done. A grenade to keep Howl at bay, but it comes up short of getting over the hill. So the Mad and the others hear that grenade, and they're like, this is not so safe. Let's try another end. 17 and Danawa, in the meantime, were settling up on the edge of the circle, sort of. But now Danawa moving towards Minas Generales. And Howl still just trying to see if there's anything that's somewhat playable left.
I mean, if they... Oh no, down as well. Not optimal. When you go 2-1-1 and that's the vehicle with 2 in it, you know you're in for a bad time. First one falls, that's Schofield out.
Oh no, he's donezo. Well, Howl there, now trying to recover from a disastrous early start after winning the previous game. It seems to be the MO of PUBG, that you win a game and then the next one doesn't go so good.
I mean, in all fairness, yes, they get there in the end, and we now know they could have gotten there without casualties had they not flipped the vehicle. But given where they were and what compound they got, taking 1 casualty, that's like, you know what? We'll take those odds, because there could have been a whole team elimination off of it.
No, I agree. That could have been a lot worse. I'm right there with you. That of all things considered for Howl,
it's not the worst.
Yeah, and since these circles seem to be gravitating in that direction anyway, well, why not?
Exactly. So even though we know off of what we saw that it could have been avoided, still only losing 1 there, I think, is pretty all right. Ascent trying to find their entry point coming in from the hard north side, and Danawa up there alongside him. Now, coming into game 1, I briefly mentioned how Ascent and Danawa plays very similar edge styles. Danawa tends to push towards the center earlier than Ascent does. But this is part of the reason why we now see them again. Mika jumped out of the vehicle to scout forward. You can see the car down there driving away from him. He is in the open, and I think Salute has just seen him.
I mean, Danawa should have Mika potentially dead to rights. I mean, with this angle they have on top of him, you can see Ascend has to come back. They have to start returning towards Mika if they're going to save him.
Exactly. Over on the other side of things, PO doing PO things.
That's
Let's
right.
flip a coin and see if he's victorious or making things look like, why are you there?
This is my favorite brand of PUBG.
PO things.
PO things.
When are we getting an official t-shirt?
I should make one.
Things.
Yeah, I should make one. I don't know how PO would feel about it, but
he probably wants some percentages of
well,
the
that's
sales.
fine. We can work with it. We can work out a deal. I'm a flexible kind of guy.
There you go.
Third Eye going to be traversing the road up into this edge compound. It looks like they're going to stop. No, they aren't. I thought they might stop there. I think they considered it, but maybe they see enough open space they could try something. But with 17 there, it's going to be tricky.
They're going to have to continue. Mika now, in the meantime, Killikai tried to come for the safe pickup, but all of Danawa has now set up shop on the other side. And for Third Eye, they have to continue forward. Circle does go up towards the junkyard area, further east of it as well. So Third Eye smart and not stopping because they need to scout. They need to find something to call their own on the other side of this hill.
SDK fanned out in Vegas with a great spray. Finds Oldless and takes him down. Really nice to see Vegas continuing where he left off in the losers bracket. Hitting some phenomenal shots. Now, out of the frying pan into the fire, and it is Na'Vi, not a team I'd want to be dusting up with.
Nope, same thing here. Uber does find one that's actually Vegas over on the other side, and now, obviously, Third Eye, well aware they have opponents up close. Throwing some smokes, throwing some nades to make some more space for themselves. But we have all of Luminosity now in the saloon on the other side. They might just want to peek on over here as well.
In the meantime, you can see in the picture-in-picture at the bottom of your screen that Donawa and Twisted Minds are dusting it up. Loki, though, I don't think there's any way Donawa's getting back to him. They're trying to put some pressure on a Twisted Minds. Soul trying to watch the hillside, trying to keep them off the Loki. Oh, God, that grenade just came up short, though. Batulin's under pressure from Anonix. Driving in here and sends Batulin's backing.
Yeah, Spirit already down as well. This style of play plays very much into the playstyle of Twisted Minds. Allow teams to come through. When there's commotion on the edge, we stick around, and then we get to backstab teams. Issue is their position on the map right now is not very good. You can see Soul and the remaining Download players are the ones with the high ground. So just vehicles and a single rock for cover for Twisted Minds. And if Soul can place one good nade, that is 2 Twisted Minds players down instantly.
Yeah, Soul is trying to push this angle. He gets a headshot even, but he has no frags to speak of. So can't capitalize in the way that he would like, I'm sure. Still trying to keep Loki alive, still considering the res. Now there is a Sen still with a role to play in this fight potentially.
Yeah, I mean, they're starting to slowly make their way up in this direction now with vehicles as well, so I think Dano will have heard cars coming through, but then again, shots fired, vehicles coming through the middle of it as well. Batulin's trying to see what he can find. I don't think they have any clue now that Ascend is slowly creeping up from the other side.
Soul's gonna have to go absolutely nuts. He's got 2! What a great spray, but then he gets plowed over by Batulins, who's immediately knocked by Salute with the Groza, and all of a sudden, this fight has gotten very, very scrappy. Ascend looking to maybe vulture a few points.
You'd have to imagine that that's what they're going to go for. Twisted Minds will fall as Shanghai claims one from afar. And for Ascend, just not close enough. Again, I mean, I get that they're playing passive. I get that they're more of a late-game presented team. But this was, I mean, I'm feeling like this was a chance for them to rack up, as you were just saying, a ton of points. And they just never pounced on it.
I would have at least tried to go for a couple grenades.
Yeah. But
on that smoke especially. Once that smoke is out, I'm like, okay, there's somebody in there.
Exactly, and no one was in a position from where they could really contain. They were all fully committed to the fight because you had multiple knocks on both sides. In a tournament where 18 games, I mean, again, any free point you can get early, any player you can shoot in the back who is not even, like, has any idea you're there, those are points you have to try and go for because you don't get a lot of chances like those.
Yeah, no, I fully agree with you. Pretty Gurdy has the M249 doing his It's Chris impersonation here out in the front.
Oh.
Though he's not in the back, so he's on the front. Ooh, a hard shift down to the side.
Variety.
Hey, this is going to look different for sure.
Sure is Gen G eating the circle, but I'm not sure how much of a blessing it's going to be considering how open of a terrain they're in. So once all the teams come down from that north side, they should be out in the open. We'll see how they opt to play this one, and obviously with SDK seeing the shift as well, now starting to think better of it. Do we take the fight out here? Nah, let's try and see if we can get somewhere close up towards the circle 2.
For a team in Gen G's position, you gotta hope that the teams on the edges cannibalize each other.
Yes.
That's your best hope for getting through this with decent forces remaining. Crazy gonna be spinning a little bit. Foxy with that M24 gonna look for the shot just, I think, in between the 2 seats in that car.
Got a haircut. No doubt about it. Flew straight past his ear. Pio finds Millman as Na'Vi tries to flex out again. I mean, Gen G, they cannot play passive anymore. They have to play aggressive in their position now. 17 Sonics, while it's not inside Picado, they will still find one another.
Yeah, it's going to be a dust up here between these 2 squads. Tickleton on point for the Sonics. The rest trying to make their way in to see if they can assist him. Lil Ghost has gotten underneath. So 1v1 in this building as far as we can tell. And now the other 3 members of the Sonic still can't really find any space.
This is happening in the distance, but you see Alo up on the hillside actually flanking down towards this position. Now, I would love to see STK come down and try and fortify a third-party position. Now, Alo finds one as well, knows that they're fighting inside the compound. STK should come down here, because if you get control of the south here, you're going to be in such a good position.
Yeah, Alo there now has great oversight into this really small house. The blue house is very dangerous. There's not a lot of open space to work with inside of it. And Alo, so far, just harassing 17. Enough smokes to kind of cover the Sonics so far. But right now, it is still... Oh, wait, this is going to be stalemated much longer. Whoever sees each other first is going to get this done. Tickleton here lets loose with another smoke. Lil Ghost has to hear that, but I don't think he has any idea where Tickleton is.
Can't see each other. Not for those. It's simply too thick of a smoke lying around. And Tickleton actually able to jump out again. Able to regroup with his teammates. And now all of 17, or the 3 of the 4, Set inside that one story on the other side. Not an easy position to play from. SDK did not fortify south. Instead, they take the fight to Howl.
Day Trade's caught up in this mix as well. So 3 teams involved on this western edge fight. SDK not really able to commit to much, so now they're going to have to play defense here. Ruin trying to get the best of Purdy, but no, Purdy gets one. Immediately, Apocalypse follows up, going to go for the flush. Vegas and Penta down below, trying to hold the line here, but still Day Trade is fanning out around this fight.
Yep, they're trying to see how much they can get of it for themselves, and this fight continues on the south side too. It's taking some reps around. One finds two. Almost gets the third around the corner. Tick fully blinded. Has to back off, and now Xiao Wu over the side finds one in return.
Lil Ghost is there for the quick flush. Shrimzy, the last one alive for the Sonics, trying to salvage this fight. He's got 2 more members of 17, maybe 3 if they can get this res onto Xiao Bei. But for now, we take a brief pause here as 17 goes for the res.
Timeout. Let the reses come through, and then we continue on to second half of the fight. Navi, in the meantime, obviously hearing all the commotion down south, well aware that there's going to be no one from there peeking this way. Actually, as a matter of fact, Melman is down there playing contain as well. So Navi, full control out towards the west.
Shrimzy going to get one here. Xiao Bei now trying to push in. Shrimzy very beat up. 1 bullet's going to get it. Yeah, he found it. The help from Mime not coming just yet. 2 members left here for 17, and Mime is just really trying to hold the angles, trying to protect the outside of the building, but it doesn't matter. Mel there is going to find the angle and find the kill.
Exactly. Trying to wrap down, try to see what he can get, and he found exactly what he wanted. And now all of Navi, all of a sudden, as they realized they couldn't really make a play onto Luminosity in the saloon, onto Day Trade on the other side, starting to eye down 17. They know they have to make a play out of the compound, and right now, Navi have the perfect position to contain them.
Yeah, I think Navi, unless there's still some really good vehicles there for 17, should be able to do a pretty good job of making life miserable. Flash, though, and probably waiting for an opportunity to strike. Ooh, great shots from Alia. Get the knock on to Xiao Bei, as there is 1 Murado left. So the final 2 members of 17 are going to load up, and yet still they're getting headshotted from this range. Alia, absolutely nuts with the Mark 12. Can he find the final? Just not quite.
So just on the other side, you have 7-7 from Tiamba there, ready and waiting, able to take out Little Ghost Xiao Bei out to blue. It's just Xiao Wu left alive, and now good thing for Navi, able to get the kills before anything came through, because now Day Trade has wrapped on over towards him.
Yeah, Day Trade not afraid of trying to pick on Navi there on the edge. Tianba going to be scrambling around on their side, but they have enough of the circle that they are A-okay, at least for now. Grenades here, splashing in front of Ghibli. Some damage done, but no critical damage to Tosi and Gyumin just yet.
Nope, Navi trying to regroup out towards the west, as we see. I mean, the edges have been burning for a while, and they're going to continue to do so for at least a little while longer. Navi still 4 up. They trade down to just 2. They have the high ground, though, and you can see Navi not too eager to make the play on up. And they also cannot forget about Xiao Wu down towards the south, who's currently running in their direction.
Yeah, exactly. Well, they're going to try to make a push off that damage, but can't really find what they want. So for now, Navi sort of poking and prodding. Xiao Didi may still have a role to play in this fight. Ghibli has been eliminated on the backside of things. Example with that barrel, trying to work with his teammates to get up front. They're going to make the push. The call is on. The push is here. Navi up and over the hill, trying to get through, but Day Trade Flash trying to play some defense. The grenades are singing and ringing. The stuns are so good. Flash is Flash, but somehow, some way, gets some damage, but eventually Navi is going to claim Day Trade.
When you cover the entire area in flashbangs, that's when you know there's, even if they're there, they cannot see a thing. So let's just run on up, take him out, and continue forward. Circle over towards the east we go once more, as Danua takes out Ascent.
Salute, doing work with the Groza. That's what you want to see out of that early crate gun they were able to pick up in rotation. DG quickly taken down by Lin Shu. Tiamba and Genji dusting it up, taming out in the open, but some damage able to be done here as 7-7 and Pow Pow trying to retreat back towards the other side. Genji trying to get the flank angle onto them, and they are so good at it. 7-7 trying to hold it down with this barrel. Pio gonna let loose with the grenade, but it's too far. Pio around the corner, and he's gonna win that fight with 7-7. Tiamba just long screw alive.
Yeah, multiple fights happening here at the same time as we saw Danawa eliminated up towards the north against 4 AM. Somehow Genji has been able to stay alive through all of this. Look at this, Xiao Wu. Just in the midst of this Navi rotation.
Yeah, Mel should have Pio done and dusted. Yeah, indeed. Easy spray for him, and Genji gets cannibalized on the edge. Navi and Cerberus 4 strong, but right now not engaging.
Yeah, that was the issue for Gen G in that position, right? We said they have to maintain control. They have to spread out. They have to really force people away. But when you have teams coming in from literally all directions and you're in an open area yourself, there's just only so much you can do.
Yeah, they made a decent amount of that position, I'd say.
Oh, definitely, definitely.
That's not too bad at all. I mean,
Not at
it's like we talked about earlier, you have to hope that every other team around you just beats each other up.
Which they did, but not enough.
Not enough, yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Luminosity has managed to leave the salon, and I think Alia caught eye on that. So curious to see if you can see Navi already now trying to position themselves for it. But again, Xiaowu still prone behind Alia. He is gonna get backstabbed to the full extension, unless if they somehow catch eye on him.
He has done a great job here to salvage some points for 17. Alia is just a marksman today. That Mark 12 is absolutely disgusting in his hands. Flood has been knocked. Now Relo is actually just trying to run away from this. LG doesn't like this fight at all. Oh, a shot from Stakers, though. It's all a bait. They want to just drag him into the AWM across the side. And now Navi has to rethink this. Xiaowu DDD dealt with on the backside.
Yep, exactly. Mailman able to wrap around. Actually, I think he saw him in the midst of transitioning to help Uber back up. He ran back to rest and was like, oh, wait, there's someone running our direction. Good one for Mailman. That is able to take him out. That is going to be 17 out in 5th.
3 teams with 4 players. LG maybe 3, depending if they can get this res to stick on a kick. Looks like it should be good, though. But 4 a.m., you know, they are keen for points. They want to try to get through.
I mean, we advocated looking at the map, and I know that it's late game, so technically you shouldn't have too much, but look at the map and how much space is in the middle. No one is able to claim that center circle. That was where we saw Gen G earlier, and it's simply unplayable because you still have the Ridge on the west end, you still have the compounds out east. You cannot utilize that at all. So this next shift, regardless of who it favors, could very much dictate the winner of game number 5.
The good news is there's still some hills and things. This just
favors
center circles up. Yeah,
Couldn't be more fair.
Yeah, exactly. This is what you want from this circle, from this game, and there's still again some dips and dives to play within the center of this, and 4 a.m. trying to lock LG out of these next couple circles.
Yeah, I mean, even the win percentages agree. 30, 27, 28. It's pretty hard to call this one. It's about who makes landfall first and who gets to stand their ground. I think it's only Cerberus at this point who probably has vehicles that they can utilize for the circle because they're that close to the compound. 4am might have a couple as well. Example, able to find Relo, but again, for now, you should be able to just prone on down and get the res as issues. If Navi gets within nade range of Luminosity, they are in trouble. That one bounces far, and that is going to be the elimination of Luminosity. Full send on that nade as Navi reaches kill number 10.
Huge stuff there for Navi, and now it is a straight up 4v4v4. High Saki up and over. Going to take some damage, though, from 4 a.m. in return. Had a brief moment where maybe if he could get a head or two, he might have been able to find a knock, but not going to happen. Navi now going to be wrapping into the back lines of Cerberus.
Yeah, Navi hearing those shots coming in now, realizing they're fighting, they are joyed with this opportunity. Wrapping in now, taking full center control. Probably not going to push the fight too hard at all. Actually just set up, take their part of the circle, probably half, and just wait for this one to unfold.
Yeah, so there still is one Bronco at least kicking for 4 a.m. on the other side of the road. So they're going to set up and try to keep these vehicles healthy, probably for phase 8, see if they can make a move off the backs of this. Cerberus trying to claim some territory, trying to claim some space. They're going to leave High Saki out on his own on the other side of the street to kind of try to corral 4 a.m.
I love Alia's flank position down towards the southern side. This is going to be a big OG thing, but Alia has been doing this, like been the flank player of any team he ever was on. Ever since the good old Swarm days in PL Contenders 19. He has been such a good flank player, and that is why the Navi team picked him up initially, because they saw his potential in being a sick flank player, and here he is once more, finding Himas.
Yeah, a little bit of bait there from Uba to get a Cerberus player out in the open, trying to see if they can finish the job, but the grenade bounces a little too high to get any more distance. Xiaolu takes some damage, gonna have to prone to get some heals. 4 a.m. just has enough of the dip on the other side of the road that they can chill for now. So even though Navi took some space, so far, you know, nobody's really claimed a full control over this.
One thing that is safe to say, I don't see how Navi doesn't end up getting the third-party opportunity in this one. For 4 a.m., there's no way they wrap west on this. Like, there's no way they cross all the way over. They have to take the fight straight to Cerberus. Cerberus is going to get pinned in. And unless if 4 a.m. finds knocks on Navi to force them to stay back and rest, there's no way Cerberus don't get the worst end of this.
Yeah, this looks like it's going to be Navi's game potentially, but Let's see how clean this fight is between 4AM and Cerberus. Crazy looking like he might go watch the backside. Now some shots ringing out across both. No knocks found on either end.
I'm a little worried 4AM just lopped. I think I counted 11 smokes there. Didn't make a play off of any of it. They still set back now the vehicles are coming in, but the smokes are starting to fade.
Yeah, well, they need that grenade, and they find it. Summer right underneath the vehicle gets Duckmy. Some return fire from Cerberus. They're trying to do something, but that gives the beachhead that 4AM needs. Hijaki taking a bunch of damage in the back from Uba. Navi's going to get involved.
Such an easy flank around for Navi, essentially just pinning them in, allowing them over is all they wanted, just so they could shoot them in the backs.
Huge stuff here from 4AM and Navi. Really well handled. Poor Cerberus just getting torn apart. Here come the flashes. This is deja vu from earlier in the match, and that's quick from Shanghai. Has the kill as well. Cerberus down to their last player. It is a 4v4 on the other end.
Navi cleaned up the southwest, 4AM cleaned up the northeast, and now I should say 4v4 Millman, though able to find one Shanghai instantly, finding one in return.
Huge stuff from him. Example now trying to swing around to the flanks of 4AM, seeing if he can get any damage. Alia out there as well. And Xiaolu making a wide wrap. Crazy gets the knock onto Uba. Now it's down to Alia and Example for Navi.
Huge knock coming through. Uba, such a big threat up close, but can't forget about Example. Xiaolu falls, and now just two left alive. Xiaohai Crazy out towards the east. Damage done towards Xiaohai, so they have caught the rotation.
Alia able to find just enough in an angle to do some damage with that 3x spray. Xiaolu looking to be flushed, but it's some fire into Xiaohai as well. Crazy trying to back him up. Example gets Crazy. Example's got the flush. Now you've got a 2v1. Xiaohai very weak, very damaged. If that's a frag, he's done. It's not. It's something else. Example even thinking about the pan maybe there for a second, just wishing they had one frag to finish the job. Xiaohai going to reposition behind the rock. Still some time to work with.
Yep, I think I saw him on the rock there. Now the molly coming through is definitely going to give the info across. 15 kills for Navi, and they've all gone on the board. Solid game for Navi, regardless how this one pans out. Same could be said for 4AM, but Xiaohai, one rock to work with. I don't think Example had a vest, and we know how much the barrels just melt through the flesh of the opponent, so we'll see if he somehow can make this happen. I'm not seeing any utility thrown yet, which should to me should be indicated that they don't have a lot. As I say that, flashes lopped on up, they should be Navi pushing.
Yeah, here they come. If they can play for the trade, they should be good to go. The heads are going to show themselves. Shanghai tries to re-peek, but Navi found a great angle to get on top of him. The spray for one, but they're good for the other. It is going to be Navi. They are inevitable. 16 kills and a chicken dinner.
What a huge game for the boys in yellow. Again, fought their way all the way in from the west side. It was the initial play-in from Millman to take control of the fight down south that allowed for them to just sweep through team after team after team until they claimed the win in the end.
This is scary for everybody else in this lobby, no doubt about it, but we've got some highlights, then the desk, and then the final game of the day. Don't go anywhere.
A victory for Navi as they get themselves a chicken dinner, and they do it in style. We said they were starting a little slow. They were showing up later and later and later, but they are officially activated. Navi comes out and just destroys the lobby.
Yeah, that was a fantastic game for them. Honestly, the way they moved through it. It's a little bit of an interesting one with 4AM in the end. Xiaohai made a huge impact there in the end, but they were able to close it down 2v1. It's super, super hard to clutch that. Even though he had a rock, they had the utility to counter it.
Yeah, and while the shout-out will go to Navi for that incredible performance, we do want to give some credit to 4AM. They also were a team that I think needed to step up and put in some points as the day comes to a close, and they're going to do that. And I think that's the key here on day one. of the grand finals. You want to set yourself up. There's 2 more days of play. If you started slow, just get one good game or put some points on the board so that you can go home and have a plan moving into tomorrow and don't feel like you're playing some crazy catch-up.
Yeah, especially because Gen G, they slowed down themselves and Sonics in that previous game. So it's still very open there. We're not having a 75-point day one kind of Na'Vi day for them. So it's actually it's looking good. But Na'Vi here in this case, having some good games here back-to-back, and they're really going to be putting themselves into the top 3 at this moment.
I was saying, you said it's not a 75-point Na'Vi game, but we got one more to go. And I've learned not to write these guys off once they get hot. So we will see as we head into our last game in just a few minutes if Na'Vi can go all the way at the end of the day. And I mean, that's not far-fetched. Now, regarding the end of that game, we also saw Cerberus put in some good points. They came in and they kind of tried to hold that ground against 4AM. But I like that 4AM push, the fact that they were able to use those flashes and really cross a road that I didn't think they'd be able to cross.
Yeah, especially the southern circle there when 4AM, they had to move. We're like, okay, it's their play. Like, the teams are sitting in a fantastic spot. They're going to wait for it. But yeah, they took down Cerberus quite easily. Even though Cerberus only got 3 kills, they still managed to get top 3. That's some decent amount of points. But 13 kills for 4AM and 16 for Na'Vi. That is huge. The rest of the gaming, they've been sneaking inside the top 4 again and again here, but not too many kills. Only 1 for them this time around.
64 players dropped, 29 of them dropped to Na'Vi and 4AM at the start at that match. So that is a ton of points just going to the top of those 2 on the board. LG does make it to 4th, which is some signs of life, but again, it's just 1 kill. They did a lot of damage. I think that speaks to how their game is going right now. They're putting in some fights, but they're not really closing the deal as we jump into the highlights with the final 5 teams in that match.
Yeah, 4AM only 12 points so far before this 5th game here. They're able to get this many, got more than that just in kills. You have to see the northern circle here, and then they had to push over. Been impressed with Cerberus, how they've been playing. They announced that they have been sick, all of them. They had to replace a sick player with a less sick player, so it's pretty impressive they're able to come in here and play this well. A bit sad that Dogma got taken down there, but there, as you said, the stun grenades coming in, and you just see Xiaohai just coming in, taking Taikon down with a fantastic spray with the barrel straight to the head, straight to the dome. I was rooting, of course, for Na'Vi and Huba, my fantasy player, to stay alive there, and you were too, but yeah, in this case, none of ours stayed alive all the way through the end there. But 16, 26.
That was incredible. Let's take a look at the numbers as they've broken down by the player. Mel comes in on top with 6 kills. Looking very good, but the damage goes to Alia. He seemed to be everywhere at once. He didn't close any of those kills, but every time someone tried to peek, Alia's got the number.
Yeah, I love it. I'm seeing almost 1,000 club there. Honestly, and on top of that also, when you only have 109 damage taken, that's efficient damage. You're taking durability, you're taking helmets, taking everything off everybody else there. So good to see here for the boys. And Melman, of course, the 6, expecting him with the 6 kills there. No, it's going to be Alia. Okay, impressive. Yeah, efficiency comes in high.
Absolutely, and that's exactly what it was. Great efficiency by him. The team worked together very well in that endgame, and I liked how they took an aggressive stance. The second that 4AM started to fight Cerberus, Na'Vi didn't wait. We saw a little bit in the earlier game when Howl was in a similar position. They kind of waited to see how the fight was going to go.
How the fight was going?
Na'Vi, exactly. Na'Vi did not wait. They got in there immediately and started mixing it up.
Wow.
And just like that, they will jump to the team summary tops on every single category off the back of that game.
That's crazy. And 11 kills ahead of 4AM. That's super, super impressive. Talks to how it, we've had, the teams have had one really good game, one decent game, and then a few bad ones, right? So it's evening out quite nicely here. 26 total here for Na'Vi. Of course, they had 28 points total before going into this. So this is a massive game for them.
It is a massive game. 4AM takes 19, and both of those two take almost all of the points really available in the lobby. A shout out to Day Trade getting aggressive, and Donawa putting up points based on just kills. Again, when you know you can't get the circle, you got to go out and you got to get those frags, and that's what they did. 5 points for Donawa, 6 for Day Trade. Everyone else felt kind of like they were just watching the match unfold because they could not close some of those deals down.
We have had so many northeastern circles though for
3
Miramar.
Yes.
So it has to be kind of the same teams and again here. But 12 points ahead of Gen G and Sonics now, Na'Vi, with this game here. Not so many placement points as Gen G, but still super consistent and high amount of kills here. 36 for them. That's kind of crazy. And we're saying it, 75 points day one for winners bracket here. You don't need that much to actually get on par with that.
You don't. It feels a little bit like that Gen G bridge camp kind of cracked the door open for Na'Vi, because those 2 games since that moment has gone downhill for everyone else. Na'Vi on the uphill climb. Ascend in 4th, though, also pretty impressive.
Yeah, exactly. I was just going to point that out. Great minds think alike. I got to say, that's super impressive. It's Chris have been carrying a lot of that We've had some sneaky plays from him. He's been squeezing out the points where they're needed.
Absolutely. Now take a look, guys. It's time for you, fittingly so, to get your hands on a Na'Vi skin. They just took the victory, and now you can take that code and get yourself a skin in-game to celebrate their success. So go, go, go. Supplies are limited, so the faster you type it, the luckier you are going to get. Now, as said, I think that they are really impressing me with their play. We kind of talked about them throughout the group stages, like a team that can hang around, right? Get some points, collect when they can. They're not playing that way. They're actually getting out there and taking some pretty amazing fights.
They're getting in some good spots for sure, and also they're surviving longer and longer than you're in cases where you have one or two players left alive, but the players are not, hiding. They're trying to get kills. They're trying to squeeze out, and that's what really impresses me here. Yeah, they were the last spot to get in from the losers bracket, but now they're showing that they belong in the top 8.
Checking in with our players as we get ready for our last game of the day. Howl Esports getting the headsets on and getting set. They'd like to get a recap of the last match. Who are you excited? Last game going in. Who are you watching as we go into the last game of the day?
I gotta say, I'm looking for Gen G and Sonics if they can kind of turn it up and catch up to Na'Vi again here.
Gen G and Sonics, would nice to see them turn back up and make something happen. Well, it's time for us to see what they can make happen as we head to the lush lands of Erangel with the cacophonous call of our casters. It's Toby and Paper Thin.
Well, we're ready to turn it up. Thank you very much, Dusk, as we get over into Erangel for our last game of the day. I am super excited. It's been a really great day. Na'Vi comes out, reasserts their dominance, and now we go into the final game with everyone looking up at them.
Everyone just looked at them in the group stage and was like, where are the PGC champions? Then we came into it and was like, oh, there they are. And they brought that into grand finals too. A little worrying for other teams that want to claim first place. For Na'Vi and for Na'Vi fans right now, and for everyone who just got their Na'Vi skin, it's a pretty good day.
No doubt, no doubt. Congratulations if you've been picking up those skins. They are a treat for sure. And now this plane path, Toby, we were just commenting, we don't see this one very much.
I don't think it can be more north, honestly. I've looked at like the lines in the past where they show you exactly how far a plane path can be, like south to north. I think it can be just south of Yasnaya at like the most northern straight across point. So yeah, it's as north as it gets.
Well, no military base is what we know off of this for sure.
True.
Basically impossible. Sorry, that's what I'm hoping for. I see the plane drifting in that direction.
The only one left on my bucket list.
I've had one really close.
Same. I've been in the forest around. I've been around, but the proper peninsula Saki ending.
I've never got up into the peninsula during a match.
Same. Simply unlikely / impossible to have happened with the way the settings are set up. I do want to go back while we have a bit of a looting phase with just double checking, no hot drops. I want to briefly touch on both the current success of Ascent and also the current not so success of both Third Eye and Danawa.
Now there is something brewing
south to
This is what we like to refer to as the fever drop, where you're not it's not meant to be hot, but it is anyway.
It becomes accidentally hot. And Mika now, well, he got straight into the car. Is he going to try and run people over? Nope, because they're going to the yellows. They'll just continue going down south. They go down Primorsk. Everything is going to be good. Okay,
depending on what Belmoth gets there, he could maybe take Kilyakai out. No, hope now.
No. He's looking for. Are there any other bats to swap? But no, not gonna happen. Kilyakai did land in the shack though. That is, he needs to get picked up.
You think Kilyakai can win with the Tommy gun from that range?
I would like to see him not attempt to do anything other than running away, which is what he does, and that allows me to go back to my point. No, we talked about coming into the first game of the day, especially on Miramar, but also on Erangel, Ascent, Danawa, alongside Third Eye, very similar playstyles. Some better at executing them than others. But when you have a lobby of 16 where 3 teams wraps the same directions, tends to come in from the same side of the circle and at the same time, you rarely ever, if ever at all, see all those 3 teams have success in those lobbies. So that's why when Danawa were playing their A game, where they were fragging out, Ascent bottom scrape, barely even made winner's bracket, right? Or made into the finals. And now that it's turned around, now that Ascent who's kind of got things going their way, Danawa are the ones that stumble to make their way forward. And then Third Eye has kind of been on the receiving end of the herd in both those scenarios, but still managed to claw their way through. But it's just to say, when you have so many teams that in each their respective region, because they all come from 3 different ones, can play their styles alone, they're great. You put them on a global stage where they try to do the exact same thing against the exact same teams every game. All three of them, like, it's simply not going to happen. All those three teams will not succeed doing the same thing at the same time. And that's why you don't see both of them at the top at the same time.
Yeah, it is really, really tough when everybody has very similar ideas about how to approach every circle, and sometimes even your drop spots can be close to each other to kind of make matters worse.
I mean, we've had it in tournaments before where teams have literally gone out and said, the reason we do this is because we saw them do it in their region. Now we have to rethink it because we can't utilize it when they're in the lobby too. We've seen teams try and play off of what Twisted Minds did to have success in the previous years. We've seen teams do it for what Gen G did way back in their successful years of like 2019, 2020. Everyone were going, okay, how can we do this Gen G rotation? Wait, now Gen G is here, so now we can't do it.
Exactly.
Yeah, so you're pretty much your what got you the success has been taken away from you, and that's why I see some teams sometimes look a little not clueless, but seem like they're really out in like the last play of the playbook because the ones they would usually go with are taken by the team they learned it from.
Yeah, and you know, it's as they say, great minds think alike, but in this case at PUBG, it kind of makes things fall apart.
Great minds get each other killed.
That's right.
Yep.
All right. Well, Pow Pow trying to sneak underneath Duck My. I have a suspicion Pow Pow knows he's up here.
I have a suspicion Duckmine's going to hear those footsteps real soon, even if Pow Pow tries to go sneaky. The issue is every time Pow takes his steps, like Pow, Pow.
Yeah,
he's going to be heard.
That's why his name is. Actually, I found out what his name means.
Oh.
It's okay. So this is cool. We'll see if he gets a kill here. He's going to see other members of Cerberus. Here comes the reinforcements. I think the rest of Tiamba trying to bait here for Pow Pow. But anyway, Pow Pow, it means bubbles. Like, it's like what? Bubble? It's like a kind of like a slang way to say bubbles. Like especially like the little ones that little kids make with like those toys you blow in the...
So one Pow is one bubble, and this is Pow Pow.
I think Pow Pow is just bubbles.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. There you go.
There you go. Today you learned. You're welcome.
The more you know.
Yeah.
The more you know.
All right.
It doesn't sound as kind of aggressive. I always thought of it as like punches. Pow, pow. You know?
Yeah.
Now it's just bubbles.
Yeah, it just means bubbles. Yeah. Today I learned. Yeah. Imparting my immense wisdom.
Yeah, he doesn't sound as intimidating anymore. But then again, if someone really good at the game just came at you and was called Bubbles, they'd be like, why does his name sound so kind? And why is he so evil? Now I'm even worried. Like, even more worried.
Isn't that the character from Trailer Park Boys? Like, I don't know.
Or the girl from Powerpuff Girls.
Oh, yeah, that's true. That's a good one, too.
Yeah.
All right, well, there's that northern rotation we come to expect from Donawa. Now, the real curious one about this particular circle is that because of Genji's Stalber drop, will they butt heads? SDK hasn't really moved from their position outside of North George as well to kind of block the bridges. So kind of curious to see what Donawa's going to do. But now Pow Pow out in the open, and Tycon and Cerberus are going to find him knocked. I don't know what Tiamba's plan here is, Toby, because Longskirt still sat in that one building with the M24, and the other two went into the South George crates.
They had vehicles up close to pick him up, but maybe Bubbles felt like he was due for a knock on the hillside eventually. Issue is the entire team saw him when the team left. I think they see the cars leave, and then they scope in, but then the peripheral vision also kicks in and go, wait, we see the cars, but there's also a guy running in the middle of the open, and that kind of gives up the idea of him flanking around the south side of the mountain altogether.
Feels like maybe a bit of miscommunication with Tiamba, but you know what? They've had a pretty solid day. They're in fifth place right now. So you can't complain too much. You know, everybody can't have perfect games all the time. Now here is Donawa slamming into SDK. Penta and others trying to do some damage. Penta had a great angle momentarily. Purdy has to put the fire on the stairs, and Loki had already pushed through. Some great timing there on that molly. The perfect utility use continues here from Purdy as he takes Loki down.
And outside of shotguns, what better gun to be able to sit and hold the staircase with? You're going to be able to shoot that one for a while. And now the remaining players of SDK are coming up to fortify. I like the idea of Donawa in the sense that they did read the split right. There's only two people here, but it hasn't worked out for them. Anonix now caught with nade in hand. Ain't going to work his way. Purdy almost ran himself to death, but able to slip that one through. Salute finds one more as he's trying to stay safe up on the hillside, but they've already taken, I think, too many casualties to make this worthwhile.
Well, the dynamic duo of Donawa is saving their round. Soul did find Vegas, so it's wonderfully smart and just amazing as that play was from Kurt. He can't do enough to save the rest of his team. Now he's going to try to push down towards Salute. Salute was ready. Salute can't repeat that. That clip is massive on the M249. Soul trying to get the flush and will do so. Now it's just down to Purdy Curdy.
Let's see if he can do this one. on his own. Looking at how the day has gone for Danova so far, it shouldn't be written off the books that he could pull this one off 1v2. But as I say, that Soul with the Scar in hand finds him through the smoke, and that is going to be him down. And even with those kills coming through for Danova, 17 points on the day. That's just been a night and day in terms of how they played into the winners.
Yeah, it was a struggle of a start here today, and I guess I was a little bit concerned coming into today because Soul was telling me that he had a pretty bad headache, and whatever medication he took to try to alleviate it wasn't really helping. So I definitely had concerns for Danova coming into today, but still, that doesn't really, that doesn't really mean that was the whole story there at all. But we'll see. Maybe they've got a little bit of something left in the tank.
And we, again, as you're saying, there are 2 days left to play, and we know Danova to be a team that, while they might not come up incredibly hot right from the get-go, give them literally these 6 games to go back and rewatch, to take notes on, to come into tomorrow, prep for, maybe with less of a headache too, as you add to it. Don't write them out. They're set in 15th right now. Do not write them out. We've already, in this tournament, seen what they can do. We've crowned them, or at least some talents crowned them as the best Korea has ever been. We'll see if they can live up to that name as they make our way into tomorrow's games.
Yeah, they're certainly a phenomenal team, but definitely some things to look at and go back in and try to fix for tomorrow. Gen.G, though, has fanned out along the northern edge. They are just behind them, Ascend trying to get into space, and Cerberus says, no, go back down.
Yeah, double headshot.
Get out of here. It's nasty.
And that's the level of play we're up in here. And you know what? I love it. I've always thought about it in other FPS titles where if you miss your first shot, you can be sure that the shot in return is going to take you out. Like, you only get that one chance. There was a little while where the level of individual mechanical play maybe wasn't the same, but now I think some of these guys, some of these fraggers could go out and battle against some of the best in other FPS titles and come out victorious. But another thing that tends to happen as the entire arena goes, whoa, is this a hard shift? Who would have thought, Paper? Who would have thought?
Never. At least it went west instead of east this time. This is wild. Now, Danova here, I think, if Danova just holds the gas pedal down, they actually could maybe get to like that coastal peninsula before anybody else. Everybody else is probably thinking like Hospital, South George, and that's where a lot of the teams are going. There were very few teams inside of this circle, so there is going to be a lot of chaotic action here as Xiaobei even trying to find some onto Twisted Minds. Twisted Minds spins out momentarily. Ooh, not going to take any damage though.
Dangerous place to sit on a buggy. No speed at all either. Always nice for Xiaobei that he at least has a driver so he doesn't have to concern himself with stopping the vehicle. Xiaowu able to get him back to safety as they claim the warehouses. And as you were saying, there were pretty much no one here by the time this circle popped. And already now, just 40 seconds later, completely occupied.
Here comes Na'Vi right into the Sonics. The Sonics here have set up for this position. Can they get any kills? Can they get any knocks? There's one. Trimsy, H-Win with another. The Sonics are doing a ton of damage, and yeah, Mel got mine, but H-Win trying to finish the job, and he will. The Sonics put Na'Vi right back out of the lobby.
That is exactly how they want to start this one off. Started in second place in this one, now take out first place. Looking good if they want to try and see if they can claim first place by the end of day one.
It's just like how in the last game, it's like you win one, oh, you're out early. Na'Vi wins one, a huge game, oop, you're out early.
It's all Martin's fault. He said that he wanted to see Sonics and Gen.G do well, not Na'Vi.
Oh,
so,
yeah, yeah, it is Avengers' fault. Well, that's like most things, it's Avengers' fault.
Don't know who to blame. Martin is right over there.
All right, well, 4 AM has the eastern edge of the Georgia Pole Mountain. Western edge still controlled by Cerberus. LG trying to maneuver their way up the western road in a pretty wide split.
Yeah, and that's the issue for those teams that didn't up towards the city early on. Those kind of patrols, butts, or gatekeep, we can call them toll booths, have already been set up, and you're paying with your life in these tolls. So not really the areas you want to run through.
Exactly. The good teams are so smart about setting up those kind of traps, and you see it so many times without Gen.G against the Sonics. Now the Sonics do it to Na'Vi. All these kind of maneuvers that these teams are making, and what a great one for the Sonics. What a gift. They're the team that's above them in first place.
Exactly. Now, as wild as you thought this circle was, everyone out there in the chat, keep in mind that the next one can include 1 or 2, and there's plenty of water in this one, so we might not be all done with the wonky shifts for the day. In the meantime, though, let's see who will be the real